Welcome to Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. That looks good, doesn't it? Arcangelo, what a performance in the Travers. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hard to believe, but here we are, the final week of action from here at the premier meet in the country in a 6-day week to close it out. Some big ones still to come, even though we're in our final week of action. Of course, 2-year-old fillies spin away on Sunday. We got the hopeful for the boys, grade 1 at 7/8 on the final day of the meet on Labor Day. And fans, their final chances to check out the action here before we head back downstate. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to be with the both of you. And today, a lot of changes. We're off the turf this afternoon, so quite a few scratches, but we say it a lot, that provides opportunities. PG Johnson, our feature today.
Yeah, and unfortunately off the turf, like you said, could provide opportunities, see a little something, have a little bit of insight into a horse that you think will be better because the races come off the turf. And Andy, I think you're really good at identifying those opportunities and at the right prices.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of races it may not happen, but there are races where the public gets enamored with a horse that's really more of a turf horse at the expense of horses that are in the dirt. And I think you have to re-handicap these races when they come off the turf and look at them as dirt races strictly. And opportunities will come. You just have to be patient, like anything. And we're sorry, though, that PG came off the turf. We're sorry all these races come off. Got a ton of rain early this morning. Yeah. And we're happy to have a race, though, named for the legendary PG Johnson.
Ducked into the Hall of Fame after a 60-year career in 2007. 36 straight years he won a race here at Saratoga, including some big ones like the Diana. Sword Dancer beat Forgo and the Suburban in his Hall of Fame career back in 1977.
Quiet Little Table beat him.
Yeah.
And when he won the Sword Dancer was Kiri's Clown in a 13-horse field. And Kiri's Clown was a real fan favorite.
Here's the field that's going to line up at the PG Johnson this year's edition that, as Mig mentioned, comes off the turf. And here's Magic Cross. 2 sprints. Andy now going to stretch out and had a troubled beginning in that Adirondack.
And the Adirondack was an extraordinarily strong stake race. The winner of that race is a very, very, very good filly. And she actually improved a lot from maiden win. And that's sort of a theme because I like a Bill Mott horse in this second race, and I'm hoping improves off of her debut. She's running against a Todd Pletcher horse that is an MTO that won first time out, but I think this filly is the horse to beat in here, Richie.
No, I agree with you. And the way she runs, just her stride, you know, the way her head is out and down, the mechanics of her stride makes you feel like longer the better. And she was very impressive on debut, and that Adirondack was tough.
Yeah, I think she's dangerous, but, you know, you're going to have to deal with the 11 as an MTO, who will not be 3-1.
This one, yes, the only MTO in the race for Todd Pletcher, debuted $500,000 daughter of Street Sense, who he tried to get her actually. Well, it was a race that was taken off the turf. And won as the favorite that day. Impressively, 4 1/4 length win, dominating a group that probably was not the strongest.
You got to like the way she did it, though, right? Taking dirt, even though it was a big hole presented itself, but there was no hesitation. And you just like when a young horse is professional first time out.
And she won first time out at a mile. And, you know, you see the 60 buyer. Well, that's not a bad figure for a 2-year-old in the middle of summer debuting going a mile. How fast do people think they're supposed to be able to go at that point in their careers going long?
Yeah. And the Dam, yeah, multiple graded stakes winner on grass, but was a multiple minor stakes winner on dirt as well. So there's pedigree certainly for the dirt, and with all the changes in there, it looks like it's those two, doesn't it?
It really does. I mean, there's always a possibility the other one, another horse, and there's a hidden dirt horse, but they'll too will take the bulk of the play.
Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 2 will be the first race of the day. That opening race, that jump race, canceled because we are off the turf. So the early pick 5, would have anyway, begins in race 2. Here's our track conditions presented by John Deere. We'll start the day muddy and sealed on the main track, and of course off the turf all afternoon long. And with that, quite a few changes here. This opening race, some buzz here for the first race of the day because of the presence of Justice Julia for Todd Pletcher out of Dreaming of Julia, who produced Malathot, dual champion, who started her career 5 for 5 and was a 6-time Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, quite the pedigree there, but also a pedigree, particularly being by Medaglia d'Oro, that this filly may be talented enough to win going 6 furlongs, but I think you'll see the best of her as they stretch out further.
Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for more on this first timer for Todd Pletcher.
That's right, Greg, and she is, as you mentioned, that half-sister to Malathat, as well as a half-sister to Julia Shining, both of which did win their debuts maybe a little bit later on in their 2-year-old season, but nonetheless, as 2-year-olds, getting the job done. Now, she does show up wearing blinkers for the first time, and for her first start, and I've noticed that she has been wearing them in the mornings too, and if you look at her gait works, they leave something to be desired, to be honest. Last time she was outside of Cowgirl Charm, who finished nowhere on Sunday in a maiden special weight. She was never going as well as her. And then 2 back with the gate breeze, she was going with the horse that Todd has entered in the auction maiden in the outside in Luna Rosso. And honestly, Luna Rosso was going just as well. And that's a much softer spot when you give the pedigree some thought that she's carrying in here. Now, physically, if I hadn't watched those breeds, I'd be very excited about her because she's incredibly fit here. She's really professional. But as Meg mentioned, she probably does want a little bit more ground to work with to really show her best. And coupled with the fact that her works have just been ho-hum, we'll see how sharp she is and how well she'll do at this distance at first asking. Now, Brad Cox will send in another Stone Street stable-owned horse, and that's Emery, who doesn't have quite as much pedigree. The dam was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter. This is only her second foal. The first one wasn't too much to write home about, but I really like what I'm seeing from Emery. She's really well muscled, a little bit stronger than her entry mate in here. Good size, incredibly professional, acting like she's been here, done this before, and she just shipped in from Churchill. She's been doing her preparations in Kentucky, but I really like what I'm seeing from this Brad Cox trainee at first asking, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Pick 5 pool starts here. Emery, Bullet, Gate Drill at Churchill leading into this spot. Filly by More Than Ready. The Dam was a 7-time multiple winning sprinter. Stakes winner as well. But it's really the other half of this entry with that pedigree that's getting a lot of people excited. But this may be the half of the entry that saves the day.
Yeah, I have a feeling this may be the one that's taking a lot of the money here. The reports are this horse has worked very well at Churchill Downs and is probably a runner. And you see the purchase price, $235,000. Keep in mind, that was as a weanling. You won't sell weanlings sell for that much money. A horse that sells for $235 as a weanling could very well sell 8 months later in July for $500,000, assuming the horse has progressed. And my guess is, considering the reports, this horse has progressed.
So difficult to pick out weanlings to be able to identify. It's like looking at a kid playing Little League Baseball at 9 or 10 years old and going, I think this is the one. And they develop and they change. And just like you said, it gives them options as well to either pinhook back as a yearling or maybe in a 2-year-old training sales. But the fact that this horse got that much money as a weanling and look like the works have been very, very strong.
And I think one of the reasons people will buy weanlings, or they'll mix and match a little bit, is that you have an opportunity to buy some pedigrees at prices that are at least more reasonable. Obviously, there's a lot more risk. The horses are so young. And I'll tell you what else, Richie, they're adorable.
Yes, you got to look past the adorable part, though, right?
Really, I saw them at the Saratoga. There's a sale in October, the New York Breds, and they have weanlings that sale, and it's the first time I'd seen a lot of them in the sale, and it's kind of cool.
Here comes our post frame. We start with the big pedigree play here. Justice Julia, Dam produced dual champion Malathat.
Yeah, I mean, Malathat, you think of more distance, but both she and Julia Shining won at 7 furlongs first time out. So they don't necessarily need a lot longer as a first-time starter, but it might be our entry mates, the one they're betting.
Fletcher trains the 1, the 1A, Brad Cox with that bullet drill Churchill. Here's the 4, Before You Go out of Wake Me Up.
Hey, ran well first time. Ran well first time and could improve off of that effort as well.
Clearly a test, 8-1, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Took a lot of money last time out and was disappointing. It was probably a pretty tough field. Cuts back from 7 to 6 furlongs.
8-1 on that one. Here is Wakasu. Bill Mott was 9-2 in the debut at Saratoga on dirt.
Broke a little slowly. I like moving out the outside post after that break the first time out and hoping this one can improve. I'm not big on taking firsters, so I took Wakasu on top.
3-1. From that outside post as we look at Justice Julia. So dreaming of Julia. Also had Julia Shining, who started her career 2 for 2, but this is the big one. Malathot, 6-time Grade 1 winner, dual champion in this victory in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, determined victory in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Just got it done. But with the pedigree that this filly sports, she already has so much residual value. Now, if she can run, that's just going to add to her allure.
A lot of her wins, she did just enough, didn't she?
I was going to say, if you looked, I mean, I don't know how many Grade 1 she won, but it's a lot, right? She's got to have won six.
Yeah.
Oh, 6. Okay, I was going to say 5 to 7, somewhere in there. Okay, I think she won the coaching club by about a length and a quarter. It feels like, in general, she won her races by less than a length combined. But she won them, and there's a lot to be said for that. She was a horse that got into fights, she got in close finishes, and she won them.
So we'll see what happens with her sister here in the debut coming up. She will have the inside post. Meanwhile, back to Wakasu. Tremendous meet for Bill Mott, who's on this incredible run with the deepest barn he's maybe ever had in his Hall of Fame career. This one, and maybe in a race like this, it does not hurt to have a start under your belt.
I think having the start, good outside draw. Bill's horses tend to get better with racing. He's not a guy, even though he's very capable with first-time starters, really cranking them up to win first time. I will say this, she seems a bit edgy, and I really don't have anything to compare it to, and I just wonder if the first race didn't kind of, rattle her just a little bit. Maybe she's a little more clued in, although she looks better now that she left the pony.
Filly who beat her, our colleague Tom Amos, out of the speech we're going to see in the spin-away.
Yep. Tom will do anything to get off the show. If you look through history, it's amazing the number of often great horses that lost their debuts to horses that a year later were running and claiming races, horses like Lorenzoni, who beat Easy Goer.
Yes.
And so being the best horse, but not being the best horse, but having experience can really give you an edge. And I'm not going to be surprised in the first or wins, but for me, I wanted this one with the experience. And Greg, you like the 4 a little bit here because of the experience that one had.
Yeah, has a start under her belt, 4 Pletcher, well named also. Let's see how they look here warming up. Go to Maggie.
Well, guys, because I covered her race first time out and was corrected because I totally butchered it, it's Wask Shoe. As we'll take a look at her on the track. Yeah, Meg was right. She was really edgy in the paddock, and when she ran first time out, she just kind of got on her toes once they tacked her, but really, unlike many Bill Mott horses that I see, she was an absolute handful to get the tack on. Bill actually had to get on her head. They had to make the tack up, and when I say make the tack up, that means that the valet literally just puts it all together so they can just put it on the horse's back, tighten the girth, and go. So it's it's an expedited process more so. And like Mick said too, she was a handful when she got on track, but she has expelled some of that energy. And obviously, Junior Alvarado rode her first time. You would have to think, since he rides so many horses for Bill Mott, has been a boarder in the morning and used to just her character and her demeanor and how she behaves. So she has strengthened up out of that race. Physically, I prefer her, whereas number 4 in here, Before You Go, she was a little bit nervy, a little edgy first time out, and now she's done a 180 the opposite way. She was really chill back in the paddock. Just she's gotten a nice solo warm-up here with Rod Ortiz aboard. The thing for me is she hasn't strengthened up. She hasn't, changed that much physically. So it's kind of one horse that's a little edgy that you wish was more calm that has done very well with a race, whereas one horse who's really calm, and that's what you like to see, but hasn't changed physically. So at the end of the day, Greg, that just pushed me to the 1A, and that's Emery, who I just continue to be impressed with. But again, experience counts for a lot in these fields.
And, just as Julia may wind up being, back to your point, the best filly going forward, but today, first time out with that speed, too, it looks like Emery may have. Maybe today she could be the best.
Yeah, I mean, again, good solid gate work, 1 minute and 2/5. It's roughly, in best of 25, roughly 12 seconds to every furlong. And watching her warm up, boy, she's got some hind end on her. I mean, just really, really strong. And, horses get up underneath themselves to push off. So I think there's a lot to like. And obviously, the entry's taking money. I'm sure they were going to take money on their own, but together, that makes them take even more money, doesn't it, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem from a gambling standpoint with entries, is only one of them can win. And you wonder a little bit, the 1A may be the reason the entry ultimately is taking a lot of money. There are stories in North running, but there's no way the plain one isn't weighting down. And maybe if you like the 1A, you'd be getting 2-1 or even 9-5, which is a big difference. And just in general, betting entries is bad value. And I really wish that there were no entries in racing. Everybody doesn't agree with this, but I think in today's world, the bettors should be able to choose what horse they want to bet and not get saddled with a horse they don't necessarily want to bet.
Right.
We've all made scores. I had a pick 4 once back at Aqueduct for about $3,000 when the wrong half of the entry won. So we all have benefited probably, especially in multi-race bets one time or another. But at the end of the day, I think we just rather take our chances with the horse we like.
We are in agreement.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you have your eye on one horse, and then another horse is coupled with them, and it could ruin your price. Or imagine, there's been cases too, Andy, and I know you've gone through this where you liked a horse that would have been 5 or 6-1 or even more on their own, and then you're coupled with a horse that takes all the money that you didn't like.
Ouster. Good horse for Mark Hennig that won earlier at the meet. When he finally won at a mile and 1/8 at Aqueduct, he paid a much shorter price. He would have been 7-2, 3-1 at least on his own. He got a shorter price because the entry made. It happens to people. We've all been bailed out at times too, and it's good to remember that, like that
Sure.
big 4 I hit, and that makes up for a lot of it. But I just feel though, as players, we lose more frequently than we win. So we're willing to accept the loss. We just would like to get the price on our horse. I think most people feel that way, and I know we as a company feel that way as well. We'd like to have no entries.
We're going to take the fight to the people after this meet.
Well, one of the reasons they don't do it is implying some sort of chicanery, which I think really annoys me because it's sort of besmirching the reputations of people. These guys are trying to win.
With the husband-wife
Right,
team.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, come on, right.
I'm sure they want to beat each other on the racetrack. I'm sure they do. It's like Jose and Ortiz and Irad Ortiz, and people who say they help each other win. If you guys are watching, those same people complain that Irad is too aggressive. You watch these guys ride; they aren't helping anybody win.
Not at all. There is Justice Julia. So the dam, dreaming of Julia, all she's produced. Pretty talented Julia Shining. And then, of course, Malathaat, a dual champion.
Julia Shining
3-5.
deserves a better chance than to come into a race like the Alabama off a 4+ month layup at 1.25 miles. She is a good horse.
We still could hear from
I
her.
wonder if she might be a better horse 7 furlongs to a mile around one turn. A race like the Go for Wand for her at Aqueduct later in the year.
Just let her make one run.
Yeah,
too.
I think she's that kind of horse, a faster pace, make a run.
That was a somewhat impossible task, though,
Yeah,
trying to get in the
it just-
Alabama off the layoff.
Yeah.
Here's the 4 acting up. The other Pletcher in here before you, Go-Go. One of the best named horses on the grounds. Mom was Wake Me Up. Now let's go upstairs and kick off this card to kick off our final week of the meet. Frank Miramati, take it away.
Thank you. Here's Waskasu to complete the lot. Waskasu goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Clearly a test, bounces out quickly before you. Go-Go has sharp speed and is in front now. Emery just behind them in third as Waskasu moves up to take second. So it's before you, Go-Go and Waskasu. 2 lengths back to Emery in third. Justice Julia at the rail fourth with 4 to make up. And then clearly a test is the trailer. Waskasu takes the lead willingly away from before you, Go-Go. And they're tackled by Emery through a quarter that went in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Waskasu, Emery squaring off now. Before you, Go-Go third. Justice Julia inches up on the outside to take the third spot. It's a long way to clearly a test. They have a 1/4 mile to go. Waskasu just in front. Emery right up alongside. Before you, Go-Go is now back into third as Justice Julia is fourth. They're inside the 8th pole. And Emery worked upon to put away Waskasu and open up. It's Emery, a clear-cut winner. Emery pulls away authoritatively, almost 5 lengths at the end. Waskasu was second. Before you, Go-Go, and clearly a test.
Emery saves the day for the entry here at Odds On. Tyler Gaffleone, Brad Cox team up for Stone Street Stables.
Yeah, once she was able to get into that position outside the number 7, Waskashu, she was traveling comfortably, and you could just see how confident Andy Tyler was turning for home. Junior Alvarado had already set down Waskachu, and he was still sitting before asking for her best. Waskachu did well to finish second.
And the time is remarkably fast. Now, sometimes you'll see wet tracks that play very quickly, but 109.4, this is a good horse.
Yeah.
He's not going to make the Spinaway this Sunday, but we're going to see her next in either, I would think, our Frizette or a race like the Alcibiades at Keeneland. This is a good horse.
Very fast
3 to
race.
5 here with Gaff Leone aboard for the victory and putting away a horse with experience here. This was Washington's second start of the meet, puts her away, and she wasn't even there.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really nice professional effort, too. She broke okay. She broke well, not super sharp, but it enabled her to get to the clear outside and then really get into a nice rhythm. And when he set her down, she just kept finding. I like the way she's coming back, too. I like when horses come back, and they almost seem matter-of-fact about it. A young horse, you know, she just seems like, okay, I did what I was supposed to do. What's next?
And you could see she was a winner every step of the way, and just the way, I mean, it's not, the 7 ran fine in defeat, frankly, and probably wins this race a high percentage of the time, but this horse was in a different galaxy than the other horses. Nice performance.
30th win of the meet for Tyler Gaff Leone, who missed a few days for a suspension. He was out of town for a few days.
He's had an absolutely sensational meet, and he and Matt Musiker make such a great team together. And listen, we all know how good Tyler is, but to come in here and to be able to do as well as he's done, it's not the first meet he's had a great meet here, but this is his best.
Breakout meet for him here, I think.
Great rider.
Still going strong. Sad news to report, an absolute legend in this sport passed away on Sunday at the age of 82. The great Jonathan Shepard, Hall of Famer, retired back early in 2021. Over 3,400 wins combined in his career, flat and steeplechase races. Had some great ones. One of the greatest jump horses of all time in flatter. He trained 11 individual Eclipse Award winners in his career. And he was the National Steeplechase Association's all-time leading trainer by wins over 1,200 in his career that began back in 1966.
46 straight years or 47 straight years winning a race at Saratoga. Yeah. And obviously, you think of him, especially up here, success with steeplechase and jumpers, and he had immense success with them. But he was a flat-out good trainer. Horses like With Anticipation, who was so good. I remember winning 1984 Test with Sintra, beating Wild Applause. Believe he won the trainer's title in Saratoga in 84 and 85. Yeah. And you don't do that by winning just steeplechase races. You do that by winning a lot of races on turf and dirt. A great trainer, a legend.
A lot of people don't remember, too, he was the trainer of Stormcat. Yep. And I actually rode Stormcat for him at the Meadowlands in a really tough 6-furlong overnight kind of race. And he told me in the paddock, Richard, I want you to stop this horse first step. Going 6 furlongs, I didn't stop him first step, but he was right, because then he was running off with me. I had to wrangle him back and put him behind horses, and he won easily. He was a tremendous gentleman, a great horseman, and could train any kind of horse.
Stormcat sent to him in 1985, trained forever together as well. Just so many greats. What a career. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Jonathan Shepard passes away at the age of 82.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 85 to the back, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs.
His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Thanks for joining us here on this Wednesday afternoon at Saratoga Live. We are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, we had an interesting pedigree standpoint. Maiden race to kick things off, 6 furlongs on the main track, and it was won by Emery, who was very impressive in her debut and guided to victory for Stone Street Stable and Brad Cox by Tyler Gaffleone. And Tyler, Emery, she seemed like the good backup plan for the plain one in here, but talk a little bit about her professionalism throughout the race.
You know, from the second I got on her, she was cool, calm, and collected. Out here on the track, I took her off the pony. She warmed up great. She's very kind, stood when I asked her to. Really, she just did whatever I needed her. But she broke alertly, put herself in a great spot. Once we were able to get to the outside, she got very comfortable and just kind of kept building on that.
And Tyler, we see you with that. That's your 30th win of the meet. Very few away from your all-time best, which is 33. And you've missed some days. Talk a little bit about and reflect upon that accomplishment.
It's amazing. You know, anytime you can come up here and compete with these guys, it feels really good. I owe a lot of credit to my agent. He's been getting me on live mounts. All the horsemen have been giving me great opportunities. But it's just something about being here up at Saratoga. It gives you a little bit more life, and you want to try and be as successful as possible here.
You're going to leave us tomorrow for Kentucky Downs. How many more days will you ride here?
I'm here today, Friday, and Monday as well.
All right, keep the wins coming. Congratulations, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
All right, Emery and Tyler Gaffleone, big winners here in the first, Greg.
It's a way to start off the final week of action here for a man who's had a just tremendous summer, as we've talked about. And he's one of the top riders in the game. He dominates in Kentucky. But he's always going to be up against it a little bit because most of his business is centered in Kentucky.
And you know, in some ways, when you're in that situation, you're only going to do as well as the Kentucky horses have done. Now, in his case, because of he and Matt, they're able to ride a lot of other very good horses as well. But if you're a rider coming to Kentucky, I mean, it'll happen with Ricardo Santana a lot, too.
Yeah, and if you're dependent on just those Kentucky outfits, if they don't have a good meet, you're not going to have a good meet. That being said, between the relationships Matt Musiker, his agent, has forged over the years, he can kind of move in a lot of different spots as well. And then when you get a rider that rides as well as Tyler Gaffleone does, it allows you to go to guys that even if you're friends with might not ride you if you don't have the goods. Well, he's got the goods.
We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll get into race 3, kicks off at pick 4 when we come back on our Wednesday coverage of Saratoga Live here on FS2. What a weekend it was for the Belmont Stakes winner and Team Jenna Antonucci with Arcangelo. Absolutely has become the leader of the pack in this 3-year-old division. Has he done enough to seal a championship? We'll tell you what's next for him as well.
2-year-old champion Forte, and they're off in the Jim Dandy. Forte flashing some good early interest. He's second, a thriller in the Jim Dandy. It's Saudi crowd digging down deep. The champ Forte's trying to get him on the money, an Angel of Empire. Saudi crowd, Forte, here's the line. Photo finish, signs a very, very close photo.
Standing at Hill and Dale at Alapa.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
To win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
Jenna Antonucci has done with Arcangelo. Belmont Stakes win, first female trainer ever to win a Triple Crown race, and then says, I don't care what anyone else says. I'm going to train this horse my way up to the Travers, and then comes up with that gem of a performance.
I love it. I mean, the fact that she could turn out the noise, especially when you have a high-profile horse, everybody comes out of the woodwork, wants to train your horse for you. And she just said, no, I kind of have a handle on this. I think this is how I'm going to do it. And listen, I even questioned some of the works early on after the Belmont Stakes because they just seemed so aggressive to me. But then she actually backed up in the last maintenance move. The horse looked great. She did a fantastic job, and nobody rode harder than Jenna, not even Javier Castellano. Boy, she can root.
It's a game of second guessing. I mean, fair or unfair.
Sure.
And we certainly do some of it ourselves. And some of you could say it's our jobs. And Jenna was in a position where, fair or unfair, they were going to second guess her if he didn't deliver the Travers. But she got the final word in.
And as a result of that, this has become the best 3-year-old in the land right now. Do you think it's a long way back to who's second? Where does he stand in this picture?
Oh, you know, that's a good question, to be honest. And right now, he's the definitive leader.
Yes.
He won the Belmont, he won the Travers, he won the Showdown. But there are other good 3-year-olds out there. You got a couple of them running in California, Pacific Coast Classic next weekend. We don't want to shortchange those horses. Go Rocket Ride, who won the Haskell. Obviously, Arabian Night, his horse has a lot of fans. He has a lot to prove, but he has talent. We'll see. We'll see in the Pennsylvania Derby. He's the leader now, but we'll see what happens in the Breeders' Cup Classic as well. I don't know. Disarm, how far behind him is Disarm? He's an improving horse for Steve Asmussen. I thought he ran well on Saturday.
And
he has no accomplishments to match this horse, though.
Pretty good horses, too, behind him. And maybe, can you say, just didn't run their best race? And next time out, Forte, Mage, Kentucky Derby winner. Are these horses that still could be a factor down the line?
Well, I don't think it's a closed book yet, but as of this moment, Arcangelo is the leader of the division. Now, you know, come the end of the day Saturday, if Go Rocket Ride jumps up and beats older horses impressively in the Pacific Classic, now you're going to have a debate, and there's still plenty of racing to go to actually settle that argument on the racetrack.
And whether or not they're necessarily as tough as some of the 3-year-olds that Arcangelo beat, the ones beating older horses, if Go Rocket Ride or even Arabian Night are able to do that, that's a big feather in their cap, and then it makes the Breeders' Cup an even bigger showdown to see which 3-year-old runs the best race. But he is the clubhouse leader, that's for sure, with his 2 wins. The Belmont Stakes and the Travers are 2 of the 4 most prestigious 3-year-old races in this country. That has not changed.
What a performance, what a training job by Jenna Antonucci, and belief in her team with this horse, who has been one of the great stories in our sport this year. And there's the spoils of victory from the Travers. We'll be back right after this with more Saratoga Live.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York. It's brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 3. We're off the turf today. This was meant to be a turf sprint. Main track now at 5.5 furlongs. Everyone looking for that first win of their career. Coming up, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll start on the outside with the lone MTO. That is Luna Rosso for Todd Pletcher. She's your favorite, go figure. But I think she's a solid enough favorite. As I mentioned back in the first race, she had been working two back. That August 12th breeze from the gate was with Justice Julia, but she honestly outbroke her, and obviously she didn't run that well in the first, as one would kind of expected watching the workouts. But this is a totally different class of horse and an off the turf race where many of them want a different surface. So she's professional, she's solid, she's well muscled and fit, and she's just a very, very logical favorite in here. As we'll move on to number 3, that is Rock on Layla, daughter of More Than Ready. Now, there isn't much pedigree in the first generation, though the second dam was Octave, a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, who won the Mother Goose and our CCA Oaks. Watching her breeze two back on the main track, she broke well, and she kept along with an unraced stablemate with Javier Castellano up in the irons that day. Wasn't going quite as well late in the game, and that's typical of a turf horse. She looks like a turf horse. The surface she was intended to run on. She's beautiful. I mean, if this was scheduled on the turf as it was originally meant to, I would pick her 100%, but it's not. And I just feel like they're going to give her one and kind of get this one out of the way. Look for her to possibly run well next time on the green stuff. As number 5, Lose Redemption, daughter of Catholic Boy, worked a very slow 10-3 at the OBS April sale, and to me looked like she wanted to run long on the turf. Now, she does have smaller hooves, which do tend to get over this surface fine, this sealed surface, wet, but she is very green here in the paddock. She looks fit enough, but to be fit enough, dirt fit, you need to have some strength, you need to have some muscle mass, which she is just lacking. Now, a horse that has experience, that debuted on the turf, Tempting Lady will try the dirt this time around. She's behaving so much better having the race under her belt, but she's just a little bit of a weaker framed filly, so I think the dirt she may struggle with, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Coming down Champions Way, we'll get to our post parade here momentarily. As you get a look at Javier Castellano, still enjoying that Travers victory. 7 Travers wins, Mig, for this Hall of Famer.
Just think about that. I mean, names like Arcaro, Cordero, Atkinson, Bailey,
Migliori
couldn't do. Well, I didn't even win one of them. I mean, my point is to win
only
7
Valponi
of them.
had won the Travers that year.
You know, I was right about Valponi. I was just a little early.
You ran a 114 Bayer in his race before the Travers. You were definitely right about him. And that one of those years, Javier won like 6 Saturday Grade 1s as well. Wow.
Remaining half of the entry, Luna Rosso just went by. First timer for Pletcher, gets the outside post. Here's Althena.
Yeah, just would have to improve vastly off of that first effort.
Rock on Layla, and Maggie mentioned second dam. Multiple Grade 1 winner Octave.
Yeah, but not really much of a producer. A horse Godolphin bought for a lot of money, and I'm not going to go on this one. Really more of a turf pedigree, and you like her. The 1A, who I did pick, is a little chilly on the board at 3-1.
Here's Tempting Lady for Jason Barkley.
Yeah, closed ground sprinting on the turf. The mare did produce 1 dirt winner, and also she actually won a dirt race in Puerto Rico, though.
Here's the daughter of Catholic Boy debuting, Lose Redemption.
Yeah, the first-time starter, Dave Duggan. I did not like the 10 3/5 workout at the sale.
Leslie's Loop the 6. She'll be in front.
She'll be in front. She's quick. She's coming back in 13 days after coming back in 14 days, so packing in a lot of racing in a short time.
Handle on you for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, as a Rudy first-time starter, but Yander's first time for the turf makes me think it's probably not that good in the dirt, but you never know.
Tom Morley filly debuting as a bullet 3 furlong drill.
Out of a mare that was 4-time winner on dirt. That was actually trained by Jack Van Berg.
She's Shadow for Jeffrey Englehart.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the not producing a lot of turf horses, but it's still more of a turfy pedigree.
And Rachel Sells sending out Turbo Maggie for the first start.
Out of a mare that has produced 3 dirt winners, but the horse not taking any money on the board.
4-1 on the most experienced filly in the group, who was second on dirt. It was a muddy sealed track in the debut. got on turf, ran even better. And I guess the public does not like what they saw last time out, Andy.
With the number 6, Leslie's Loot, yeah, you can't love it, but they were better horses than these. And you have to be confident this horse is probably going to be in front. And so I have to think this horse is a big contender because look at the race. You've got the 1A, a Todd Pletcher MTO. They worked an okay 10 and a 5th, the 2-year-old sale. This horse is going to be a short price just by default, and now drifted down to 5-2. The horse may win. I picked on top as my guess, but it's not inspiring a lot of confidence, right? If there was really a story, this horse was good. But the thing is, maybe the story is the horse isn't very good, but it still might be good enough to win this race.
Well, that's it. I mean, someone is going to win this race, and good connections. Vino Rosso gets 13% with a very small sampling so far with his first crop. 2-year-olds, winning. But one thing you know about Leslie's Loot, she's fast.
Yep.
And speed is a good thing to have, particularly with younger horses that were originally meant for a different surface, right? Now they're getting a surface they weren't really signed on to run on. The dirt, she's going to be in front, especially with Jamie Torres. This is a great...
She debuted on dirt, too.
Yeah, no, and she's got speed. I mean, she shows speed in all of her starts. Jamie Torres is an apprentice. This is a perfect horse for an apprentice. You don't have to make any decisions. Allow them to run.
I'm interested. It's a dream, the Tom Morley firster.
Vino Rosso?
In here a little bit. Because if you look through, it's really more of a dirt dam. So the pedigree suggests that dirt shouldn't be a problem. And I thought the 10 and a 5th workout, the 2-year-old sale, was actually pretty good. So I think that was kind of interesting. And that one's taking a little nibble here and there at 7-1, right? I mean, nobody here is really taking much money.
No.
Which I guess is reflective of what it looks like to all of us, right, as handicappers.
Here's the other, Vino Rosso. Of course, Todd Pletcher's favorite is the 1A, but this one, too, that Andy was just talking about, the Tom Morley barn runner, who does have the quickest of 20 runners going 3 furlongs in the morning, blasted away 35-4 that morning.
Yeah, and she's followed up. Nice couple of halves and 48 and change out of the gate. I'll tell you what, she's really elevated in my eyes on the racetrack. I like what I'm seeing from number 8. It's a dream on the warm-up.
Manny Franco will ride it, a 4-win Sunday afternoon. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at It's a Dream. I should say, a dream. Yeah, she did work the 10-1. She was asked quite a bit for that move. And, it's hard to gauge a 3 furlongs work. As they'll go 35, and then where do they go the next quarter in? 49.50. I mean, she just looks like she's going to need a race to me. And look, I don't know much about this filly, as she is trained by my husband. She's been preparing for this down at Belmont, but I just think that fitness is a major question mark for her. We'll see how professional she is. You might notice a bit of a scratch on her face there. She has a tendency to act up at times. So far, so good. I don't want to jinx her, but I'll take the wait and see approach with her. As number 9, she's Shadow. That's a funny name. She is by Buchero, who's actually really good. He stands in Florida, really good with his dirt sprinters. Hits at a really high percentage. And the dam, she wasn't that good. There are 2 siblings that won on the dirt in very mediocre races. I don't know, my eye just kept going back to her. She's bigger, she's incredibly fit here. She warmed up really well with Trevor McCarthy aboard, just very professional throughout all proceedings here. I know these are not connections that you think of winning first time out, but I just thought she was a little bit interesting given the observations so far in the preliminaries, Greg.
Gonna give Fitz, well, he's a pro. It would give me Fitz. Frank Miramati will be fine. She's Shadow. I can do it once. 21-1 here.
Do it twice, Greg.
Trevor McCarthy. No, I'm safe in the clubhouse.
Yeah, I think those names, I sometimes wonder if people give horses names. Now, sometimes there may be a story, there may be a reason the name, it's not always just about that. But sometimes I feel like people name horses just to try to make things tough for the announcer.
Oh, some do.
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
It's still the Pletcher filly debuting. She's going to have the outside post, by the way, the 1A, Luna Rosso. Favored here at 2-1. It does sort of feel like a default play here.
It really is. And listen, we've seen Todd with these horses for so many years. And one thing about him, they usually do show up. May not always win, but they usually show up. He's reliable with first-time stars.
Sure.
And he's also extremely good with the MTOs. I mean, one of the things that Todd, every meet is prepared for is to have horses lined up as MTOs, and it's been valuable. It's been one of the reasons, and it's not to say Chad Brown hasn't won some off-the-turf races, but Linda Rice and Todd, I don't know the stats. For all I know, Chad's won more, but I don't think so. I'm going to guess that those two have won more off-the-turf races.
Yeah, I think you're right about when, Todd is very astute at entering horses, in races where if it comes off, maybe it gives them more of an advantage. And, it's a lot easier, I should say, if I can get this out, running as a main track only as opposed to all horses that were intended to run on the dirt.
Well, sure. I mean, now in some cases, when we drew this, there was no rain.
Right.
It was supposed to be beautiful. It wasn't until Monday night that storm that we ended up getting in the morning, early morning hours this morning, reappeared on our feeds. But still, the way it's been the weather, you can't blame people for trying.
No, and she gets the outside post, which in one way you look at it and go, well, okay, that's kind of good because at least she's not under pressure. She's not going to get squeezed between two. But it's a 10-horse field and a short run to that far turn. I mean, she's got to be fast enough to avoid being hung too wide.
And one thing about Todd's horses, they're usually pretty quick, but who knows? I mean, I have no way of knowing. The last work for the horse in the turf, it was slow. Were they thinking the horse hasn't shown a lot in the dirt? We'll try her on the turf? I don't know.
And as you say all the time, outside post, especially with first-time starters, they can break to open space. It can be a bad thing as well. We'll see what happens with the debut. Now, finally, taking a bigger hit here. She's the 8-5 choice, has become the solid favorite in this spot.
It still feels like people are, I don't really understand it, but it happens a lot. It's like money is drawn towards the favorites in the late stages. And listen, I'm guilty. I picked her, so it's not like I've done something clever here. But I played some pick fours and used 1, 6, and 8.
Andy, do you think it comes down to people are kind of searching like us? A lot of questions here, not as much proven form to go on. Well, that horse is taking money, so that's where we're going to go.
Yeah, but it's like you want to be swimming against the tide at the racetrack. I'll tell you who's bet the Tom Morley horse to be 6-1 in this race. That horse could be any price in here. That horse is taking money at 6-1.
That's the 8. It's a dream. The other Vino Rosso. The favorite is as well for Pletcher. We're set for a pick four. Begins here in the third. Moved off the turf to the main track. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you very much, Greg. Here's Leslie's Loot coming up. Turbo Maggie with the red cap, 1 from the outside, and the 1A Luna Rosso will be the last one to load. She breaks from the outside stall. Luna Rosso coming up. Got one very active in there. Looks like Althena has reared up. Katie Davis about to climb back aboard. They're in the gate. And they're off. A slow beginning for Lou's Redemption. And once again, a very fast one for Leslie's Loot, along with She's Shadow, who comes away in third. On the inside, second currently is Tempting Lady as they run past the half-mile pole. Althena is down at the rail. They're followed by Handle on You, racing in between horses. It's a Dream, 1 from the outside. Luna Rosso, extreme outside. The opening quarter rattled off in 21 4/5 seconds. A big gap to the next flight. Lou's Redemption, Rock on Layla, and Turbo Maggie is at the back of the field. Leslie's Loot, once again playing Catch Me If You Can, has sizzled to a 6-length lead at the top of the stretch, with Tempting Lady now taking up the chase nicely in second. These two are well clear coming to the furlong pole. Leslie's Loot hanging on, 3.5-length lead. Tempting Lady trying to close that gap, but Leslie's Loot just keeps on going. Tempting Lady within 3, but it's going to be Leslie's Loot and Jamie Torres in front running fashion. Tempting Lady was second. She Shadow third. Photo for fourth went to Handle on You.
Leslie's Loot. Everybody at this racetrack knew this filly was going to be in front, that she was much quicker than everyone else in the field. She had some dirt form. How'd she go off at 4-1?
You said it when they broke the gate, Greg. You said to us, win or lose, it's crazy that the 6 horses 4-1 in this race. Everybody's a wise guy. They're betting first-time starters. They're looking and they're ignoring a horse that she's a little faint-hearted, but at least you knew she could handle the surface, and you knew she'd be in front, Richie.
Knew she'd be in front, and she just threw down the gauntlet right from the break. Jamie Torres allowed her to use her speed, and in a race that was kind of, a guessing game with horses that hadn't run. Here was a horse that had one thing you knew for sure: speed. And that's always a good thing to have, particularly in 5.5 furlong 2-year-old races.
Vintage Jimmy Chapman paid $5,000 for this horse, has already made almost $30,000, and this race just won about $45,000. So this horse has made almost $75,000 this year, purchased for $5,000 by a trainer who has one of the better sprinters, 3-year-old sprinters in the country, in Drew's Gold.
Yeah.
And he bought for $25,000, and this one's paid off handsomely at $5,000.
She looks like she's about twice the size as her pursuer here as well.
Nobody gained any ground at all in this race, too, which is something to keep an eye on as we go forward in the card.
4-1. Leslie's Loot, Jamie Torres, the apprentice, with a victory here for the Jimmy Chapman barn, who owns part of this filly as well. 4-1, 6, 4, 9, 7. Here in the third, well, the prices when we come back. We're going to take a timeout with the story of the Canner Mossy barn and the success they have had on the advice of their father to come here to the States. And it is paid big time for these two brothers.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fayetteville are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fayetteville is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Leslie's Loot out in front where everyone expected her to be, and this time she's able to hang on in career start. Number 4 for Jimmy Chapman with Jamie Torres aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer / part owner, Jimmy Chapman. And Jimmy, talk a little bit about what you just said to me. You said, yeah, I think she likes turf. She just wasn't fit. Was this a scenario of racing her into fitness?
Yeah, I mean, I take shots and I run them. I pretty much run them all a little to where they need a race. But, yeah, she was ready to run today. She was backing up. She got tired the other day going 6. She got tired going 5.5, and she was ready to run today, I guess.
Talk a little bit about the decision, to kind of keep her in, if you will, knowing that her best race came on the turf.
Well, our first race at Belmont, when she was second to the Wesley Ward horse, this was the same sealed track. So she loves the mud. She just likes to hear it behind her, and so I didn't have any problem with that.
How's Drew's Gold going?
Drew's Gold's going to go get a little time off, and yeah, he's fine. Saratoga was, the big boy showed up, and he needs to go have a little break, but he's fine.
Well, love to see him at the races and wishing him a wonderful vacation as well. But congratulations here with Leslie's Loot.
Thank you.
All right, Jimmy Chapman, Leslie's Loot. She gets the win here today in career start number 4, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. And the one she was asking about from that barn for Jimmy Chapman, Drew's Gold. We brought him up earlier. Really talented sprinter. Started out his career 4 for 4. Get a little rest, regroup. We could still hear big things from him to come.
I agree. A very talented horse. He's already done a lot of good things in the track.
Leslie's Loot, gate to wire, $10 for the victory. We move on to the 4th here, 6.5 furlongs. First allowance condition race. And 7-5 Cupid's Heart, who ran a big one for Bruce Levine today, 3rd off the layoff. While their father was a successful trainer in Turkey, it was his push for his sons to have even bigger goals, hoping for them, that really pushed them to come to the States for Matt Cannon and Ilkay. And the move, little by little, has started to pay very big dividends here on the NYRA circuit.
In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come. I think the biggest change, we won the graded stakes after 22 Saratoga meet with Evie Jets.
There's Evie Jets, who's ready to pounce up on the outside.
Which we were talking about, like we are very close to win the stakes races.
Evie Jets, who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel.
We almost sleep at the barn. We are young and we want to do it. We are hungry for success. And we want to show our success to my family, my dad, everybody. So it was very emotional. It was our first stakes in the United States. It was very important for me and Matt.
Matt Cannon and Ilkay Cantermasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Like especially Saratoga, when we come to Saratoga, we start coming like 5 years ago, and you deal with in the racetrack mostly really professional people. I think one of the best places to be, United States and especially New York.
Another change at the Cantermasi barn. Matt Cannon wants to use the golf cart less, spending more time riding their stable pony, Sierra's Son, leading horses to and from the track during training. The 11-year-old gelding is still a work in progress as he transitions from his days as a racehorse. Sierra's Son holds a special place in the hearts of Matt Cannon and Ilkay. He won 7 races for the brothers at smaller tracks when they were just getting started in the United States. While their father is in Turkey this summer watching his son's races late at night, Matt Cannon and Ilkay's mother loves to visit during the Saratoga meet. Their passion for the sport and understanding that nothing comes easy, win or lose, keeps their focus on the day-to-day grind of running a successful stable.
Just advantage first turn, because we are number 2.
It's April Antics, 3.5 length lead. Ichiban trying to get into second. April Antics. Ichiban might have just nailed her.
Bununla geçilmiş olabilir.
Whoever put down, very close. She's very little, you know.
The highs and lows of this sport, but those brothers have had a tremendous Saratoga season, winning at 26% at the meet. And year by year, we start saying their name a lot more.
Yeah, and it just keeps on improving. The quality of their stable, the way they go about things, they're getting better horses. And honestly, they're really good horse people. They grew up, their dad, obviously a legend back in their home country. And then for me, I just really like them. In the evenings, I go by their barn and hang out with them and talk horses. And I just really enjoy being around horse people and people that are that good-hearted. They're just really good guys.
And they've done an incredible job, obviously, with all their horses. But Evie Jets has been quite a story for them.
I agree, and it's a huge eye-opener to win a race like the Boston Spa with her. Manny gave her a very good ride to get there as well. I talked to him about 10 minutes or so on Travers Day, and it's the kind of win you would think with Evie Jets and the kind of job they've done overall with her. Open some people's eyes, give them a chance, give them a few more horses, give them a chance to win some more races. It's a very competitive, difficult business, but those guys know how to train, and they are very easy to root for.
And that was the one who obviously meant so much to them because it was Robert Amendola, who has passed away, obviously, at this point. That one running in the estate of Robert Amendola, who gave them their big shot here in the States.
Yeah, listen, Robert Amendola was never bashful about identifying people that did a really good job with their horses and giving them an opportunity, and they have made the most of that opportunity. And it's emotional every time you run because Robert Amendola was involved with ownership from the mid-'80s all the way to current day, and unfortunately we lost him, but I'm glad that his family's continued on, especially with Evie Jets.
And there were some big names in that race, obviously, that she beat. When you look down and you saw 29-1 on Evie Jets, it's a little surprising, wasn't it?
Not to me. I mean, listen, consumer spending should have won this race, to be honest with you. You got just a horrendous ride from Joel Rosario, but she's good enough. I would not have bet her. I couldn't have had her at any price, but I'm happy for those guys. And if somebody's going to get lucky to win, first of all, you got to get lucky to win occasionally because you get unlucky to lose. Races quite often. And Manny did everything right to get her there, and she finished ahead. I mean, Fluffy Socks was a very good horse, had an absolutely perfect trip under IRAD, and she couldn't get there. So this was just a great win for them. I could never bet her, so I'm not going to say I was shocked at the price.
No, I honestly thought 29-1 was too big a price, and admittedly, she needed a lot of things to go right to get the money. But 29-1 on a horse that's that honest, anytime you get a horse that shows up, they can be dangerous because things can fall right.
One of the reasons big price was the pace factor. It's very hard to be confident she would be able to run as well as she has in the past by rating, which she did.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was a very oddly run race, probably the most oddly run race of the entire meet.
Well, it was, and to be honest with you, she won. I liked her a bit going in, but I didn't see her winning that way.
See how emotional they are, well-deserved. What a moment, and she's been so special. She's been the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, just shows the ability they have to. Their first graded stakes winner when she won that Noble Damsel, added another big win, and now this victory here at Saratoga. A very special horse for them.
And she's valuable as a broodmare, too, with these wins. It's a very good, hard-trying horse.
We're going to take a timeout. Chad Brown had a few in that race, did Evie Jets. Got to the wire first in. He's trying to lock up a trainer's title here. He is in a battle, though. It's been all meet long with Linda Rice, who is going to reign supreme after the final 6 days here at Saratoga. We will find out. Chad Brown going to send out liquidity provider. And this race coming up, try and notch another one, get a little breathing room. Stay with us.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
The morning of the 149th Kentucky Derby started out with great disappointment for Hillendale owner John Secura.
The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was pouting when the Derby was run. I had a great box, and I was going to the races, and Forte was scratched, and my children were going, we're in the sort of throes of the breeding season. I said, I just watch it at home.
They're in the gates.
And not that I didn't think Mage had a chance to win. I thought he did.
Entering the backstretch run, Mage's 15th.
The drive to Churchill is an easy one when you win. It's a long one when you get beat.
But there's 1 furlong to go. 2 Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead.
Was jumping up and down.
Time is running out to catch Mage.
There was nobody here to see my antics.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
I just enjoyed and drank in the moment of that achievement, and then the next day we went to the barn and celebrated, and Barbara Banke came over and felt a deep personal and equine connection. She's been such a great partner. We've had great luck together, and we enjoyed the moment of seeing Good Magic basking in the glory of the afterglow winning the Derby, and Curlin was right next to him. It was almost like he looked over and said, "Good job, son, you've got a long way to go, but keep it going." Similarity I see when I see them next to each other is today's legacy and the future legacy.
Curlin and Good Magic, arguably sport's most formidable father and son team.
That's really a separating point on most sires. When you can sire Grade 1 winners and horses that compete at the highest level of racing, that's what breeders are really looking for. It's very hard to do. That genetic switch is either on or off, and when it's on at the highest level, like Curlin and now Good Magic, it's really the epitome of what you could expect from a stallion.
What a story where there's 2 star stallions. They're pretty darn good on the racetrack too. Curlin and his son Good Magic. Our show brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And here is a daughter of Curlin, 7-year-old mare, Mongolian Panther.
This is a highly competitive race. She's actually far from untalented, but in a field like this, she's going to be a rank outsider because there's some pretty nice-looking fillies in here. And I tell you, it has been an incredible start for Good Magic. You sort of, because Gunrunner has gotten, and justifiably so much attention, I think Good Magic is not getting as much attention maybe as deserves. I mean, the number of the top 3-year-olds that were sired by Good Magic that were in the races, it's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal, and that I love those pictures of the Curlin and Good Magic side by side. I mean, you could see
they look alike.
I mean, it's just amazing. And Curlin now a sire of sires, and John Secura to me is one of the most fascinating people in our industry, and I really applaud that he took such an historical property like Alapa and has done what it's done in bringing it back to the glory that it once had.
We're going to get an Isaac Castillo sighting, by the way, young up-and-coming rider who's made a lot of headlines riding out in Oaklawn on board Mongolian Panther. Joining us for the first time today, let's get a paddock report with Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start with the horse that's taking a lot of the early money off of an 88 Beyer speed figure last time out, and that is the daughter of Cupid, the number 6, Cupid's Heart. She's making the 3rd start of her form cycle now, and she by far looks the most fit that I've seen her coming back. I actually even just last time wrote Burley in my notes because she does carry a lot of condition. She's much more tucked up today. And also now as a 4-year-old, she's become much more settled in the preliminaries. They still have the cotton in her ears, and while she's still striding out well and she's alert, she's not doing too much before the races, which I certainly do respect. But one thing about her last start is that, yes, she did break out and bump her neighbor, but she just didn't really have much early foot at the beginning of the race. And we'll see if she can go back to some of those earlier races where she was a little bit quicker, a little bit more involved in the race, but she just missed last time, and certainly a race that she could build off of as she's gotten more on her toes as they've started to head out. First start of the 4-year-old season for the 3 liquidity provider, and I think we've come to accept and understand that you should not be scared of taking the Chad Brown horses that have been training training at Monmouth. You look back to a couple weeks ago with a horse like Digitize, who came back off a big layoff when training at Monmouth, showed so much more gate speed and was impressive in winning. So this one, training sharply with Chad's Monmouth team, she's super fit coming back, and that there's no excess condition on her. I just wish that she looked a little bit stronger across her flank and on her top line as well. And that's something that can definitely come with racing. She absolutely could take a big step forward, and she won impressively back in October. I do think, though, that she will be better having a start from a strength perspective. As far as the Four Little Prankster is concerned, she got a big win last time out, getting into that July 30th race when it came off the turf. And when Maggie and I see one horse or the other, we share our notes. And she said that last time she was one that just took a little bit of time to warm up. It obviously didn't matter. Watching her workouts, she is one that is not the smoothest of movers. She pulled away impressively with the first start with blinkers on last time out, and she's sharp. I'll watch her on the track, but we'll see if she can do it again today. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to our post parade here coming up. And a race that's going to kick off at pick 4. Here's Little Prankster. Big win here at the meet on a race that came off the turf. That was going 5.5 furlongs for Phil Bauer. We start with Vallelujah. It's provided some big moments for father and daughter, Robbie and Jackie Davis.
Yeah, one up here last summer. Jackie Davis for dad, Robbie. Jackie's been lighting it up at Finger Lakes. This filly's going to have to improve. This is a pretty tough field.
4-year-old debut for this Chad Brown filly. Liquidity provider.
If you get 3 or more to 1 on her, maybe it's not the worst gamble. Chad Brown has good numbers coming off these layoffs.
Here's Little Prankster for Phil Bauer and Rigney Racing.
Yeah, big speed last time. The off the turfer turning back from 1 mile and 1/8. That was a big effort.
The filly to beat. Here's Cupid's Heart for Bruce Levine.
Yeah, I mean, she's just got races, and particularly her one race on a off racetrack in Saratoga last September was excellent.
Mongolian Panther. Here's the Curlin mare with Isaac Castillo.
Yeah, it's going to have to run a race that is better than what we've seen from her, although she's not that far off. Her last race was okay. And you get Isaac Castillo. That's kind of interesting. David Jacobson giving Isaac Castillo an opportunity.
Named here a number of Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then he would go down to Ellis Park and ride. Of course, Ellis is closed, and now he'd be at Kentucky Downs and heading to Churchill.
Getting some big opportunities in his career. We see him ride for Steve Asmussen out at Oaklawn.
Good rider.
4th coming up on our Saratoga Live coverage. It's Cupid's Heart, 3rd off the bench. Could you get a better break today?
They're in the gate for the Shuby. And they're off. Beautiful start for Nest. Goes right to the lead. Nest in full flight. Clairiere still with 2.5 to make up. $5 million in earnings between these two daughters of Curlin. But it belongs to Nest, who comes back in style and finishes full of run to score in the Shuby by 2.5 lengths. Clairiere second.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finished.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our FS2 coverage, and one of the great views of the sport anywhere in the country. The 1863 Club out on that porch. Beautiful spot to catch all the action at this historic racetrack. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. There is Cupid's Heart. A poor beginning, got bumped around a little bit, had her dead last early, and she made a big late run to really challenge Philly, would come back and be second in the Charlestown Oaks.
No, I mean, if she runs this race, it's very unlikely she loses, and it's crazy that she's not favored in here. She blew the brake, and it's not though she's had a lot of problems with the brakes in the past. And she has, Richie? Richie says yes?
Yeah, no, Andy, she's never been handy away from the gate. She got a little bit better at it as she went along, but she's never been one that her first couple of steps are
That's right, your
really
first start,
sharp.
you're right, yeah.
But never that bad. I mean, she can be forward.
Her
She
first start was bad,
here.
but you're right, yeah. She almost beat Unbridled, Undervalued Asset,
yeah.
who came back and was second in the Charlestown Oaks to a very nice horse. Valvo actually had beaten her at Churchill back on Derby weekend. And it just shows you she's a clear-cut favorite if you look at doubles. And I'm not saying that the 4-horse can't win here, Little Prankster. I won't be shocked if she does. But keep in mind, her big figure she earned was in an off-the-turf race. And sometimes off-the-turf races seem to be come up with numbers that aren't duplicated in actual scheduled dirt races. And it's the only big number she's run. And that was 5.5 as well. Do you even think she's a significantly more likely winner of this race than Liquidity Provider? I don't.
I don't either. And it's just interesting, Cupid's Heart. She came back and worked out of the gate. Most of the time when horses have run multiple times, unless they're coming off a layoff, you don't see them go back to the starting. Well, she broke and went a half in 48 and 1 after the last race with that, poor beginning.
Yeah, she's got to break better. It's a good point. I forgot about her debut, too.
6-5 on that filly. So there she is. Liquidity, sorry, Little Prankster we were just talking about. Yeah, I mean, she got a pretty big, thoroughgraph-wise, she got a big number in that debut. We'll say, and that was meant for dirt. But certainly eye-catching to win by, no matter who you're beating, to win by 7 3/4 lengths, going 5.5.
Oh, she demolished the field. She's a nice horse. But I would rather take a horse that's running races and scheduled dirt races, but as well as they've run.
company, too, that she's got to deal with today.
Yeah.
Post time coming up. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, she did win impressively last time, and I promised I would keep an eye on her out on the track, Little Prankster, and she had a very reserved warm-up. Stayed with the pony, very quiet, and I do think that it is something worth noting because she's been just absolutely flying in those morning workouts in the 1-2 back where she went 46 and 1. You can watch on XBTV, and it's been interesting, her rider kind of kept looking down as if to make sure that she was switching her leads, and she did kind of shorten up a bit, but she also just went so fast in the mornings, and hopefully she can kind of carry that over into the afternoons, but that still is my question. She'll have to prove it today. I preferred the one that's now your favorite in Cupid's Heart. The number 8, Mongolian Panther, the mare by Curlin, and as you guys were touching on, she does have a little bit of ability. She was saddled with the pony back in the paddock, as David Jacobson does with everything that he sends out, but she got very hot last time, and while she is a little bit warm, which is normal after a warm-up out there on the track, she's much more settled today, also making the 3rd start with the barn, the 3rd start of her form cycle, and this could be a time where we will get a chance to see one of her better efforts. She'll need it against this group, but I have seen some progression with her, which I do appreciate, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. See the little one taking in the action here. Future fan of the sport. Mig's doing his part to create a bunch of new fans, too. My son, lifelong fan, thanks to you, taking him around the backstretch.
Nice. Yeah, we go out, we get to see some horses, get up close and personal, a little bit of history of the place. I enjoy it, too. It gives me an opportunity to get out on the backstretch and share some of the things that I've learned over the years, and then also to visit with a lot of people that I'm friends with, Andy.
And yeah, I said you had 25 people out there this morning?
25 this morning, yeah. We actually had to get the tram. We couldn't do it with golf carts. We had to get the tram.
Popular.
Yeah.
Little Prankster should be in front, right? But Liquidity Provider coming in fresh.
I don't know.
Is she going to pressure?
I think you're going to, depending on how the 6 breaks, I think you're going to see a 3 and 6. I'm not convinced that the 4 is going to be in front. I know last time she was, but that wasn't even really that fast a pace last time. So I'd be surprised if Liquidity Provider, especially breaking towards the inside, if IRAT's not aggressive. And if the 6 doesn't break, I think she'll be in front. Though the 8's not slow either.
Flavian Pratt on the favorite, the gray, Cupid's Heart. 4-5 now. As we get set for the start of a pick 4, let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Cupid's Heart has taken up her spot. Mongolian Panther to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Mongolian Panther and Liquidity Provider vying for the early lead, and Little Prankster, after a few jumps, is a little bit quicker and up to take the lead. So it's Little Prankster in front. Mongolian Panther prompts the pace in second. Liquidity Provider is now 3 off the leader, passed by Cupid's Heart, and at the back of the field is Vallelujah. Down the back stretch, Little Prankster leads it by a length through a quarter in 21 4/5 seconds. Mongolian Panther is trying to press her in second. It's 2 more to Cupid's Heart in third, and Liquidity Provider at the rail fourth, now 6 lengths off the lead, with Vallelujah trailing around the far turn. And it is Little Prankster a length in front. Mongolian Panther, Cupid's Heart inching closer with a 3-wide bid in 44 1. Top of the lane, Little Prankster now set down, opens up 3. Mongolian Panther could not keep pace in second, but is still trying hard. And further back, Cupid's Heart is a flat third. 16th to go, Little Prankster. Mongolian Panther so game on the outside. Little Prankster holding on. A final try from Mongolian Panther. Little Prankster got there. Mongolian Panther fired big in defeat, and Cupid's Heart was third.
Just enough to hold on here. Little Prankster and connections that set this meet on fire last summer. They were so hot. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, they were 6 for 13 from limited starters. Little Prankster back-to-back wins.
Phil said he was hoping to win 2 or 3 races to meet. He just got his 3rd win. 4th? Oh, okay. Yeah. So he had an overachiever.
That Little Prankster was just very, very aggressive leaving there, made a nice lead, got comfortable, set fast fractions, but I think this track is very, very fast.
It's very fast, and they're not picking up ground. Right. And I don't think she ran at all today, Liquidity Provider. I thought she got a very passive ride. She broke on top, and he just couldn't take her back fast enough. She didn't run at all today, though. And the favorite, she didn't break that sharply, but she was bad.
Didn't break well again, but you could see midway of the far turn,
Swimming.
She was struggling trying to keep pace with the winner, and it was a 1-2 number around the racetrack. Little Prankster held off a very game Mongolian Panther.
Yeah. Well, it was a big upset.
It looked like early stretch it was over, and then she made it very interesting late at 18-1. Isaac Castillo, no quit in him on
Another
that
fast
7-year-old
race.
mare. 4-8, 6-3, 115 and 4 for the 6.5 furlong. That's
Track
moving.
very glib, and you get Tyler Gaffleone with another winner on today's card. Again, just an absolute breakout summer in Saratoga for Tyler. I mean, he's been a top rider nationally, you know, for as long as I can remember now, the last several years, but this is his best Saratoga by far.
31st winner of this Saratoga summer for Tyler Gaffleone. He's taken 2 of the first 3 on the card this afternoon. The opening race was canceled. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Andy Serling with you, and PG Johnson is the featured coming up, taking off the turf, so it's changed the race quite a bit. And with the changes near Magic Cross and the main track only outside mid-sense, look like the 2 main players near. For Magic Cross, very tough beginning in the Adirondack, which he got forced in about 2 paths from Here You Come Again. Still ran okay late against a filly Bright Work who looks like she's very talented.
I mean, her first race wasn't that good. It was, frankly, she got a fast pace to close into the race, collapsed. It was a slow figure. I thought she really dramatically improved in her second start, Richie.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. I mean, she did what she needed to do, but her Adirondack, and it also showed that she'd run through adversity, not having the greatest beginning. But today, inside draw out of the Wilson chute, 2 races under her belt, improved the second one. She's going to be very tough.
So Magic Cross 2 sprints now stretches out for Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and then you have the main track only horse there on the outside, Miss Sense for Todd Pletcher, who did win a race that came off the turf first time out.
Yeah, and I thought she was very professional first time out. Came from off the pace, took kickback, ran through traffic, albeit that she did get a very large gap to run through when they turned for home. But you like to see young horses. We see a lot of young horses win first time out going gate to wire. I think they point out how much quality they have when they're able to come from off the pace first time.
And winning in a mile first time is never easy, slow race or not. And I wonder if there's some other trainers asking themselves, why didn't we enter MTO in this race?
Yeah. Outside of those two, just it's sort of a guessing game.
Yeah.
Who's going to show up?
Yeah. They're going to take the bulk of the play, and they are far and away the likeliest winners.
That's the feature race that comes off the turf race 9. P.G. Johnson, named for the Hall of Fame trainer. Some incredibly big wins in his career, including Valponi in that Breeders' Cup Classic, 42-1, I believe.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Big price.
Big price.
Pretty good horse.
New audience joining us in just a few moments here as we get set for the 5th ahead. It's going to kick off the pick 6 on this Wednesday card. Stay with us. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal San Diego. Those already with us on our FS2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Sun shining on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York as we move into the final week of this Saratoga season here. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, Andy Serling with you. Pick 6 is coming up next. 4th we just ran in the books, and Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, and a filly who's now won twice at the meet.
And broke sharply, got very comfortable, made the lead, set fast fractions on a track that feels like it's lending itself to fast fractions. Kicked away, kind of outpaced the runner-up, Mongolian Panther, turning for home, but Mongolian Panther stayed at it resolutely and made it very close at the end, Andy.
Very, very close. A little too close for comfort if you add the 4. And we've seen this a lot when we've had rain, when the track dries out. Very often, the inside has been good and speed has been tough. We're seeing it so far today, but we'll see. There'll be some more competitive races as the day progresses.
So Phil Bauer last summer ran just 13 horses here. He won with 6 of them. He's one of the big stories of the meet. Having another nice meet here. Hard to replicate what he did last summer, though. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And happy to be joined by Phil Bauer as little prankster. Hold on, Phil, you told me at the beginning of the summer you were hoping for a couple meets, now 4 wins, and we saw what you did last year. Talk about the horses that you've pointed to run at Saratoga.
You know, it's always special to win up here, and last meet, it's just something that you can't really prepare for. So after it happened, you know, we came up here with realistic goals of a couple wins because, you know, it's Saratoga. So to be able to do that and then get a couple more on top was very satisfying. You know, the barn, they do such a great job. And, you know, I think the key, just some of the spots up here is maybe condition type horses, you know, maidens and then 1Xs like this filly's been able to, unfortunately, take care of both those conditions here. But it's just not necessarily when you bring them up here, you don't really have something circled, but you have a general idea that they have ability, and hopefully the cards fall your way. But, you know, just overwhelmed that you come up here and have success with all the big barns and outfits up here, and very happy for the Rigneys. So it's just a very special place.
And you should be very proud of that, indeed. And as far as little pranks, they're now 2 for 2 with the blinkers. How do you think that that's helped? Because as you were telling me, she's so naturally quick.
You know, early on, it was let's break and settle, but I think the key to her is just roll early, maybe a true 3/4 type. I was a little nervous of Lex 16th there, but you know, that's the thing. If they have a lethal weapon, let them use it, and hers is speed. So just let her roll, and that was the key. You know, we both times have kind of broke flat-footed, and we've done a lot of gate work in between, but I guess that's her. But her steps 3 and 4 are pretty quick, and she was able to gain the advantage today and hold. So. Nice filly, and hopefully we can get some black type moving forward.
She dug in nicely for you today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another good meet for the Bauer barn, Greg.
Yep, another very successful summer. And this filly, 2-time winner here at the meet. Little prankster, wins at 5.5. Race comes off the turf, now wins at 6.5. And a couple maybe, Andy, did not show up and run their race in here, but beats a pretty good field in this spot.
No, I agree. It's hard to know. We run 3 races today. Does the track play a role in it? I mean, Cupid's Heart has been a horse that's run some very good races, but she has disappointed in other races. And you like to think of do a little more running than she did today. And obviously, the liquidity provider. Could she have been more forward? Would it help? Maybe, but she didn't do any running either. They just really were disappointing, but the winner was not.
Off the turf all afternoon today, and this 5th race coming up is going to start the Pick 6. An allowance optional claiming field, mile, main track out of the Wilson Chute, and with the changes in here, Gilmore looks awfully tough for Brendan Walsh. Main track only runner who was 3rd in the Grade 1, Woody Stevens against Arabian Lions, who starts back. We're going to take you behind the gate. Well, actually, Richard Migliori will do that. Going to saddle back up when we return and tell us the key to a good break. Stick with us. A lot more ahead on the show.
A beautiful individual, extremely athletic, displayed a tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. You know, very special family to me.
Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales. I plan on breeding to him next year. I think he's a great play right now.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The post, the barrier, the stalls, the iron monster, the starting gate. There's so many key and important times in a race where jockeys have to make quick decisions, when to move, when to sit, wait behind horses. But to me, one of the most critical times in a race is leaving the starting gate. If you don't break cleanly, you can get shuffled back, taken out of position, and it's hard to get a horse in a good rhythm. Starts are so important. I want you to know what goes on inside the starting gate. Come on with me.
Hey, wait for the truck. All right. Yeah.
Key to breaking sharp from the gate is having your horse warmed up, alert, but settled. You want them relaxed. We've got a great gate crew here in New York, and they know all the horses, their habits, what to expect. Put them in the gate, get them square, looking down the track, and be ready to go.
Try to get as relaxed as I can on my horse before we go in the gate. And once I get in there, I want to let him walk in and take a deep breath and make sure the gate guy get up, because I want to make sure he starts setting his feet correctly. And you know the ones that's going to sit in there and be still, but I just want to keep it as relaxed as I can going into the gate with the horse, where the horse can feel like he's gonna do his job. I'm gonna just stay out of his way.
You get one that cuts right to the gate, sometimes they'll balk. It's a kind of a closed space. Some horses are a little claustrophobic. Important to pick up your feet so you don't get your legs caught on the side of the gate. You could feel their energy. Sometimes you'll feel their heartbeat beating on your leg. Again, want to keep them relaxed, settled, get them square. The assistant starters are so good at getting the horse nice and balanced. Sometimes you get one that's leaning a little too far, you'll take your leg, push off the petition, get them where you want them to be. Looking down the racetrack, all 4 legs square on the ground. Last horse gets ready to go in, you're gonna take your half cross, take a piece of mane, one hand, other hand free in case horse breaks left or right, you can correct them, and you're gonna be leaving here in a hurry.
Well, a lot of people wait on the guys to say 1 out to get all set and ready. You know, I'm not, you know, you can hear the guy say 1 out, but I'm mostly paying attention to the guy with the button. That's how I break so fast out the gate, you know. I'm a button guy, you know. Or I listen to the last door sound and the button. And after that, early position wins the race most of the time.
So many moving parts that make a horse break well or break poorly. It's important to have great communication between the rider and the assistant starters as well as the official starter, and working with the trainers to make sure that if a horse is a little bit nervous, they school them, they get them where they're relaxed around the gate. It's not always the horse that's the most keyed up that breaks the best. It's the horse that's alert and settled and balanced in the gate. Then you can leave the gate in a hurry.
Meg showing us what it takes for a good break. Who do you think are the best at it in this colony?
I mean, that's a terrific question. I mean, there's a lot of good gate riders here right now. Honestly, Tyler Gaffleone, he impresses me consistently. Seems like he has horses square. They leave on time, and he understands the value of getting your position going forward.
I also think when he's on a speed horse, he's determined to get the lead on. Joel Rosario.
Yeah, well, but
when he's on a horse,
when he wants the lead, right? You know, I think Joel Rosario is a terrific rider. I also think that there's been several moments here that he's been very indecisive.
Yep.
And when a rider's riding good, the one thing they have going for them is they're decisive. They'll live with whatever decision they make, but they make a decision.
No argument here.
There's always moments like that, though. It's a long year for riders where you go through those battles of
there's going to be ebbs and
like
flows.
You're locked in.
Absolutely. There's going to be ebbs and flows. And sometimes if your confidence, you start questioning yourself, your confidence wanes a little bit, that's when you tend to, you know, hedge and make multiple decisions instead of saying, this is what I'm going to do, stick with it. I don't mind when a rider makes an aggressive mistake. It really bothers me when a rider makes no decision and then
becomes a victim.
The race is dictated to them and they're victimized.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I think it's true of everybody in this game. I'm sure trainers go through it.
Sure.
Where should they run? What races to run in? Horse players certainly go through it. When you're doing well, you use that extra combination. You put the right extra horse in situations where you're going badly. You sort of have a self-defeatist attitude. And I think that's this game. This game will expose every chink in your armor.
Yes.
Every single one of them will expose it, find it, and abuse it.
And that guy right there that just left our screen, overwhelmingly the one to beat. He's going to put that 13 saddle towel on in a moment. Gilmore, multiple graded stakes placed on the dirt, the Pat Day Mile and the Woody Stevens. He's odds on. He'll have the meet's leading rider aboard as well, and a Rat Ortiz Jr. Gilmore. We'll be back.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Life is good. Really, really, really
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
Ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
They're coming down for the finish, and it will be Dripping Gold to win the opener on Whitney Day.
We came to Saratoga for the first time in our lives with our first West Point horse, Dripping Gold, and went on to win the race here at Saratoga, which is amazing. I think just being part of the West Point family, being a part of what they stand for, the integrity of the organization, the values, and that starts with Terry Finley and Deb and their children, and the whole team is like that. And they're like family, and we have gotten to know a lot of great partners, and they've become friends, and it's been incredible.
The gold standard in racing partnerships, we really do try to provide a lifestyle experience on several levels. And it's a sport that the whole family can enjoy. And there's not a lot of sports that people can get into it and bring their kids or their parents and their extended family and everybody have a good time. So it's really special.
I had never thought that I would be playing at this level and owning some of the finest thoroughbreds anywhere in the world with West Point. And we've had an incredible journey. We've had horses run in Toronto, here at Saratoga, Belmont Park, et cetera, and it's been incredible.
You know, I don't know about some of the other outfits out there in the industry that do what we do, but I do know that there's nobody that spends more time with their clients, with their partners, educating them and helping them to understand and giving them a broader experience that is close to what insiders get in this game than us. Nobody does it nearly like we do it.
West Point buys horses at very different price points, so there's the ability for people to get in at various levels, and I think they should really get more information, pick up the phone, make a call. West Point, for example, makes the process very easy, and it's not hard for people to get into this game and really enjoy it, no matter how much they invest from the start.
The organic part of all of this is that over time, by being with us, by being partners with West Point, they start to really become horse people. They become not just horse players or animal lovers, sports lovers, they become horse people.
As much as West Point values our horses and what we're doing here at the track and on the farms every day, our heart and soul are obviously the partners, and that's what makes it so much fun for us, is getting to share with them and really give that family kind of vibes.
We feel like we're part of a family, which is really incredible. They're not a lot of investments where you feel like you're really part of a team and part of a family. So that's what makes West Point so special.
The West Point Thoroughbreds is represented by Signator in this upcoming 5th race off the turf in race 5, but there are some really intriguing main track only runners, and we'll start off with the 15 Signator, sold for $1.7 million, the son of Tappet, and the second dam is Furlow, who won the Grade 1 Ballerina, and this is a horse, though, that I think mentally maybe it's just taken a little bit of time to put things together. My notes from his last race when he came off of a big layoff were that he just really needed one. From a fitness perspective, he was carrying a lot of excess condition, and he was also just still not completely focused. Unfortunately, I feel much the same about him again today. He came into the paddock kind of screaming, which is not uncommon, especially of a gray Tappet. In that sire line, you will see some that just lack a little bit of focus in the preliminaries, and while he's a bit more tucked up, he does carry a lot of condition. He's been working with his regular workmate, Capture the Flag, who I think is overall more of a turf horse. But I thought that the last workout was definitely a big step in the right direction for Signator, who seemed to be going better than his mate. And hopefully he can keep things together from a mental perspective and improve off of that last effort. The horse to beat in this race, though, is the 13 Gilmore. All of his races since moving to Brandon Walsh's barn have been in stakes company, including finishing third in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens 2 starts back. He stretches out to the mile today, which I really don't mind for him. I feel like 7/8 a mile is probably his best distance. And boy, he got on the muscle once they put the tack on him, really striding out, incredibly fit, well muscled, and it's just a big, big class relief versus the horses that he's been facing lately. Same equipment that he's been wearing in his last couple of starts, and looking at his energy today, he has run on his mind. The number 12, Winter's Lion, Fabian Pratt will be aboard this one. We'll try to build off of a third-place finish at Belmont last time. I saw him 2 back at Belmont in May, and he's really strengthened up and put on a lot of muscle mass since that effort. And I hope that that is a step in the right direction, because he was always a little bit of a lighter frame type, and it looks like he's done well. And Joe Sharp has been having a tremendous Saratoga meet. Finished third behind Barese, who was aggressively handled in that spot. Was a little bit flat in that effort, but he's one of the tried and true dirt horses in this race, and does seem to be a perfect fit at the mile distance as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post parade coming up. Pick 6 starts here. As we approach the 5-minute mark to post, 4 to 5. Surprised he's even hanging on that high here, Gilmore.
I mean, the track has been favoring speed. That is about the only thing I can come up with to say could be an Achilles heel for him. He had trouble at the start last time, which is a legitimate excuse. And this horse is running well behind some very, very good horses. He also gets Lasix for the first time. He's just, on paper, overwhelmingly the horse to beat.
We're going to kick things off in our post parade. Narciso Dali, Amir Shishakli trains 22 to 1 from the inside post.
Horse broke his maiden, showing speed back in December for maiden 75. Quite a bit tougher here, even off the turf.
And Torres, we'll see next, had shown sprint speed on synthetic, and that was a maiden win gate to wire.
Yeah, tries the third surface, actually, and we'll see if he handles it, but does have some speed, but he'd have to run a bang-up race to win.
And we jump all the way with the scratches now to the 10, and that is Escari.
Interesting pedigree here. Interesting pedigree here. Uno Mas Promesa. The Dam has had 2 horses to win on dirt, including the stakes winner, Promise Me Silver.
Look out, speed with Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing. They just won the race earlier.
Yeah, I mean, horses like Antares, Kigali, and perhaps Midnight Trouble could be forwardly placed here. We'll see how a horse who primarily has run well, better on turf.
And here are the main track only runners. Winner's Lion, Flavian Pratt for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, well beaten last time by Barese. Was hoping the race come off the dirt. Got what he asked for.
Gilmore, here he is. Multiple graded stakes placed on dirt, even money.
Don't run races on paper, but as far as talent and the races he's run in the past, he overlays this field.
TV screens, Andy.
TV screens, you got it.
Signator at 3 to 1, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. Acacia not optimistic in the paddock. Of course, they spent a lot of money on. He broke slowly last time. Will he break better today?
Yeah, Midnight Trouble, Manny Franco for Mike Maker outside.
Yeah, it's going to have to improve. Has shown speed at times. Just feels like a little bit up against it against these.
Manny had another one of those meets. We talked about this earlier where he started off very slowly. I feel like he was like 2 or 3 for his first 40 to 50 starters. And he has just been like a house on fire. I mean, I know he won 4 on Sunday, but he's got about 30 wins, I think, at the meet. And he is, I mean, I would say since the first 2 to 3 weeks of the meet, I don't think anybody's ridden better than he has.
No, I agree with you. And listen, the guy is just athletically gifted. He's very strong. And one thing I've noticed with his maturity, as a rider develops and matures, he doesn't let those lulls or those slumps affect him as negatively. He was able to right the ship because he's got confidence in himself, and it'll come around.
With Gilmore, and we're looking at him right now, Mig, what do you do with a horse like this when you see how the track's been playing the first couple of races here? Do you try and be a little more aggressive with him?
You know, I mean, you can't really change a horse's style, but for me, if I'm riding him, I am going to try to come out running and put him in a little better position than maybe he normally would be. And this kind of warm-up that we're watching on the screen tells me that that's what Irad's got in mind.
He's not slow.
He's not slow.
I mean, I think I've been giving a misimpression that he has no speed. He's not fast enough to keep up with horses like Arabian Lion and Drew's Gold and Fort Bragg, but that doesn't make him slow. Right. I think he's finding himself in a race where the pace probably won't be as strong. And don't forget, they're going a mile, so that puts him more in the game.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question about Irad, who's obviously a tremendous rider. Do you feel sometimes, though, that he doesn't adapt his riding style to his mounts as much as some other riders, that he has a set way of riding and sometimes he sort of rides in a similar fashion a lot, or is that unfair?
No, I think it's a very fair assessment. I think Irad is a rider that's more comfortable, making a run at horses, allowing horses to settle, more of a closing rider. If you had to pigeonhole him, I think he's just a rider that's more comfortable coming from off the pace. Not that he can't win on the lead or a horse with natural speed.
He's very good on the lead.
But he also isn't a rider that's going to try to really hustle a horse to get to that spot.
Right, and I sometimes wonder if other riders' situations, they kind of know. I think as a rider, you want to keep people guessing, right? You don't want to think that they know where you're going to be, and they can always expect you to ride a certain way.
I think there needs to be a certain amount of unpredictability. Right? You don't want, well, I know where Mig will be. He's going to be laying fourth. He'll look to save ground.
Or he's going to send this horse, or whatever
exactly.
it is.
You've got to switch it up. Your game has to be a little bit unpredictable.
But you have to work with what you're given, too.
Definitely.
And within the parameters of what their talents are.
You're not going to change a horse's style completely. I just think that you can tweak a few things and maybe, work around a racetrack a little bit. And the other thing, listen, no jockey is ever going to get off and put a horse on their back and put him in that position.
You got to be on the animal to get the job done. It's not, I mean, being a rider is not, you're going to win very few races that you weren't best in and let somebody else get in trouble, but it's your riding.
Right.
It's, to me, I think a rider's job is to win when they're supposed to get, the best jockeys are the ones that win the highest percentage of time when they're riding the best horse. And Irad is very high in that list. Don't get it wrong. I think the one guy here that does change things up and looks to take advantage of circumstance on a consistent basis is Flavien Prat.
I agree with you.
I would totally agree with that.
Let's go to Acacia.
And before I talk about the horses I mentioned in my camera lineup, just on that note with Flavien Prat, he gave Winter's Lion, the 12, a really strong, aggressive warm-up. And I think Flavien is kind of that chameleon and who's not afraid to be aggressive when needs be. So might look to see that horse be a little bit closer than he has been lately. But talking about the two in the body of the race I wanted to touch on, starting with the Todd Pletcher runner, the number 10, Ascari, whose two races have been on turf. But as Richie was touching on the bottom side, it's largely a dirt pedigree. The dam one once sprinting and once going long on the dirt, and 4 of her foals, including most impressively Promise Me Silver, were dirt winners. I can see, though, why this guy maybe could be a little bit more suited to turf, and especially because he just doesn't know early speed. He dropped so far back in his last few races, and he does come in from 2 starts at Monmouth on the turf. He's wearing a Houghton bit, a cage bit for horses that maybe just need a little bit of help when steering. And he's perked up a bit on track, but I do wonder if, especially from a dynamics perspective, he'll be very much up against it. Might not be the case for the 11, Kigali, as Bill Bauer will look for another one. Shortcut blinkers go on, and I like the stretch out for him. And I actually wrote in my last in the last race, fine on turf or dirt. So I don't mind the surface. I don't know if he's necessarily good enough of the horse right there on the other screen next to him, and who has the class edge in the likes of Gilmore. But I think Kigali could be aggressive early, as he's big, leggy, sharp on his toes, and we'll see, maybe there is a little bit more pace, and the riders are paying attention to what we might have presumed on paper. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Getting some snacks there?
Like that.
People love to feed the lead horses peppermints and carrots, and the horses are more than happy to oblige. He's got a peppermint right there.
Love that.
And make sure when you give a horse a peppermint, for anybody who doesn't know, hold your hand flat. Because they don't want to take your finger up, but they could take your finger if your fingers are curled.
It's kind of like the people used to open their windows in Yellowstone when the bears would come up to the cars.
Yeah.
I saw that as a kid. It still haunts me.
Post time coming up, and now finally down to 3-5. On Gilmore, who just looks like a massive standout in this spot, but we'll see where he's placed in this race with the meet's leading rider, and if he can overcome what looks like the lead's been good, but he just is probably too good for this
Just
group.
not slow. He's not supposed to be that far out of it, frankly, unless they're going too fast.
I have a hard time. I think Gilmore will win. He's the best horse. I was a little interested in 3 Antares. I just thought this horse had a dirt pedigree and should be forward, and I like him underneath that Gilmore.
All right. Start of the pick 6. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramonte.
Last few left to load. Signator. And Midnight Trouble goes in. And they're off. Quick starts for both Narciso Dali and Antares. Those two come away best, with Gilmore hustled up for early speed to stay interested. He's only 3 lengths off the leaders. They're followed on the outside by Midnight Trouble, who is 2 lengths clear of the gray Signator. The other gray, Winter's Lion, is just inside of him as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. At the back of the field are Kigali, who is now about 8 lengths off the pace, and Ascari at the rail. It's Narciso Dali and Antares that are going toward the half-mile pole. 3 lengths back to Gilmore, a comfortable third. It's another 3 back to Midnight Trouble, who races in the 4th spot. Down at the rail comes Winter's Lion with Signator outside of him. Signator making some headway now. 2 in front of Ascari and Kigali. 46 flat for the half mile. And here comes Gilmore. Gilmore let loose on the outside of Antares, swallows him up. Narciso Dali is dropping back, and Signator is starting to find some interest, and he's closing the gap on front. Running Gilmore at the top of the stretch. It's Gilmore in front at the rail. Antares is not done. In fact, they're on even terms on the center of the racetrack. On the scene late in 4th is Ascari. Gilmore has to work so hard to get by Antares. He's just barely done it, and Antares comes right back. Gilmore, Antares, it will be Gilmore. He needed the whole stretch. Antares was second.
Nice call with Antares, Mick. Gilmore, Rat Ortiz Jr. had to work incredibly hard to hold that one off.
And I'll tell you something. Irad being aggressive out of the gate made the difference, because 46.14, I can guarantee you that's the fastest half we've ever seen in one of these mile races. But this race cinches how tough it is to close.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He put him in the game, and Antares ran well first time getting on the dirt with a pedigree that I thought suggested it. And I thought at one point Antares might out-battle him. I mean, he was very game.
No, I agree. And you know, we talk about it before the race, and this was one where Irad really did ride him hard coming out of the gate. If you watch that start, he had intention here. He knew he wanted to be close here, and he needed to be, because he was passive. They were never catching Antares.
Would have never caught the 3 horse, excuse me.
Big race by both of these horses.
Yeah, I agree. And it's nice sometimes when you're looking at it, you go, okay, we got a big favorite, but who maybe could help me here? And I came up with Antares, got a little bit lucky there.
51st winner of the meet. This might be the hardest victory for Rat Ortiz Jr. Those 51 wins.
It worked for this one.
Wow, 3-5. It is not supposed to be this tough, but it was for Gilmore.
It's been a nice meet for Brennan Walsh, too, by the way, with results. This is, I believe, at least his 5th winner. I don't have my updated PPs, but he has not started a lot of horses. A very, very good trainer.
SF Racing, Starlight, Matacat with Gilmore. 13, 3, 10, and 15. And for Antares, this was this horse's first try on dirt. I think we're going to see the permanent switch potentially with this guy.
I mean, he didn't have stamina on the turf. And the track may have helped him a bit, but I don't care. He ran today.
No, he ran. And then the horse that wound up third, Ascari, another horse with a lot of dirt pedigree, a half to Promise Me Silver, stakes winner on dirt, rounded out your try at 12-1.
Is that Terrell? Is that Red Terrell? Promise Me Silver? No, Sidney Shapoff?
No, I know who you're thinking about. No, that was further back.
Signator, a disappointment. He made a run in the turn like he might be able to win the race, and he just flattened out in the stretch.
Brett Calhoun trained that horse.
Oh, I got
Me Silver.
way got the wrong one.
I know who you're thinking of is Skippy Shapoff,
yeah,
so I know.
Yeah, he's a big gray, right?
Leading rider, there he is, Rat Ortiz Jr., number 51 here. He has just run away with a jockey's title, and he really did through the first 2 weeks when he won with 21 of his first 71 mounts, and it was sort of over from then.
Don't gloat, Greg. He's gloating over there.
Just dominant.
I
Had a little bit of
lost.
luck
I
involved
lost, I
for
admit
that, too. Some pickup mounts of his brother who went out injured early on, but just start to finish, he's been dominant.
He's been dominant. The thing that impresses me consistently about Irad is he never takes a race off. He rides every race hard, whether it's a 10-claimer or a grade 1. You are going to get an effort from Irad Ortiz, and you can't always say that about all riders that hit a certain level of success.
I agree. His level of competitiveness is beyond admirable. You're right. He does that. And I'll say something else. Let's give his agent Steve Rushing a little love here. He's also got his brother Jose Ortiz. He has the right merchandise, but Steve Rushing is an incredibly great agent. Does an incredible job with these guys. Has done a great job with every rider he's ever had. Edgar Prado, Ramon Dominguez, great riders, but a great agent.
Is that it for the three of us?
We're done.
We are done. I enjoyed it. Next crew, going to take you the rest of the way with the late pick 5 coming up.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. Last Wednesday of the 155th season of racing at the Spa. Just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, gearing up for the second half of the Wednesday program. Late pick 5 about to get underway. Included the 19th running of the P.G. Johnson. A P.G. Johnson that looks a lot different right now than when they originally drew. Take a look at the field for these 2-year-old fillies. Just 4 of them now. And we are blind. I can't see the field, but our viewers can. That's the feature coming up. P.G. Johnson, only 4 of them left. 2-year-old fillies, the male equivalent tomorrow, the with anticipation. So, oh, there's the field. There's the field. Main track only, Ms. Sense down at the bottom. Expect her to get crushed throughout the wagering as I welcome in my co-host. That's a really loud tractor. He's Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca, Hall of Fame jockey Gary Stevens. Gary, we hate to lose turf stakes races. We hate to lose any turf races. But here we are. On the flip side, what opportunity can it potentially present?
Well, you can look back clear to Big Brown. He wasn't meant to run on the dirt. He was on off the turf. He goes on. He wins the Kentucky Derby. Had a great career on the dirt surface. Got a filly in here today, Miss Sense. She broke her maiden impressively on off the turf race, and she gets to try it again today.
You think you have a grass horse, and they run on the main track, and hey, what do you know? A little bit more versatile than we initially thought, Paulie. So ground distance to field of 4. What'd you come up with in the reshuffled PG Johnson?
Well, when I look at the race, right, obviously the race is going to get bet with the main track only horse, Miss Sense. I also think the 1's going to get bet in here for Bill Mott as well. Magic Cross, the horse comes out of a nice race. I actually like the 5 a tiny bit in here, Dancing Spirit, Irad Ortiz Jr. And the reason why is, this horse has run well Lafitte for me on synthetic and turf. So when, a horse sometimes when they like 2 surfaces, I think they're going to like 3. So I'll take a shot with that horse today.
JK, how do you maximize this opportunity? How does a handicapper handle this situation?
Well, I mean, one of the ways I like to try to do it is with multi-race wagers, right? Trying to hook up other opinions to one opinion here. I think most mistakes some people might make is trying to use both of the dirt horses in here. And I think that if you can narrow it to 1, there is an opportunity to make some money, because a lot of people will just use the 1 and the 11 to try to get through this race. If you can narrow it to 1 and hook that up with some other opinions throughout the pick 5, there is some opportunity for value.
Field of 5 in the PG Johnson, because counting is hard. Ms. Sense, main track only, Gary. Worked out nicely for her. Ms. Sense, this was her maiden win late July. Jose Ortiz sees a big opening on the rail and takes advantage.
Yeah, she ran huge that day. And Todd Pletcher, his horses usually improve second time out. She didn't run all that fast a time, but it was debuting in this one-turn mile. And she was impressive with the way she did it.
Yeah, and, for first-time starters, I get it. It was off the turf. It was only a 6-horse field, Jonathan. But when you win first time out, especially going the mile of distance, it gives you some credibility. I think she might get over bet today, but she's going to be the one to beat.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what kind of field she beat. I question the field she beat, but I question this field too. So why can't we have the same result?
J.K., what about Magic Cross here, who does have the dirt experience in her corner today? Will mark her 3rd start on the main track.
Yeah, another one who I thought, is a little bit sneaky. It should be a much better price than you're going to get with the outside runner, Miss Sense. I think there's some value here with Magic Cross. Like I mentioned, I think that the Miss Sense is going to be bet a little bit. They're not too dissimilar when it comes to the speed figures that they ran. And Magic Cross has a little bit more experience as well. We've seen 2 performances out of Magic Cross and 2 speed figures that make this horse make some sense here on the dirt. This is one of those situations you have to decide whether you trust these 2 dirt horses or if you're interested in the talent that we've seen from the 2 horses that have been running on other surfaces, the 5 Dancing Spirit and the 9 Take Me to the Beach.
Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late Big 5 is next. It starts in the 6. You have about 18 minutes. PG Johnson, race number 9. Main track is good. No turf racing. Temperature around 77 degrees. And moments ago, leading rider Irad Ortiz back in a familiar setting from the outside. Victory in race number 5. And Gilmore, Gary here for Brendan Walsh, entered main track only, but he really had to work for this one with Antares giving him all he could handle.
He really did, and if you were watching earlier in the show, this track was really playing for speed. It's tough to come from off the pace and get past him, and he didn't run like the heavy favorite that he went off. Irad had earned every bit of that ride.
When I looked at Antares reminds me a lot in your feature race, the PG Johnson today, the 5-horse that I like a little bit in there, Dancing Spirit. Sometimes these horses, 6 furlongs on the Presque Isle surface, a winner, went around 2 turns on turf, did not disgrace himself, and he gave a 3 to 5 shot, all he could handle on the first time on dirt. So sometimes when these horses like multiple racetracks, they will like the dirt as well.
They're watching from the 1863 Club Field for the 6th, just a $12,000 claimer, all for sale. Older horses, 7/8 of a mile. Current favorite, you have 2 of them at 7-2, JK, to kick off this late Big 5 sequence. What'd you come up with here?
Look, I thought the 4, No More Talk, made the most sense, the most likely of the winners of here. But, look, I think this race is tough. And based on some of your other opinions throughout the Pick 5 sequence, I think that tells you what you got to do here. For me, I'm going to be skinny a majority of the way after this race. So here, I'm going to spread in here and try to catch a little bit of a price. I got some stronger opinions later.
That kind of a race with a current very lukewarm favorite at 3-1. Those are $12,500 claimers. There's a brand new canoe. So his daddy won the Travers, and so did Arcangelo, son of Arrogate, stellar in the Midsummer Derby. Now he's in the driver's seat for a 3-year-old title. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Evie Jets flies out of the gate, but technical analysis is quicker, followed by Evie Jets, who's racing a joint 4th around the far turn. Technical analysis just in front, Cam's vision. Evie Jets coming through along the inside. Evie Jets, what a ride from Manny Franco. Idiomatic and Malloy sprinting. Idiomatic cruising along. Has it a length and a half to Malloy. Idiomatic, Nest coming to her on the outside. Idiomatic, a huge performance all the way in the personal ensign. Gunite is a little bit faster than Pipeline, but they're going at a very moderate clip. Gunite off the rail, forcing Elite Power to his inside. Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the forego. Echo Zulu with a bit more natural speed leads by a half length. Once again, Echo Zulu on the inside, and Goodnight Olive, Echo Zulu. Most impressive in the ballerina. Bolshoi Ballet second, Dawn third. Bolshoi Ballet went right by Stone Age. It's all about Bolshoi Ballet. On the inside, Arcangelo is now making an early bid. Arcangelo has backed off 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Arcangelo will go 4 wide, but he's making some nice headway, and there goes Arcangelo on the outside along with Tappet Trice. Arcangelo has opened up a 3-length lead. It's Arcangelo and Disarm 1-2. Arcangelo, another Travers for Javier Castellano.
Listen, we're just so blessed to be on this journey with this horse, and again, for John believing in the little team, and Javier giving a great ride and working out a trip where he needed to. So for all the naysayers, thanks for the extra motivation. We appreciate it. It's definitely not going to cloud our judgment in how we train a horse.
What a story. What a colt. Arcangelo, Week 7 stakes winners. A side note, 4 champions race last weekend, all defeated. Nest, Elite Power, Goodnight Olive, and Forte. Changing of the guard in some divisions. We'll see. And this was the scene Sunday morning, the Travers Canoe launch, Paulie. Jenna Antonucci ready to set sail. Travers Canoe looking good in that Blue Rose Farm design. And she has to push.
Of course, doing the heavy lifting as usual. and that had to be surreal. It's got to be pretty cool.
I don't ever remember seeing that post-Travers.
Never been in that.
Have you seen that, though? Any other
No.
Travers winning trainer jockey? Anyone like in the canoe, in the lake the following morning?
No, I don't think so.
I don't remember seeing that.
Richie has.
You mean you were balancing on there, doing your the crane, like Karate Kid?
That's
yeah.
Daniel's son.
Yeah, Daniel's son.
Kind of matches his headband, doesn't it? 11 minutes out till this 6th race. Acacia Clement standing by with this race 6 paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, as you had touched on, a pretty wide open board at the moment. And we'll start things off with No More Talk, who was 3-1 when I last looked. And a horse that I just think kind of makes sense in here, taking a slight drop in class from the 20,000 try last time out. Was kind of in the center of the track, finishing that race last time, and just not quite enough punch. Looks much as he did last time as he goes to the Wayne Potts barn. He just put the front wraps on, but pretty much everything that comes out of the barn does wear those, so not a negative. He's fit, he's relaxed here in the paddock, and he's a horse that usually perks up a bit more when he gets on track, so I'll keep my eyes on him, but he just makes sense in this spot. The 3 Digital Future did take a big drop in class last time, and a horse that I thought was a player, and it does come in here off of a voided claim, and I spoke to Ray Handel, and when a horse does have a claim that's voided, they do have to pass certain precautions and a checklist for the attending veterinarians to be able to enter again. And so he has checked all of those boxes, doing well reportedly coming in here, Digital Future. And he's a horse that I always joke he does his best Zenyatta impression. He really extends out when he walks. He is more subdued today than he typically is, but he's a horse that we'll see if he can get back on track. The 2 Air Show, he was very quiet last time, and he is more awake today, which I was hoping to see from him. He faced Poppy's Pride, who wired the field in that last effort, and I just think he was a little bit flat. He was wide throughout in that race, and I think there's a chance that we could see a better performance from him. And I like that he's back to his typical animated self in the preliminaries, and getting an extra furlong to the 7/8 today should suit him well, Lafitte.
See if he's woken up. Air Show, 6-1. Jamie Torres, apprentice in the saddle here. Game of Silks, a jockey standings. There's Arad Ortiz. It's not over mathematically, Gary, but Arad Ortiz is about to capture a 5th Saratoga / Angel Cordero riding title.
Put a ring around him.
It's like the Dodgers right now. It's like,
hell yes.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to win. It's just a matter of time. You know what? They should put up a magic number for jockeys, but then it'd be hard to figure out.
You don't know if they've taken entries for Sunday and Monday, but what's interesting is the battle for second.
Yeah.
Right? We know that Luis Saez, as good of amount of meat as he was having, he's sidelined the remainder of the meet, but Tyler Gaffleone, Jose Ortiz, and Flavien Prat slugging it out for who's going to finish second.
That'd be a good wager.
In the title.
They're
right there.
Tyler's riding at Kentucky Downs on.
For a day or two.
I know he's riding there Saturday. I think he rides there Saturday and Sunday. He's back here Monday for closing day.
I actually talked to him. He's got 19 calls at Kentucky, so he's going to be at Kentucky Downs. That's why I think if Flavien Prat, now Flavien Prat's going to be in California for the Pacific Classic.
I'd
be very close.
Yeah, I imagine Flavien will be back Monday.
Yeah,
or Sunday, excuse me.
Yeah,
the horse on
Sunday,
Sunday.
right. Ways and means in the Speedway.
Ways and means,
Tyler Gaffleone, there he is. So he'll be here Friday and Monday, Tyler Gaffleone. Saturday, Sunday at Kentucky Downs. And it was great seeing Gaffleone, the microcosm of racing, the highs and lows, winning a Grade 1 gunite, involved in 2 falls, Tyler Gaffleone. And in his first mount back earlier today, right to the winner's circle. He's won 2 this afternoon.
Well, the funny thing about Tyler, too, is that we've talked about how much of his business is Kentucky-based, but he came here and had so much success, why that was impressive. But the other thing about him having such a great meet here is his agent's job to get him business in Kentucky is even easier. How are you going to argue with that? We know who he is in Kentucky. We know what he was here.
And he won the Charlestown Classic, by the way.
That, too. Good to be Tyler Gaffleone. Couple of wins this afternoon. There's winning drive post parade 11-1 outsider.
I don't understand the last race, why the race was so poor, but 2 races back can absolutely win this one.
For the Boston Spa winning brothers, the Cantamasis, and Air Show at 6-1 with Jamie Torres.
You know, showed much more speed with Jamie on last time. Now a little bit more dip in class. I would think, again, Jamie's going to push forward.
Digital Future likely needed his last.
Yeah, likely needed his last, and that race 3 back absolutely wins this race. This is a very, very tough race.
The favorite. No more talk. Warrior, 88th lifetime start, 14-time winner.
Yeah, and that's your concern, right? I mean, I understand he's 5-2. He's also 9. He's not a spring chicken anymore. Can he repeat some of those efforts?
First deputy, first after the claim, Greg DePrima.
Yeah, needs him to run fast in front because this one has a terrible habit of breaking slow.
Ghost Giant, currently 8-1, most of his experience on grass.
Yeah, very interesting. This horse is going to try dirt and all the way on the drop. So if this horse takes to the dirt at all, but at age 8, never on the dirt, that's the concern.
Print Rack, not the easiest gelding to ride.
No, but he does have a lot of early speed in a group like this. Being out there towards the front end is an advantage.
This is such a tough race. Super catch towards the outside and another throwback, a 9-year-old in 57 lifetime starts.
I know, and I landed on him, Lafitte, and the only reason why, he's the only horse cutting back in this race, so I took a shot with him and Kendrick.
Money Mike, Tyler Gaffleone seeking a third.
Yeah, Tyler's had an outstanding meet. He'd need to be outstanding to get this one home, in my opinion.
8 of them, competitive, 12,500 claiming extended sprint. Late pick 5 starts here. And a reminder, we know, closing week, as we wind things down at Saratoga, you can still get involved. Sign up NYRABets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Circle back to the 8 Super Catch and Kendrick Carmouche. This was 2 starts back. Week 2 of the meet. A mile, Gary, from the Wilson Chute. And right here, Super Catch. He's in front until he isn't, but a game bang-up second-place finish.
Yeah, huge second-place finish here. He does have some early speed. I don't think he'll be on the lead here, but he's going to be close to it under Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah. And you know why I liked him, Garrett? Because of this race right here. Because it seems like in the Wilson Chute, if you have the 1 hole, does it seem like you have to be much the best from the 1 hole? And this horse kind of got pushed out of the 1, didn't really have the best at trips last time out.
Yeah, I mean, if you get away from there sluggish at all, he gets shuffled back, and sometimes it lays out for a bad trip for you.
Lafitte, my issue with the 8 Super Catch is that the pace wasn't too fast going the mile last time, so going a little bit shorter, and this has a little bit more pace involved in it. So I'm just trying to envision what kind of trip this horse is going to get here.
Paulie going with him at 7-1. JK, let's go to Ghost Giant, who you did wind up with at 10-1. And yeah, this is his, wow, it's going to be his, I want to hear the sales pitch because this is going to be his 9th start this year. He's yet to hit the board in his first 8, and then most of that experience on grass.
Yeah, really, this is just in Dave Donk I trust. I know Dave doesn't win at a high percentage. I know he's not having a great meet.
We know he can win here, but he's done it for years.
He does win here, and I think that the price, you get prices on his horses. And Ghost Giant, in a wide-open race, has the class on the grass. And I'm just hopeful that there's, for some reason, something about Dave felt like this horse was interesting. You get Flavian, and I just, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily talk anyone off of any horse in this race. I just think it's that wide open, and so I thought I would go with this one at 10-1.
Ghost Giant, Air Show number 2. There he is, Jamie Torres. Gary, he's live on the board. Opened up at 12-1, currently 9-2. Your top selection.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting the 5 pounds off here, and he's going to be forwardly placed. My only question is, will he handle the 7 furlongs distance? He hasn't shown an affinity for wanting to run much over 6 furlongs. Actually, guys, I had a really good day off on Monday. I received a phone call and wound up on the phone with Jamie Torres and asked me to be his agent at Oaklawn Park this winter, so I'm pretty excited.
Great to hear.
Looking forward to it. So
great to hear.
Yeah, it was a good couple of days off.
Good for you, Gary. That's awesome stuff, man. The kicker, right?
Thank you.
A lot of us. We can discuss that further, absolutely. First, let's check in with Acacia, who's looking currently at Ghost Giant. How does JK's top selection look to you?
Well, he had an aggressive solo warm-up out there on the track, Lafitte. And Ghost Giant, if you look back through his past performances, he's only run on the main track once, and it was an off-the-turf race listed as good, and he just didn't lift his feet that day. But it was against a tough allowance company, and as JK touched on, he's
dropping all the way down. It's just such a curious move that at the age of 8, we're going to see him go all the way down to the 12-5 level. The dam won on the turf and did win a few races on the dirt at a claiming level. And the second dam was a horse that actually won a graded stake on the dirt at Hollywood Park. And so in the pedigree, there is some suggestion to go either way. Maybe it's just because I've seen him for so long running on the turf. It's hard to think of him as anything other than a turf horse. But I will say he moved beautifully in the warm-up, and like I said, Flavien was aggressive with him. The 8 Super Catch, he had that patented Kendrick Carmouche early warm-up. Print Track has speed in here. I think Air Show will be forward, and I think that's important because the races so far today, it seems like they've had trouble making up ground, especially in that last effort. The last race, the ride on Gilmore was key because Irad Ortiz had him forwardly placed. I don't think you want to be too far off of it on this main track today. The paces have been quick, and it seems like the speed hasn't been coming back. And so I prefer horses that are forward, and I like Jamie Torres' mountain here. And big congratulations, Gary.
It's exciting news.
Yeah,
Jamie Torres, and I think the success he's had here and winning in that 2-year-old race everybody was watching on a national broadcast, beating Mage's full brother Dornoch for D. Wayne Lucas, and some of the run he's got here at Saratoga, I would think would go a long way in terms of building some momentum moving forward. Oh, that and his talent and his new agent.
Immediately after I got off the phone with Jamie, I called Wayne up. Wayne wants him at Oaklawn Park. I said, Wayne, why'd you take him off that colt in the stake?
Yeah, Wayne.
I said, do I get him back? He said, you get him back.
Like to hear it. We like to hear it. All right, so Gary Stevens will be representing Jamie Torres this winter at Oaklawn Park. You can see the Oaklawn Racing, of course, on America's Day at the races beginning December 8th, I think. Irad Ortiz, leading rider. Now, so no more talk. Is this an Irad Ortiz thing? Just because he's in the saddle, is that why it looked so even on paper in terms of the horses? Let's just go with the leading pilot.
I wouldn't say so necessarily. That's why he's getting all the action here. Horse fits. He's taking a drop in class. Goes to Wayne Potts, and he's forwardly placed. He's got some speed, and he should get a great trip from there.
No, I think I mean, look, the IRAD thing doesn't hurt, but this horse has won 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, this spring. You know, and through June, that's enough to kind of get people's attention at this lower level where it's just there's a lot of inconsistency here. I mean, if you look at you look at the 9 last race beaten by 9, the 8 last race beaten by 10. Print Track hasn't won since May at Belmont at this level. It's just a lot of inconsistency. And, you know, at least you can say with the 4 no more talk, as this horse has been running in the money quite often.
I will say this, Irad has ridden this horse now 5 times in a row, going to be 6 times in a row with 3 different trainers. So he keeps on sticking with this gelding, and that's a good sign.
And just riding in a 12,500 claimer to begin with. Irad Ortiz, leading rider on the favorite. No more talk. Gary, we got to watch Print Track early. It seems like Pat Quick has gotten it figured out when he first arrived in his stable. There was some adjustments made with equipment that he didn't necessarily respond very well to. He blew the turn at Belmont Park, and Print Track, who could just be a really tough horse to ride.
Yeah, he definitely is difficult to ride. Jamie actually rode him 3 times in a row, got along with him okay, runs with that extended blinker, and he wants to lean out. He's got a funny mouth on him. Not an easy ride at all.
Let's see if Jose Gomez can keep him straight and true. Print Rack filing into the gate and all set for the start of the late pick 5 here at Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by for the 6. It's post time.
1 more left to load. Money Mike to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Money Mike is out quickly, but so is Print Track, and these 2 hook up right out of the gate. Opening up 2 on Ghost Giant in 3rd. Air Show came away in the top flight. He's 4th at this stage, a length and a half back to No More Talk. And then it's Digital Future in the pink silks. A gap of 3 to Super Catch outside Winning Drive, and it's a big gap to First Deputy, who trails. The opening quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Print Track shows the way, a length and a half to Money Mike in 2nd. At the rail, Digital Future. In between rivals is Air Show. Ghost Giant is just outside of them. They're followed by No More Talk, who will be 4 wide, but only 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Super Catch, Winning Drive, and First Deputy. 45-1 for the half. Print Track, Money Mike have been 1-2 the entire journey. Just behind them, Air Show between horses. Ghost Giant is next. Down at the rail, Digital Future. No More Talk, about 7 deep as they come toward the 8th pole. Print Track clinging to the lead. Money Mike couldn't match strides with him. Air Show on the outside, still in the thick of things. And down at the rail comes Digital Future, a 16th to go, and it's Print Track. Print Track by 3, and Print Track strong all the way. It'll be close for second as Print Track wins convincingly. Air Show was second. Then Super Catch third, multiple horses in the photo for fourth, including Winning Drive.
He ran straight all right, straight to the lead, and now he'll go straight to the winner's circle. Print Track, wire to wire, no passing on this Wednesday, Gary Stevens at Saratoga.
No, and Jose Gomez did a great job with him, stayed out of his way. You called it right. He stayed straight, and very, very difficult to get past these horses that are running on leads, sort of like a merry-go-round today so far.
You called it, Gary. You said, listen, you got to be towards the front end to win races today. I mean, these are 12-5 claimers. This horse shaded 110 for 6 furlongs, so the track is playing fast, JK. And you can't launch from that far back. I get it, it's 12-5 claimers. They usually don't launch from way far back, but this horse just ran them off their feet.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's a hard thing to nail down when it comes to these kind of lower level races. You want a horse that's going to be forwardly placed because they seem to do well because of, the meaning of being lower level. Maybe they don't have as much determination to pass other horses. But then you also have to be careful you don't get caught with cheap speed where they go so fast they come back to you. And Print Track was just kind of right in that sweet spot today where they went fast enough to kind of keep everyone else honest, make them kind of run chasing you, but still have enough when you turn for home.
5-1 at post time. The gelding you like, Gary, completing the Exacta Air Show. The gelding Paul like completing the trifecta Super Catch 7-2-5-9. And for Jose Gomez here, Print Track 7-2-8-9, 7-2-8-9. Print Track at 5-1, and Jose Gomez kick off this late pick 5.
Why did we not have the try?
And again, I keep preaching this, and I don't know what's going on. You have the 1 who's a 7-year-old. You had the 4 who was a 9-year-old. You have the 6 who was an 8-year-old. You have the horse that I like, the 9-year-old. Who won the race? A 4-year-old. We keep talking about that, and I get it, because we keep saying these 8 and 9-year-olds. We've kind of seen the same movie where Print Track still, at age 4, has room to improve.
Not very kind to his elders. Print Track by Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Awesome again, all smiles. Jose Gomez, Patrick Quick, the winning trainer. 7-2-8-9 results. When we come back, plus on the 1st of September, Chad Brown will try and win a 3rd Saranac. Struck with Public Sector, Raging Bull, and now the ever-popular Carl Spackler, the Hall of Fame winner, headlines the field for the Friday feature at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit America'sBestRacing.net today. Millionaire Row on North Broadway. JK, that JK +1 on the front door of your house there is, guys, it's a little tacky. You got to take it down. You got to take it down. Love the house. You got to take the JK +1 thing down.
Sure that wasn't the house, an Animal House?
Print Track makes the lead. Tenacious. Jose Gomez. Print Track trained by Pat Quick. Standing by with Acacia, the winner's circle.
Always a pleasure to catch up with Pat Quick and Judy here, as well as Pat Printrack got the win today. And as you and I were just talking about, bit of a quirky horse. There was a lot of equipment on his face. Talk about finding the right course for him.
Yes, he loved it here. He trains great, he eats great, everything was great. I was going to not put him in another time because he ran twice already, but we figured the next race at Aqueduct is until mid-end of September, and he's doing so well here. He just loves it here. He loves it. And yeah, he wears an extension blinker because he tried to get out the first time after I claimed him, so we kind of fixed that with that. His feet were a little sore, so we put glue-on shoes on him, and the glue-on shoes, and Ian McKinley put those on. He does a great job and seemed to make the difference with this horse.
And you have to have patience as well, and sometimes experiment with a horse that's a little bit quirky, and it seems you found the right recipe for him.
Yes, you have to have him for a while and get to know him and see what they like and what they don't like, how they like to train and how they don't train. This horse, I just jog him. He doesn't need the gallop, he doesn't need the way, just jog and feed him.
And he seems to love that. And Jose Gomez did a good job with him, too, putting him on the front end, and he ran straight and true today.
He did, but I saw 22 and 45, and I said, oh, no. 45 is usually a kiss of death, you know. But he held on great. Great. Must be a speed favorite in track. But either way, it was great.
And thrilled to see you get the win with him. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you, Casey. I appreciate it.
And Print Track, as Pat mentioned, you want to be forward today, Lafitte.
That's what we've seen thus far, Acacia. Print Track. And for a horse that sometimes has a tendency, Gary, to bear out, the key for Gomez to make the lead get over to the rail with other horses just to his outside.
Yeah,
Key.
I think Paulie hit the nail on the head, though, with talking about only his 18 starts. He's improving. He's going the right way. And listen, I'm a big fan of those extension blinkers when you've got a horse that's getting out, because you can stay off their mouth. They naturally, after they get used to it, they naturally run a truer course than they do without. So horse is improving. He ran huge today.
We march forward, race 7, start of the late pick 4, maiden special weight off the turf, main track, mile distance, Wilson Chute. Currently, She's Mo Bubbly, odds on at 3 to 5. JK, I got to pick something up over here. She's Mo Bubbly, trustworthy, 3 to 5. Do you like She's Mo Bubbly?
I mean, I think she's, no, not at 3 to 5. I like
Not
the
at
16 significantly more, but I stalled for you a little bit.
Thanks, man. Do you like, how about the giveaway? On Friday, free with paid admission, and you want to get there early, real early for the tote bag. And if you've missed Jonathan's commercial for this, award winning, like it is absolute gold on Naira. Take a look. Pass it on.
It's on Instagram. It's some of my best work.
We got the bucket hats.
Okay, I'll give you 25%. I'll give you $200,000 for 25% of your company.
Yeah. There's nothing in there.
I need that bucket hat today with that.
You do need that bucket hat.
Bald spot.
They go quick.
This works as a hat as well.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, in desperate
There's
times
your
with the
bucket
rain
hat.
again. Oh, that's solid.
Multi-dimensional.
Yeah. Looks good on you.
Free with paid admission, the tote bag on Friday. Week 8 stakes schedule for the final week. Lots of 2-year-old stakes racing. And we have 4 stakes races, 3 of the graded variety. On Saturday, Jockey Club Gold Cup. Before that, on Friday, is the Saranac for 3-year-olds. And mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Fingers crossed, hoping there's no more weather. It's early in the program also. Race number 4, course 2, is Carl Spackler. This was his latest, Gary, in that Grade 2 Hall of Fame that was rescheduled to August 11th. Carl Spackler, you'll see on the attack from off the pace.
Yeah, and I mean, this was no joke from Carl Spackler. He was super impressive here. Short price. It's going to be a short price. Saw 45 on the morning line for the upcoming Saranac, but This horse is the real deal.
This horse, you're right, Garrett. I mean, he kind of just put himself right up there, and then he got the right-handed clock. It seems like he's still a tiny bit green, but he strided out nicely. And you love to look at the end of the wire that he's keeping on moving forward. He's going to be, he's 4 to 5 on the line. He'll probably go off, what, 3 to 5, JK, somewhere in that area?
Yeah, he's going to be short. And here's the thing, it's not a move that Chad necessarily does, bringing a horse back on 21 days rest. In the past year, he's tried it 23 times, and he's won 30% of the time. Chad's around at 25, 26% trainer in most categories. So to kind of get that little bit of a bump to 30%, it says a lot about how the horse is doing for Chad to make this decision to run him back so quickly.
Also with Activist Investing, Paul, who is a lightly raced Activist Investing. What are you expecting from him in his stakes debut?
Well, you know, I thought he ran well on this day. He was stalking the pace most way around the racetrack. And then, you know, on this racetrack, you're kind of the hunted, obviously, when you're on the front end. But speed has been okay. And I thought he ran a bang-up race. When he responds right here, he really accelerated there right between the splits, Gary, and really takes off. It looks like he's got his mind on business. Looked like to me like he wanted more.
Well, he's sprinting home for sure. He's galloping through the line full of energy, and yeah.
Let's not forget about Activist Investing. And that last start, that was his first start as a 3-year-old, right? He'd had 301 days in between starts, and he kind of jumped up and ran a big number. And he comes back in 19 days. And so the idea that Chad's running both of these horses back off of those performances, lifetime bests almost, to run them back that quickly, I think it says a lot about how the horses are doing.
How they've come back, a lot of confidence shown there. Chad Brown looking for a third win in the Saranac. Again, that's the Friday feature, the 1 graded stakes race on 4. We have the 4 stakes races Saturday and 3 of the graded variety, including the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Horses in the paddock for the 7th. When we come back, Manny Franco. That big Sunday afternoon, 4 wins, plus the WinStar Ride of the Week belongs to him. Had so many good rides Travers week, so which one was it? You're about to find out. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Is it the caramel, the cinnamon, or the pumpkin spice that'll make you live, laugh, launch yourself into a pile of cardigans? Maybe you find out. The Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
When you go to WinStar, the tone is set immediately because they see it as a business and they're selling their best, and they know that in the long run, that's what is going to sustain their brand.
They have been an important part of our success because they provide us with the kind of horses that make us all successful.
I mean, dream big is their motto, but they know part of dreaming big is letting other people reap the benefits of buying their horses.
Look, this is a dream business, and WinStar has proven that through their brand and with their product, you know, you want to play this game and be part of a dream, we can help you get there.
When you get to represent a program like WinStar year in and year out, and you're getting some of their very best stock, it makes our brand better.
WinStar has been an integral component to us fulfilling our dream.
That is the motto, dream big, buy WinStar. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As for the Travers Week WinStar Ride of the Week, let's go to last Thursday, the Boston Spa, Gary, and Manny Franco making every right move from the start on heavy jets.
Yeah, she gets a flyer leaving there, and all of a sudden he had some company, and he took his time, was very, very patient. Just let these two blazing up in front of him, sitting chilly. Going to wind up in fourth all the way down the backside throughout the race, and just a very, very patient ride, and made all the right moves.
Let me tell you why I love this ride so much is because that's not what the instructions were. The instructions were to go, and Manny called an audible that turned into a win at 29-1. That is why I thought this was an outstanding ride.
Yeah, he almost pretended like those two horses weren't in front of him, right, Gary? And and he closed the hole on the inside, because you could see consumer spending in the red and white behind him as well. As Roland has to stop, but he always stayed right on the rail and finished strong, because the 4 was coming with IRAD too as well.
Incredible ride, WinStar Ride of the Week. Manny Franco, solid summer. Right there with Jose Ortiz, Tyler Gaffleone, Flavien Prat battling for that second spot in the standings. Another look, deep stretch. Joel Rosario's door slammed in his face, and what that meant not only for Manny Franco, of course, the WinStar Ride of the Week, but the emotion, Paul, from the Cantamasi brothers after the race to win a graded stakes race here at Saratoga. You could see it, you could feel it. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was really cool to watch, and they did it a different way. You know, this horse had beaten technical analysis before, gate to wire, and then all of a sudden we're sitting here on the set going, oh my gosh, this horse has no shot. Manny Franco saves all the ground in the world and makes the right moves. And a lot of people will go out and say, well, you know what, consumer spending was the best. This horse was the best. You know what? The horse across the finish line gets the money.
And the ride made a huge, huge difference. The WinStar Ride of the Week in Manny Franco last Thursday in the Boston Spa. One correction about this upcoming 7th race. I lied to you. Not out of the Wilson Chute, not a mile and an 1/8. It is off the turf, mile and an 1/8 on the main track. We check in with Acacia, standing by with this race 7 paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, we'll start with the number 10, She's Mo Bubbly, who is in the body of the race, but ran very well in an off-the-turf effort last time out, just missing, going 1.25 miles. Will go the 9 furlong stay, which I think that she'll appreciate even more. And just as we've been talking about, I do think you want to be forward on today's track, and she has some natural tactical speed. She's also a very high energy type of filly. She's always really on her toes. I think overall she kind of moves a little bit more like a turf horse, and having watched her replays and watched her gallops, but she's super fit in here. I think she makes a lot of sense, and this just could be a good spot for her, and she could have the right tactics to be effective. There are some intriguing pedigrees in here, and 3 main track only runners. So take a look at 2, starting with the 15, Spell on You, who could potentially have the biggest pedigree that we've seen the whole meet, by Curlin, and is a half-2 Triple Crown winner, Justify. Also in that family is the Lieutenant and Stage Raider, horses that look nothing like Justify. And as far as this filly, she is definitely a smaller, lighter frame versus her much more talented brother. And she was off slow in that debut and just dropped far back and lost contact with the field and made no impact at all. They had short cheater cut blinkers on today. I didn't see her in that first effort, so I have nothing to compare it on, but she's very quiet, very laid back here in the paddock, and we'll see if that equipment change plus the start under her belt can help her to step forward, but she has some real stepping forward to do. The 16 Paris style, though, I think is intriguing, as this filly was one that was actually purchased over at the Arcana sale in France for the U.S. equivalent of about $106,000. And the dam is the sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Unique Bella, making the second dam Grade 1 winner at Unrivaled Belle. So there is some big dirt pedigree on the bottom side, and I thought that she ran well last time and physically had really improved and strengthened up. And I've seen another step forward today. She's also sharper today, and she's a horse that's sometimes a little bit tricky to get the tack on, but I like the way that she's acting. I like the demeanor that she's showing, and she'll stretch out to the 9 furlongs, which I don't have a problem with because I think that she's progressing and she has the pedigree to handle this surface once again, Lafitte.
Paris Style, Acacia, currently 7-2 from the outside. We'll have riders up in just a moment. A post parade for this 7th race. Started a late pick 4, and a reminder and an invite to earn a $10 bonus today. By playing with Naira Bets. Bet $50 each at Saratoga and Delaware Park today. Earn a $10 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. There's the 16 Acacia was just discussing. Paris Style. And Gary, jockeys, handicappers, everyone, I think, making some adjustments now based on what we've seen in terms of how the track has played this afternoon to this point.
Yeah, I mean, this filly, she showed some speed in her last out. I don't know if Julian's not the type that's going to just rush one off their feet. I think that she ran a really nice race last time out. She doesn't have to improve a whole lot here. The distance shouldn't be a problem for her, going 1.8 miles today. All 3 of her races have been route races, and she has performed well on the dirt. She's main track only.
Paul, have you seen enough to change your opinion of what it may have been coming into the 7th race and what it might be now?
Yeah, it's tough to tell when you only have 8 horses now in this field. We're going 1.1 miles. I don't think it's going to be. They're going to be flying home here, and I think that's why the 10 is your favorite here at even money. Coming out of 1.25 mile race, cutting back in distance, and again, the track might be up against her, but she was at least up on the pace a little bit, even though the pace wasn't that fast.
Javier Castellano, you saw, 7-time Travers winning jockey. There's She's Mo Bubbly. JK, take a look at her most recent. This was an off-the-turf July 29th affair. 1.25 miles in fights, big effort, just gets beat.
Well, the first thing that you want to identify, this is definitely a different racetrack than what we're going to see here today, right? This is a sloppy racetrack with a lot of water, and it looks like we've got a fast racetrack out there now that's harrowed. Look, She's Mo Bubbly could absolutely win this race. I don't have a problem with that concept. The issue I have is that pace was slow, going 1.25 miles. This is a completely different situation now, you know, you got to see how close she wants to be here. But that's just a different race. A slowly run 1.25 miles versus on a sloppy racetrack versus 1.1 1/8 race here. I just need to see her prove it to me today. That's all.
Even money. Go ahead. I thought somebody had some sorts. Now I'm hearing things.
We haven't said anything about the 5-horse. I think the 5-horse is interesting in here for George Weaver.
The fact that she stays in.
Yeah, I had kind of drawn a line through her automatically, thinking she was going to scratch. Her first 2 races were in France, both on turf. She led in both of those races. One of them was 1 mile 3/16, another one 1 mile 3/8. And she's been working well on the dirt here at Saratoga.
I'm not questioning anything George Weaver does.
Well,
no.
we've seen Georgia this last week. He had a horse that was in very similar to Absolute Control here that you see on the screen that looked like a turf horse. Kept the horse in there, and the horse didn't do much running.
First time starter there. She will dance. Cold on the board. Machiavellique and Junior Alvarado here. Second off the turf race this meet.
Yeah, this horse might be the speed of the speed if Junior gets aggressive, and the horse is a little washy on the racetrack and on her toes.
Leading owner, leading trainer, Brown, Seth Klarman, taciturn, you get 10-1.
Yeah, didn't take a lot of money on debut, not taking much money here as well.
She's Mo Bubbly. You just saw that 2nd place finish in her most recent.
Yeah, even money, and I get where the public's going here.
Numbers 11, 12, 13 are out. Katie's check ride. There she is. And Jamie Torres looking for a 2nd win this afternoon.
I thought she was a sneaky horse because she has 1 race in the dirt was bad, but they put blinkers on. So was it the turf that made her better or the blinkers? So I think she's kind of a wild card horse.
Speaking of which, blinkers on, spell on you, and Flavian Prat takes over.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's pedigree, right, being a Have to Justify, Stage Raider, the Lieutenant, all were extremely good on the dirt, but this horse did not pick up her feet last time.
And Paris Style make the rider Florent Giroux contender 7-2.
Run much better over a sloppy racetrack last time, but she was much more forward too as well. If you look at her first 2 starts, she really just kind of crawled out of the gate. That race was pretty quick, and she was up on the pace with Julian. she's the other one in here, I thought, besides the 10.
And so that's the field on the main track now. Maiden special weight, 1.1 miles. The distance, 4 to 5. Seems awfully short. She's Mo Bubbly, circling back to Absolute Control. And the filly Gary was discussing, the French filly, we get frustrated sometimes at horses that we think should stay in, that would be a factor on a different surface, and then here's a situation that no way she stays in, and here she is. Makes you give her a second and third look.
Looking at it now and looking at her works and everything, they've been decent works here. She's got a black letter work, only 5 horses that worked that day, but she went in 101 on the main track here. She's by Dubawi, who is by Dubai Millennium, and he was pretty good on dirt.
Dubai World Cup winner by about 20 lengths.
Yeah.
Gary, can a turf horse work 5/8 on the dirt and fool you that they want to run on the dirt, but at
Yes.
1 1/8 they'll say, I was just kidding?
Yes, and one reason for that, though, is the kickback. If they get kickback, Bobby Frankel was the best I ever rode for of keeping turf horses on the main track, or even putting them on the main track. I don't know how he knew, but he knew, kind of like they knew. We don't know who they is, but...
Well, this horse is reportedly working in the morning. Last work was a B. And so I think this horse is getting bet thinking, okay, this horse might go to the front end. I do not know, but 4 to 1's pretty heavy here.
What else can you tell us, Keisha, about Absolute Control pictured?
Yeah, as the guys were mentioning, she has been working pretty well, and with Javier Castellano aboard in the mornings. But another thing that can kind of fool you sometimes about turf horses who may work well on the main track is that they don't gallop out as much, whereas sometimes you'll see those dirt horses just continue on and on and on in a really strong gallop out. And looking at the Clocker report for this filly, it seems like her gallop outs have not been as strong. Not to mention the last workout was in company with Brock Nardini, who's a 2-year-old filly who scratched out of today's PG Johnson because she's a turf horse. And so it's a little bit tough sometimes to compare when she's working with fellow turf horses, but she's a huge filly, and that's not uncommon for a Dubawi. They typically are very large. They carry a lot of condition. She did show speed in those 2 French races. Distance is not a problem for her. Cheater blinkers go on for the first time. She's been very professional with the pony, and they don't use lead ponies over in Europe, so you can tell George has really schooled her a lot. I will like to see her on the turf moving forward, but I think it's encouraging that she stays in because this race will be beneficial for her, whether she handles the dirt or not moving forward for some big races down the line, Lafitte.
Acacia, thanks so much. Gary, how much has that changed over the decades when you just started riding out in California and in the winter, and you'd have a race scheduled for grass and there's a lot of rain and it goes to the main track? It happens now, and we know we're going to lose several runners. Then, when you started riding and there would be surface switches, would most of the field defect? Would most of the field just try a different surface? How has that changed in recent decades?
I would say it hasn't changed that much because a lot of them did defect.
Yeah.
You know, and we've had so much rain here this winter. I think Andy posted something this morning, and he was so right that the rain has affected in one way or the other every single week of this meet from the time we started. And we've lost something like 67 off the turf races, I think, here. Last year there were less than 10 that were taken off.
There hasn't been 3 days in a row that we've gone without rain.
We lost 7 turf races last year total, yeah.
The forecast looks like we're going to finally get that on closing week.
Right? No, unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. It poured the last 2 days. It's unreal.
Better late than never. Fingers crossed, hopefully, for the last few days here at Saratoga. Paul, Gary, you both wound up with She's Mo Bubbly. It's a steep price. 4 to 5 feels awfully low in this spot.
Yeah, I get it at 4 to 5. And the only reason I went with her is maybe she wins the stamina test here going 1 1/8 miles on the dirt, where a lot of these horses were, supposed to be on the turf. Maybe she's going to have the most stamina. I do think the 16 is the horse she has to beat.
Your top selection, JK, Paris style, 7 to 2.
Yeah, I'm going to go towards the outside. The 10 makes sense to me. She's Mo Bubbly off of that last race, going 1.25 miles, forwardly placed. It's Todd Pletcher. I mean, who knows long on the dirt better than Todd does? But I just a different race that horse was running last time, going 1.25 miles, slow pace. Give me the 16, who's a much better price. who I thought ran well last time, got a nice speed figure against a nice horse in Stunningly, and drawn towards the outside. I felt like there was a little bit more value there.
Another look at Javier Castellano. It's an astonishing achievement, Gary, for he was the jockey that was most accomplished never to have won the Kentucky Derby. Well, that changed in May. Same with the Belmont Stakes. Oh, for the Belmont, first Belmont Stakes. But what he's done in the Travers, 7-time Travers winning rider. It looks like a typo at first glance.
Yeah, it does look like a typo. It's not. It's real. And he's got the second half of the year to look forward to now. He's won the Classic on Go Zapper. I don't know how many Classics he's won, but that's going to be his focus for the end of the year treat, to put a strawberry on top.
And he's won the Travers as the favorite.
Whoa.
When we put the jinx, hold on, no.
Absolute Control rearing at the gate.
Announcer jinx. Oh, no, that was...
And now she's loose.
She's loose. Gosh, darn it.
It was a tight shot on her, Gary, so we couldn't tell. We don't know what spooked her. This is all new for her, the French filly in her U.S. debut.
Yeah, and I mean, she reacted to something. I am not quite sure. It was pretty tight angle that we saw there.
Great to see Javier Castellano. He's just fine. Acacia, what'd you see?
Unfortunately, I was on the front side of the gate as it's positioned right outside the winner's circle, so I don't know exactly what spooked the filly, but happy to report that Absolute Control has been apprehended by the outrider, and Javier Castellano is on his feet. It is actually a good spot that it was in because there were plenty of outriders close by to be able to make a quick move, and they're so wonderful in doing that and being able to apprehend Absolute Control. So good to see that, and as I said, that Javier is standing and appears okay, Lafitte.
Best news all around. Javier's just fine, and they have wrangled in and caught Absolute Control.
What, those guys are unreal, the job they do to catch these type of horses. I was saying the other day, Keith Cragmile had a horse that had come in, and Keith Cragmile at Los Alamitos is a trainer, and he's also the outrider at night for the quarter horses. It's unbelievable skill, but a great job by the outrider. She did an unreal job gathering this horse. And I would think, Gary, now they're going to bring this horse back to the gate because it didn't get too far away and see.
Yep. What's happening right now is they're going to swap hands. That outrider that caught her on the offside, and that's even tougher to do. They better be ambidextrous if you're going to be an outrider, and he did. He made a nice catch with her, and I don't know how far they are from the. I don't know if that's the 5/16 that they're at right now or further down the racetrack. It looks like right around the 5/16, approaching the quarter pole.
Bernice,
trade-off,
who caught her. Well done, Bernice. And now, so the determination as to whether or not Absolute Control will still compete in this upcoming 7th race. Currently 6-1, considered a player here, the French filly U.S. debut. JK as a handicapper. How do you handle this situation? Let's say you really liked Absolute Control going in. Now how would you feel?
You're not crazy about the fact that she got loose and ran like that and used energy, but you also can keep in mind that these riders warm these horses up. You'd like for there to be a little bit more control in that warm-up. You'd like to think that she probably got a little bit emotionally excited as well, getting loose like that. So they'll bring her back, take a look at her, and make a decision. But yeah, I mean, if I had placed a wager on her, I wouldn't feel great about it. And if you watch the board, she's 6-1 right now. I would imagine if she doesn't scratch, just watch that number. It should creep up as people cancel tickets.
You can see the state vet just really taking a look at her as she's moving back, and so is Javier Castellano. So they'll take a good look at her, Gary, and they'll go over everything, right?
Yeah, definitely so. And listen, she wasn't going full out when she was caught. Otherwise, the pony horse wouldn't have been able to keep up, I would say. But as long as she's filled back, I've won plenty of races on horses that dropped me in the post parade and they were caught and come back. And
if they get enough time to gather themselves.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice cool day here right now, nice breeze and everything. Little blowout before the race, but that's up to the vet. And sometimes, like at home in California, they would sometimes call the trainer on the phone and ask him, "Do you want to run?" They would let them make the decision. She didn't get scraped up, nothing of that sort. She reared up on her hind legs. Javier stayed on longer than I would have. When they're perpendicular like she was, there's a chance they can go all the way over, and that's not a spot you want to be in. So
What about the rest of these
by
fillies?
everybody.
What about the rest of these fillies now? You'd have your feet out of the stirrups right now?
More than likely, because my knees would be hurting.
Assuming, when Javier Castellano does get a leg back aboard, if that's, what would you be looking for when you're back aboard?
Well, he's
absolute control in this situation.
He's a good horseman. He's watching her jog back, and he can see that she's jogging sound, and it's going to be strictly up to the vet to make that call right now. She's checking her out as we're watching right now.
Rick Dutcher would be just fine with this.
Yeah, he would.
Just a little blowout?
Yeah, babe.
Just a little blowout before post time. Javier Castellano, the 7-time Travers winner, waits.
He's got his goggles down, so he looks like he's ready to ride.
Maybe adjusting the bit right there, Gary?
I just put a lead strap on her.
Okay.
She hasn't spent too much energy.
She's not liking the look of the Green Monster, though, in her mind.
And how this entire scenario is very different in terms of what she's familiar with overseas in her 2 races in France, and her first North American start in the afternoon.
I can guarantee you that George Weaver has schooled her in the morning. She stood in the gate. Maybe she acted a lot, but she walked right in right there, and he's not going to lead one over there without a European, without schooling him in the gate and let the gate crew figure out any idiosyncrasies and everything. But she's in the gate, and she's handling things well now.
First one to go in, hopefully, because she has to stand there for a while now, and hopefully, no, that's a.
Is it one of those things, Gary? At this point, do you wait till everybody else gets loaded before you get tied on?
Yes, yes.
Right.
I would not. He's going for more. Just set real light and be ready to react.
Hopefully they get the rest of them in quickly. There she is. Hopefully she stays calm for a few moments. Okay, we're set to go. Post time. Frank Mirmati with a call. Race 7, Saratoga.
Here's Taciturn. And Paris Style. They're in the gate. And they're off. Absolute control. Very awkward out of there. A very fast beginning for the favorite. She's Mo Bubbly, and She Will Dance has some early speed as well. Katie's Check Ride in the Blue Silks is third. Spell on You, Paris Style is widest of all. It's another 2. Back to Machiavellique, who is now about 5 lengths off the lead. A long way to Taciturn and Absolute Control. She's Mo Bubbly through a quarter that went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Has it 3/4 of a length. Katie's Check Ride in between horses. Spell on You just outside of them. A length and a half back to She Will Dance, now 4th. Paris Style is 5th at this point and has about 4 lengths to make up. Moving up in between rivals to save some ground. Nice move by Paris Style all the way up to claim 3rd, heading toward the half-mile pole. The half went in 47 and 3/5 seconds. And so it's She's Mo Bubbly controlling the pace. Katie's Check Ride, Paris Style down on the inside, now just about a length and a half off the leader. It's another 3. Spell on You has lost some ground now in 4th. Followed by Machiavellique in the pink colors, riding the rail. 5th, now 4th. A gap of 4. Taciturn is underway, starting to run a bit as they come toward the quarter pole. She's Mo Bubbly, Paris Style 2.5 back in 2nd. Katie's Check Ride and Machiavellique there at the top of the stretch. She's Mo Bubbly still with a comfortable lead coming to the 8th pole. And now she's in front by 5. Paris Style will just try to hold 2nd at this point, followed by Machiavellique and Taciturn. She's Mo Bubbly was far too strong and pours it on the final 16th. She's Mo Bubbly wins it by 9 lengths. Paris Style clearly 2nd best. Machiavellique 3rd. Taciturn was 4th.
All the drama in this race was pre-race and right after the start with Absolute Control as She's Mo Bubbly and Arad Ortiz stroll by several in the 7th at Saratoga.
It was a smart move, Gary, because he coming out of the mile and a quarter race, he said, I'll go put my horse on top, and how are they going to catch me?
Yeah, I mean, the Todd Pletcher horses, they usually show good gate speed. This race was never in doubt from the word go.
All other jockeys encouraging. Irad Ortiz does ask her to pick up her feet, but clearly traveling easiest of all. And at this stage, only a question of how far.
Yeah, I mean, her last race going a mile and a quarter, she gets beat in neck that day. She was forwardly placed, the same thing. These jocks, they're watching these races. They're riding on this track. They know. Is that 3 for Irad today?
I think 2.
2?
2 for Irad Ortiz, the leading rider. Let's go back to the start. We were watching Absolute Control, and watch what happens right from what happens, Gary.
I don't know if Javier was completely tied on, to be honest with you, because he kind of fell back on her mouth, and it didn't look like he had any main hold, but she ducks in right towards the starter. No, he didn't break on her mouth. She just ducked in, and she was a handful today.
Just fortunate she didn't jump the rail, which at first I thought she was potentially going to do.
It was actually great horsemanship. I mean, that was a heck of a job by Javier to grab that right rein real quick.
You know, Gary said something off camera that I wanted him to elaborate on for the audience, is that, you know, we wonder sometimes why these trainers run horses that probably don't want to run on the dirt. It's because if she's got that kind of energy that she showed before the race, breaking away from the gate, you know, you got to get some of that energy out of her.
Absolutely.
So that she's a safer horse in her stall and in the mornings doing her basic exercise.
Yeah, absolutely. Fresh, probably over fresh, and yeah, take some steam out of them. A race is equal to about 3 works for a horse, so she'll have a good bow, and hopefully next time we see her, she's
almost like
controllable.
It's almost like batting practice. It seems like batting practice, and in the morning she's been doing everything right because she got bet in this race before she got loose. So obviously she's doing everything right in the mornings, just transferring it to the afternoons.
Always feels like batting practice for Irad Ortiz. Seeing the ball, not making many mistakes, and an easy one here with She's Mo Bubbly, 10-16, 8-9 in the 7th at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, trainer Kenny McPeak, sight set on Saturday's Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup for the 3rd year at Saratoga. Rattle and Roll just had a 3-race winning streak snap. Runner-up in the Stephen Foster, 2 years since his first and only race at Saratoga. That's next.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, 3 in the running, 3 in the running, 2 here in the running, 3. Where 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his C now, 5 million, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4. 4 million, 5. 4 million, 4. 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5. 5 million, 6. Ready, 6, all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The running of the 7th race was drama-free for She's Mo Bubbly, who gets the win. Her trainer, Todd Fletcher, joining me here. And Todd, she definitely had the foundation underneath of her with that 1.25 mile race last time.
She did, yeah. She's versatile enough. I do think she's better on the turf, but she handles the dirt pretty well, and turned out to be a really good spot when it came off the grass.
Could potentially have two fillies that are happy the races came off today, as you'll have Ms. Sense coming up later in the PG Johnson. I know you had shared with me in her debut that you entered her in that off-the-turf race to try and get some distance with her. What have you seen from her?
Yeah, she's definitely a filly that'll appreciate added ground. She ran very well in her debut, and we're happy we're getting an opportunity to run her in a stake today.
Such a lovely mover, too, and there's a lot of change and development that can happen at this stage with 2-year-olds.
Definitely, they can change in a hurry, and I think she's improved since having that race under her belt.
Look forward to seeing her. Congratulations here, Todd.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
14-time Saratoga champion trainer Todd Fletcher. Of all those wins, not many could have been much easier than that one. Print Rack, that one was tough. That pool up over 440,000. Print Rack, yes, but She's Mo Bubbly very chalky in the 7th race at Saratoga as we turn the page to the 8th. Good allowance race. A mile, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Big scratch. Movie Moxie is out, as is Know-It-All Audrey. 20 minutes to post till the 8th at Saratoga. So a big couple of weeks in the Breeders' Cup Classic Division. You had Arcangelo last week winning the Travers. This week, Pacific Classic out west, and right here at Saratoga, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup for the 3rd year at Saratoga. Challenge event, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. We don't have the morning line just yet. Grade 1, 1.25 miles. And let's start with number 4 in Rattle and Roll, Gary. This was a Stephen Foster at Ellis Park. Rattle and Roll. You watch him swing to the outside, but West Will Power has a lot left.
Yeah, he kind of got bottled up around the turn. He was down on the inside. Corey Lannery had to find the spot to go out with him, and it's right here. It winds up a little bit wide, but he keeps chugging along, and he makes a huge run late. Proxy was also in this race. He's going to be in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Didn't fire at all in there, but this was a big run from Rattle and Roll, and maybe a little bit unlucky.
He got on. He won the St. Louis Derby, and he's got on an unbelievable roll, and he keeps getting better and better. My worry, JK, would be a deep closer over this racetrack.
Yeah, but he just seems like he might be the best horse in here, though. We'll see about Proxy. I think Proxy's probably had faster days in his past. But Rattle and Roll, I will say this, he's run well at 5 different racetracks in his last 5 starts, and I like a horse like that can kind of show up and bring his racetrack with him.
He was rattling and rolling. That was 3 straight wins before the runner-up effort in the Stephen Foster. As for Proxy, yeah, it was not the result we were looking for in the Stephen Foster, but he got blasted on the first turn, completely sawed off. And then since then, Gary, he has come back, and in the Monmouth Cup here, Proxy, he's 2-5 and under all kinds of pressure turning for home.
Yeah, and he got a clean trip in here, and he's just very, very professional with this wind. You see him accelerate again here. It looked like he had his hands full coming into the stretch, but a nice win by him here.
Yeah, Lafitte, this isn't exactly how you want your 2-5 shots to win. If you're 2-5, you're supposed to win easy. And Proxy had to earn it, but Proxy's got a lot of back class. He's run well in some big races, so he deserves a lot of respect. We'll see if he can show up here and run one of his best races.
He doesn't have blinkers, but he has ginormous cheek pieces. And you know what? It looked like at the end of that race, he just started to get going. Like, okay, am I running yet? And let's go here a little bit. I think he kind of knows when his competition and what he's up against.
Always ready for his close-up. Proxy in the Week 8 stakes schedule, closing week with some of the biggest races of the summer for the 2-year-olds, the Spinaway and the Hopeful. On Saturday, the 4 graded stakes races, the first ever Harvey Pack. Looking forward to that one. Flower Bowl, Prioress, and the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Horses entering the paddock. There's a former, a Grade 1 winner. Last year's Spinaway winner, Leave No Trace. What will she do today? Back at Saratoga, her first time since winning the Spinaway at 14-1. A little bit of rusty, we'll find out. Spinaway winner is back, the 8th race in 16 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Kaling looking to come through down at the rail. Then it is Leave No Trace, and on the far outside, it's Wonder Wheel. The field comes in the stretch, in the spin away. It is Kaling down at the rail. In between horses, Leave No Trace. On the outside is Wonder Wheel. They're moving for the 16th pole. It is Leave No Trace who has come away with the lead here. Leave No Trace about to pull off the upset in the Grade 1 spin away.
Among others, JK should beat the eventual champ, Wonder Wheel. Leave No Trace, 14-1. Upset in last year's Grade 1 Spinaway.
Yeah, I mean, she ran well in here, too, Leave No Trace. And she had some signs that she was going to kind of continue on, and she hasn't really run back to that Spinaway. But and you probably thought for a little while that she was going to, because Wonder Wheel won the Juvenile Fillies. But then the Juvenile Fillies turned out to not be the most productive race.
Not the most productive race.
I was trying to say that in the
Greg and Andy were discussing this earlier. I wasn't aware of the entire field combined in last fall's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Over? Not one has come back and won a race?
No.
That's impossible. Or I guess it's not.
It's crazy. And when you look at the will pace in here, the 5 Leave No Trace is your 3rd or 4th choice. The 6 and the 8 are your 2 favorites in here as they are on the board.
We welcome Maggie Wolfendale back to the broadcast, standing by with this Race 8 Paddock Report. Maggie.
Well, it's interesting. It feels like today, Lafitte, that you just got to find out who's going to get to the front end. And I don't know if that necessarily includes Leave No Trace, where she is tactical, but she is coming in off of a layoff. She will get Lasix for the first time, which I suppose is meaningful, but how good is she? As you guys touched on, that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies has not been that productive, and then a subsequent effort in the Devona Dale led to an eased effort. Looking at her, it looks as though she's been working quite well. She just hasn't changed that much physically. She hasn't filled out as much as you'd like to see, maybe from 2 to 3, because she was an impressive 2-year-old. So with those types, do they go on? And sometimes the answer is just no. I want to watch how she warms up and how she looks out on the racetrack, as we'll move on to probably the fastest of the fast here as we go this mile. And that's number 6, Olga Isabel. Her first steps are very quick. So I think that's what makes her potentially lethal in this spot and a deserved favorite at this point in time for Brad Cox. She looks great in here. She's the one too with recency, so you don't have to worry about that. She got that race out of the way at Ellis Park, first start back as a 4-year-old. Quite convincingly, I'm sure a little bit aided by the racetrack there, but nonetheless did it the right kind of way. So I've never seen her before, but she checks every box for me. As we move on to number 8, Tizzy in the Sky. She's one that the works aren't flashy, but they're steady and they look good from watching her on XBTV. So maybe this is just a stepping stone for a filly that has shown speed for previous connections going a route of ground. Now, in those starts, she would get kind of a little bit sharper, a little bit more edgier, kind of get a little hot under the collar. She's not doing that today. Whether that's a new thing, it's a good thing, or does it mean she's not quite as sharp? She looks fantastic, though. She's done very well from 3 to 4. Maybe, like I said, Lafitte, this is just a race to get her going, but she does look to be lapped on and sitting right outside of Olga Isabel, which could give her a shot in this spot.
Race shape, race shape, race shape. You definitely want to be close this afternoon. Tizzy in the sky. First start since last November, her 4-year-old debut. But this is how good she can look, Paul. This is her maiden breaking performance last September. Belmont at Aqueduct, in control every step of the way.
Yeah, she was a little unlucky to lose her first 2 starts. She got a bad beginning, and then she came with this effort. Then after this effort, she won again by 9 1/4. She went into the Comley, set the pace that day, and lost to a pretty nice horse. Now Todd Pletcher gets his filly by Sky Kingdom, and usually Todd's, I mean, he's very, very crafty with these type of horses. You wonder if this horse is going to try to engage some of the speed in her or lay off. You just don't know. This horse hasn't raced since November, and now in Todd's program, I'm wondering if this horse might lay back a little bit, JK.
Yeah, but this is no offense to Jose Cameo, right? I don't care who you are. Jose Cameo, there's not too many trainers I wouldn't get interested in a horse moving to Todd Pletcher's barn. He's one of the greatest horse trainers this earth has ever seen. So when a horse moves to his barn, I sometimes just automatically assume there's going to be a step forward. No offense to the previous connections. I just think that's how good Todd is.
Tizzy in the sky, Red Ortiz, Todd Pletcher looking to go back-to-back in the Wednesday program. And Olga Isabel, Gary, the favorite, and it's probably not a coincidence on this day, the quickest of the bunch, the one they'll have to catch.
Yes, most definitely. And, her comeback race at Ellis Park, she won by 7.5 lengths, and she figures to improve again today. The Ellis Park horses have done very well up here in Saratoga this summer. So even before we saw the speed bias that we're seeing today, she was my selection just because I think she is the fastest of the fast, and I think she's going to improve second time off the layoff for Brad Cox.
His numbers are insane. He had another winner earlier today with Emery, a first-time starter, was part of the entry. So now, if you look at his numbers, he's 28 for 39 in the money. He's almost at 30%, and this horse was really good last time.
You talk about the success that Brad Cox has had. One of my favorite things is if you talk to Brad, if you ever see him out, talk to him about a horse that you liked of his or something. He will tell you every lifetime start, what saddle, what saddle cloth the horse is wearing, the price, who else was in the race, who hooked him for the lead, who he passed in the stretch. His memory when it comes to these horses that he's trained it's wild, and it makes sense why he has the success that he has.
And by Emery, she's really good.
Yes.
The filly we saw earlier today in her debut, really, really good. Remember her name, Brad Cox. Olga Isabel, there she is, riders up, and leave no trace with Jose Lezcano, last year's Spinaway winner. Post-parade brewing for this 8th race. And, of course, with just a handful of days left at Saratoga, we still invite you to join us at Naira Bets. When you do so, sign up, use that promo code SPA200, earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. And, Gary, leave no trace. That wasn't a fluke, her Spinaway win. She came back and ran 3rd in the Grade 1 Frisette. She was 2nd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies behind Wonder Wheel, the eventual crown champion.
Yeah, she was 25 to 1. You just wonder about that comeback race earlier this spring.
I don't know what she is now, but I know she was pretty good last year.
Yes, sir. But this long layoff, she's been working okay up here at Saratoga. I mean, her works are consistent, strong works, and we'll see what we see. Maybe she can break that streak of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies from last year.
One of my other issues with Leave No Trace, she was entered twice, August 17th and August 19th, MTO. And, think about what that says. I'm only trying to sneak one in past. It doesn't make you feel off a 65-length defeat that you're doing what we saw you do leading up to the Spinaway.
Somebody took the time to count that. 65 lengths. Leave no
I'm sure
trace.
it's extremely accurate as well.
Post-parade. We start with She's cold as ice, claimed from Bill Morey by Robertino Diodoro.
I mean, she would have to improve in Diodoro's barn to be able to beat the top two in here.
Big scratch, Movie Moxie out, Tough Street in, Sloppy Track winner late July.
Yeah, I've gotten this horse wrong a lot. She's got a lot of early speed. I would assume that she'll be sent away from there.
Dylan Davis aboard, then number 4, Signal from Noise. Burned a lot of money in her latest, but the cut back to a mile here is key.
Yeah, that could be key. She did win at 90 cents on the dollar, 20 cents a dollar, and lost in 30 cents a dollar. So she's really a tough read.
No matter what, she's always a spin away winner. Leave no trace.
Yeah, I mean, look, she ran horrible last time to Devona Dale, but she gets Lasix for the first time here. Maybe those two things are connected.
Favorite, Olga Isabel, pedal to the metal, Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, and this horse was so impressive last time. And second time, Brad Cox, watch out again.
Tizzy in the Sky, now with Todd Pletcher.
Ton of talent here, and this one for King Dom Racing, Irad Ortiz Jr. I think the main danger to the 6.
Pretty extreme, Kendrick Carmouche, subs for Joel Rosario.
Yeah, Brad dropped for 32. Rob Falcone took him, shows back up in here. The horse ran well last time for Brad with a nice speed figure as well.
Field for this 8th race, good allowance, mile, Wilson Shoot, fillies and mares. Olga Isabel, 7-5. You're looking at Signal from Noise. And yeah, she 30 cents on the dollar, and she finished 3rd as a non-factor in her latest. But again, that was going a mile and a quarter, back to what I think is a preferred middle distance today.
Yeah, and the blinkers go on, and I'm reading the tea leaves here. Irad Ortiz Jr. is not an aggressive jockey, although he was aggressive in the last race. But the horse takes him to the front and takes him in front of him. Flavian's a little bit more aggressive. Now with the blinkers going on, one of these Chad Brown horses is going to run, the 3 or the 4. I just don't know which one. I prefer the 3 a little bit because the horse is consistent, Gary, and the horse likes the racetrack. And the 4 is eating up a little bit of money, but the 4 does look a little dangerous too.
She does. I just don't. She doesn't have the speed unless this track has changed in the last 25 minutes. She doesn't have the early speed to really put her in contention unless those blinkers make that difference. Yeah. I don't see it.
What do you do with Signal from Noise?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think probably shorter's better. I understand the opportunity in an off-the-turf race. You got a chance here with a horse that does prefer the dirt. But Signal from Noise's half-sister, Vava, won the Charlestown Oaks, going 7 furlongs, if I'm not mistaken, was it last weekend? This weekend?
For Cherie DeVoe.
Right around the corner. So maybe it's another sign that Signal from Noise actually does probably want to just go a little bit shorter.
If you like her, she's 6-1. We check in with Maggie.
Whew. It has dropped about 20 degrees, it feels like, out here, and the wind has picked up. Stay away, Rain. Please stay away. As we'll check in with the 2 Chad Brown runners. Tough Street. Look, like I said, Olga Isabel, her first steps are probably the quickest of the quick in here. But there are several horses who want to be forward, and Tough Street certainly is that, though winning from off the pace of the sloppy racetrack, kind of coming in off of a freshening. She's sharp. Of any of the horses in here, she's the one that's been the most kind of aggressive in her demeanor and indicating that she wants to be forward. I just don't know if she is naturally fast enough. And you guys are right. Number 6, Signal from Noise, I think will be handled aggressively. I think last time she was strangled back off of a slow pace, in which developed into a merry-go-round race with Fanny and Freddie wiring the field that day. Now, look, she is quite a long, scopy filly. She looks nothing like her half-sister, Vava, in my opinion. But the blinkers going on, Flavian aboard, I get what you're saying. I just don't think she's naturally fast enough at this mile distance relative to some of her competition in here. Is number 9, Pretty Extreme. I do want to point out something. She was just so much the best in that 32. She did kind of fall over saddling. Now, the vets examined her that day, and she was fine. Talking about number 9, Pretty Extreme, and obviously she was fine to go on and win by 10 1/4 lengths. She was better. She was a little bit more quiet today, but she just doesn't look as good in her coat for whatever reason. But look, she's a big price on the board right now, and obviously taking a step up in class. But guys, I just really thought that Olga Isabel is just the fastest horse in here, and I feel like that's what you need today, as we do see an equipment adjustment on number 9 in here. That is Pretty Extreme. I'm not sure what it looks like. They're adjusting her rein or her tongue tie or blinkers, something along those lines. Lafitte?
Can you tell, Gary?
No, I trying to untangle my.
You're dealing with your own equipment problem?
Yeah, Gary's bit is untied right now. Say, what are they? Yeah. Looks like they might be doing the tongue tie, right, Gary?
I'm helping Gary with his equipment adjustment pre-race.
For a lot of people that don't.
Because I'm technically qualified to do so.
Yeah, I wish we were on TV right now watching this. But no, we can't. No, don't.
Watch.
Did you think the 6 was going to be 6-5, JK?
No, but I think people overreact. I think a lot of times.
Is it an overreaction?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this horse is nice. Don't get me wrong, and is the most likely winner of the race. But I think sometimes when horses start winning in wire-to-wire fashion, people start to get a little carried away. The other thing about that too is that when there's off-the-turf races, horses that are forwardly placed on the dirt are going to run better anyway. So it sometimes can be misleading.
I don't know if it's just the wire-to-wire winners, but just nobody's passing anybody.
I get it, but you might get one of these races where everybody goes, you know what?
This might be that race.
On the lead,
this might be that
and
race.
This could be one of those races because the 5 has speed, the 6 has speed, the 8 has speed. We don't know in a new barn. I'm kind of in agreement with Maggie. I think the 6 is the speed of the speed, and I think Tyler will handle her as so and say, catch me if you can, and there is the jinx on the 6 right there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So you're
a shorter price than I
the
predicted. I do like the 6 in here, but I think the 8's going to end up working out a great trip with the switch to Todd Pletcher. It's a tough race.
I figured out this Rubik's Cube. I needed an assist from John, the cameraman. We're all handled now.
And you sound great. It sounds perfect, crystal clear.
I didn't break
Got
it.
all the equipment intact.
No idea.
You and Kendrick, you're both ready to go.
You know we're going to have to You know what, Gary, too? You look tremendous today in that suit.
Thank you.
Were you talking to me or him?
Did you hear him say in that suit?
When's the last time you actually wore a suit? Your wedding day?
No, I wore. I was black tie. I was black tied
Sunday night.
Yeah, Sunday night wedding.
Oh, okay.
In my wedding, yeah. Those are the only 2 times this year.
He went black tie to the Fish concert. At the gate. Post time for the 8th. Here's Frank Miramonte.
Pretty Extreme completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Tough Street, like a shot, breaks very quickly, but backs off as Olga Isabel has sprinted clear to take the lead. Tizzy in the Sky is a joint second, passed now by Pretty Extreme, who takes that second spot. So it's Olga Isabel leading the way. Pretty Extreme is now in second. They're followed by Tizzy in the Sky, and Tough Street is down on the rail. In fourth at this stage, the opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. The leader is Olga Isabel. Pretty Extreme still in the second spot. Tough Street along the inside. Leave No Trace just outside of her. Then Tizzy in the Sky losing a bit of ground as they come to the half-mile pole. The 2 grays signal from Noise, and she's cold as ice. 46-3 for Olga Isabel, who's cruising along at this stage. Widens to be in front by 3. Pretty Extreme in second. Tough Street hugs the rail, tries to advance from third. Then comes Leave No Trace. Signal from Noise is next. Olga Isabel, the favorite, just breezing along. Turns for home. Tough Street takes up the chase and will try to run down Olga Isabel in the final 1/8 of a mile. And down at the rails, Signal from Noise is trying to get a piece of it. They're coming to the 16th pole. Olga Isabel, 4-length lead. Tough Street in the center of the track, trying very hard. The lead down to 2. Olga Isabel, Tough Street, Olga Isabel. That's 3 for Tyler Gaffleon. Tough Street ran a winning race. Then it was between She's Cold as Ice and Pretty Extreme.
It's more interesting than we thought it would be at about the 8th pole as you see Tough Street gallop right on by. But at the wire, Olga Isabel, 3 wins, as Frank mentioned. Tyler Gaffleon, 2 of those for trainer Brad Cox.
Yeah, she was looking for somewhere to lay down that last 16th of a mile. The wire came right at the right time. Huge run from Tough Street. She made up a lot of ground on a track that's almost impossible to close on.
You talk about the run-up, JK, with this Wilson shoot. You know, you don't really know what the first quarter is, but they were able to get, 110 Horse ran decent fractions, and you got to give the 3 credit, who just would not go away. But Brad Cox and Tyler Gaffalione on the front end like this is usually a deadly combination.
Yeah, and look, the 5, Leave No Trace, the spin-away champion, I think deserves at least a little bit of a note in here. She was completely unruly through the entire first half of that race. It makes a ton of sense why she kind of basically stopped when they turned for home.
Olga Isabel, all smiles. Tyler Gaffalione back from the start. Olga Isabel in her speed. She breaks sharp, assumes command, and then that's what JK was talking about. Number 5 in Leave No Trace. She's kind of all over the place. Here's a filly that was a professional, late running, relax off the pace, grade 1 winning closer as a 2-year-old filly. Now like a runoff as a 3-year-old
Yeah,
filly.
look, she has a slight bump from the 6-horse that set her off. A lot of times you get a fresh horse and she had lost her position when she brushed, and all of a sudden, the light switch turned on way too fast and way too loud.
And if you want to know if a pace is fast without looking at the fractions, in this situation, take a snapshot. The 9, the 5, the 6, excuse me, the 9, the 5, the 8, where did they finish? The 3, Tough Street ran extremely well, being as close as she was to a pace that I think was pretty quick.
I thought Dylan made a great choice. Now listen, he lost the race because he needed somebody to challenge Olga Isabel. I thought he made a great choice breaking out and then just trying to take that rail trip. But when the 6 got that lonely lead, he almost got there, but he needed a little assist from somebody to sting Olga Isabel.
Well, I'll tell you who the assist for Olga Isabel was Tyler Gaffalione.
Right.
He was riding for everything he was worth. He knew they were coming. He kept her collected. And when you get a tired horse, that's exactly what you need to do. Keep them collected and just pray for the wire.
Tyler Gaffalione involved in a pair of incidents on Saturday. He didn't ride on Sunday. First couple of mounts back, right to the winner's circle. Great to see. And now a 3rd win on the afternoon here at Saratoga. Olga Isabel, wire to wire. Again, when we return, that Travers celebration, amazing story from the horse to the owner to the trainer to the jockey. Jenna Antonucci mic'd up. We'll revisit Arcangelo's Travers win last Saturday. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The best bet for your dollar is Massachusetts Thoroughbred Breeding Program.
I honestly believe it's the best program in the country, and it's probably the best kept secret.
The incentives in this program are awarded to any mass bred running anywhere in the country. Bonuses for owners, breeders, developers, stallion owners. You get those percentages no matter where that horse is running.
This is a great program. Everything about it.
Brickyard ride, wide open, they come for home. Could Dr. Chevelle just got there in a driving finish.
Let's face it, we all love ponies, but what is a pony at the racetrack? It's essential to a safe and functioning racetrack or training operation. And get this, it can really be any kind of horse. They're the coaches, the security blanket for the horses in training. So let's meet the ponies of Saratoga. Cherie DeVoe first met Zevo when she was an assistant trainer for Chad Brown. She quickly developed a soft spot for the personable bay, who showed his talent when he won the Suburban Handicap and ran second to Tonalist in the Jockey Club Gold Cup in 2014. A few years later, when Zevo was looking for a new career, Cherie and her sister Adrienne were more than happy to add him to their fledgling stable. Now, Zevo spends his day with the DeVoe team as the farm's stable pony.
Cherie kind of saw something sparkly in this little brown wrapper. He is a ham. We ride him around bareback. We let kids ride him all the time, and he'll walk himself into the office. He's just silly.
But Zevo's life on the racetrack isn't all fun and games. He spends his mornings teaming up with Cherie or Adrienne to show the ropes of the racetrack to the newest members of the DeVoe stable.
Zevo's main job as the pony, and most ponies on the racetrack, is to be like an emotional support animal for another horse. But horses of Zevo's caliber, especially with the fact that he was so tough as a racehorse, he gets it in his mind sometimes that he is still faster than some of these guys. You can tell how much he loved racing, but he immediately comes back down once he realizes this easy peasy life is more for him.
Zevo, he walks into the office. Like, just walks into the office.
He wants to take a look at the records.
See what's going on.
Yeah. Former Suburban.
See how many he's got to work that day.
Clearly.
The 2 dogs on his back here. Just chilling.
They all have different personalities, and when they retire and find their new life on the racetrack, that's when the true personality comes out in them later in their career, and it's pretty cool to look.
I think something that is a little bit foreign to most that they don't understand, a pony or that job doesn't necessarily need to be a pony. This is a thoroughbred who won, a Suburban at one point at Belmont Park.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Lava Man famously turned into a pony out on the West Coast for Doug O'Neill, and he was an outstanding racehorse, multiple Grade 1 winner as well. So it's really cool when they can kind of find their new career, but not too far away from the racetrack.
Really good stuff there. We have much more on the Travers coming up. Of course, our coverage is always brought to you here by Hillendale Adelapa, Saratoga Live. What do you know? Sun's out for the last couple of races. And there would be no catching this filly on this afternoon with Olga Isabel. Tyler Gaffleone, 3 wins on the afternoon. Rode that very impressive first-time starter earlier on the program for Brad Cox, so 2 wins for them combined. Big effort, tough street. Big effort, tough street. 6-3-1. Late pick 5 follow along. Paulie with the pool up over 440,000. Print track remains the tricky one.
Yeah, and Jake hit the nail on the head right before talking about the pick 5. You had to get a little bit deep in the first leg. You got print track, and it was going to get shorter and shorter. Now, this race right here, obviously the 1 and 11 horses got to beat, and then in the last race, they're also eligibles as well.
And now the featured event, the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief, the P.G. Johnson, off the turf on the main track, hence the defections. Ms. Sense, the only one entered, main track only, even money with about 20 minutes to post, Gary. But just because this race is off the turf, and we much would have preferred to have seen it on grass, but what does it mean in terms of potential opportunity for the horsemen involved?
Well, they've showed talent already on the dirt. 2 of the horses in here, and it's raw talent. So they take the opportunity to run in here. They may be as good on this dirt surface as what they're going to be in their future turf surface, if that's the direction they want to go.
P.G. Johnson, the Wednesday feature with about 19 minutes out. As for the Midsummer Derby, you saw the canoe with a brand new look in those blue Rose Farm colors of John Ebert. And Jenna Antonucci mic'd up as she watched her Belmont Stakes winner take down the Travers.
Travers. On the inside, Arcangelo is now making an early bid. The opening quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds.
23 and 2.
Arcangelo has backed off Ford 3 lengths off the lead. Arcangelo will go 4 wide, but he's making some nice headway, and there goes Arcangelo on the outside along with Tapit Trice. Forte still has 4 lengths to find. He's starting to warm up, just got a crack as he'll come 5 wide into the stretch. Scotland, Arcangelo, in between them it's Tapit Trice. Forte still 5 lengths back and Disarm trying to come through a narrow opening as Arcangelo has opened up a 3-length lead, and it's the Belmont winner in charge. Disarm gets loose late and is coming with a menacing bid. It's Arcangelo and Disarm 1-2. Arcangelo, another Travers for Javier Castellano. Congratulations, Jenna Antonucci. What a training job.
Miguel, thank you. Gracias. Thank you, good boy, son. I'm so proud of you, Papa. I'm so proud of you.
And what it looks like, sounds like, feels like to win a Travers, JK, and maybe not as fast as his father or sire, but a Travers winner just like Arrogate.
Oh, absolutely. And the cool thing about it is that, 10 weeks from now, he'll have a chance to make Papa proud with a Breeders' Cup Classic potentially. Right now, he's the favorite. If you look at kind of some overseas markets to give an idea of where he is, Arcangelo is the ante-post favorite for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
It's not just a great story. He's really good, Paul.
No, he's really good, and here's the other part about it. He's about a 75th round pick.
He's Tom Brady.
They paid $35,000 for a son of Arrogate, so that's the other part about this, too. This horse is overachieved, and Jenna's given him time to grow up. Obviously, what was going on, whatever it was, where he was maybe a little bit leggy in the sale or whatever was going on, why he sold for $35,000. But my goodness, that was a pretty good buy.
lots of questions about whether or not he should have had a prep race heading into the Travers, Gary. If she trains up to the Breeders' Cup Classic, which it sounds like that's the plan, nobody's going to question anything Jenna Antonucci does with this colt now.
No, and look, Rick Dutrow, he's doing the same thing with Wide Eye Burial. Nobody says anything about that, and I'm darn sure not going to say anything about Jenna and the way she's handled this horse.
Handled it all beautifully. Arcangelo now to the head of the class in terms of a chase for a 3-year-old title. What we have here are 2-year-old fillies in the P.G. Johnson, and we check in with Maggie.
So pleased to be joined by special guests here, Emma, Matt, and PG Brockway. Emma, you're the granddaughter of PG Johnson, the man in which this race is named after. And your Aunt Karen was telling me about how you spent so many summers up here with PG in the barn and at the races.
Yeah, it's really special to be here. Try to come, every year for my grandfather's race in his honor. Such a beloved figure, but obviously my grandfather, and so many special memories here. And it's just wonderful to bring my son, also named PG, this year to the race.
Named to honor Grandpa?
Yes, very much. So his name is Philip George, but he also goes by PG.
I love it. And Emma, talk about what is one of the most special memories that you have up here at the spa with your grandfather?
So I think the mornings were my favorite part, just kind of coming out, seeing the horses with him, watching them work, and then he had a really great sense of humor. So just I kind of remember laughing with him quite a bit and just like really cherished memories.
Is little PG going to be a racing fan?
I think he has to be, I think he's a little too young to go to the windows today, but he'll be there soon.
It's in the contract when you're born into this family. Emma, thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure catching up with you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, we are making the future here in the paddock for the PG Johnson Stakes, guys.
Love it. Little PG is here for the P.G. Johnson. These 2-year-old fillies are in the paddock. There is Ms. Sense, main track only. This works out beautifully for her, and Todd Pletcher seeking a 3rd win on the afternoon and a 3rd win in the P.G. Johnson. The feature next from Saratoga.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1¼ miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls Fight running on. Mason in front. Churls Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Simply Ravishing, narrow lead, Conlima down towards the rail, then Union Gables and Thursday. 3/16 of the finish, and it is Simply Ravishing in front, and she gets clear here. Simply Ravishing by 4 lengths, then Union Gables, Conlima, and Thursday. It's the New York bred, Simply Ravishing, to win the P.G. Johnson Stakes, and she won it in hand, half-dozen lengths.
Perfect example of what you were talking about, Gary. Off the turf, P.G. Johnson, just like today on the main track. And what do you know? Turns out Simply Ravishing is that good on dirt. She next ran in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, won that. Was one of the major contenders going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies on dirt.
Yeah, sometimes you get some pleasant surprises, but I'm sure she'd been handling the dirt just fine in the morning, and that's what we're seeing with a couple of these that are in here this afternoon.
Right to Maggie for the Spendthrift 3-year-old race of the day. Paddock Report, the P.G. Johnson.
And Lafitte, I'll actually take a look at the horses who are remaining in the body of this race. And you would have to think that Magic Cross was entered in here by her Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, because maybe he thought there might be a chance it comes off, and either way, maybe a good experiment if it stayed on. Well, I think he got his wish for the most part, as I think this filly should be very effective going the mile. You watch her races, and while she can lay close, she's just very even. Even when she won that first race, it wasn't like she necessarily kind of kicked away. She was just staying on better, I think, in a pace that came back a little bit. And she was the one who got the jump on the rest of the closers that day. So I love the stretch out and distance for her. She's long and scopy and just that very elongated neck, that elongated barrel to her. And she just has the right demeanor, too, to get a longer distance as well. Always has been laid back in each and every of her 3 starts so far. Now, number 5 is Dancing Spirit, who I absolutely love getting on the turf for the first time and stretching out. She really has a nice presence about her, and she's a beautifully put together filly to boot, but she has a massive turf hoof to her. Now, I know there is dirt in this pedigree. It's not like she's completely turf bred, but you want to talk about a turf hoof? If you're here on track, come look at Dancing Spirit's feet. This is exactly what I'm talking about. So I like her a bit less getting to the main track, as we'll check in with the horse that beat her first time out, going the 5/8 at Presque Isle, in which Take Me to the Beach was able to wire the field that day. I don't know how good she is. She might be a little lacking in quality, but I like her getting on the dirt, to be honest. And 2, she's a bit of a longer, leaner type of filly that suggests to me that she might be okay at the mile. Again, like I said, this is probably just a much better field than what she's used to, but I think physically she has the attributes to say that these conditions might be okay. Lafitte?
With her speed, very dangerous. Take Me to the Beach, 6-1. Who did finish in front of Dancing Spirit, as Maggie mentioned, in that most recent effort in her debut. These 2-year-old fillies on the main track, JK?
The one thing that sticks out to me is what Todd said to Maggie in his post-race interview in the last race, or 2 races ago, excuse me, is that Ms. Sense has really taken a step forward since her last run. Like, Todd's not one of those guys, like, he doesn't want to say words to you at all anyways, right? Like, you know what I mean, when it comes to this, like, he's very quiet about his horses. And for him to let that slip, that this horse has taken a step forward, I think that's significant.
Decoding Todd Pletcher, reading in between the lines, JK. The only one entered main track only, as they call these fillies front side. For those who run well, typically onto them is Grillo. Typically, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. But on the main track here, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, let's meet these freshman fillies, starting with the aforementioned Magic Cross. She's quick, 4th in a very good edition of the Adirondack.
I mean, she's just, from a speed figure standpoint, she's right there with the 11. I'm looking for her to be a better price. I think the 11's more likely, but you'll get a better price with the 1.
Vili Olento, Ontario bred, now with Chris Englehart.
Yeah, Manny Franco takes the ride here, and this is a horse that's going to try dirt for the first time, Ontario bred.
Dancing Spirit number 5. Maggie doesn't like her feet for the dirt.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if she could show some speed. I'm wondering if this horse can take to the dirt, maybe get to the front end.
Take me to the beach. There she is, representing outside speed or something close to the outside.
Yeah, you know, coming out of that 5 furlong race, showing a ton of pace, maybe this is going to be the horse to catch.
And finally, the favorite, Ms. Sense, very sharp. Debut winner on dirt at this distance.
Yeah, she ran well. She did it the right way. 1 going 8 furlongs for a mile for the first time out. She's drawn well. She's got everyone in her corner. Todd suggests she's going to take a step forward. I just think she's going to be a little bit overbet when they finally break away from the gate. I'm going to go with the 1.
She's 6-5, Ms. Sense, Gary. And this was her maiden win, late July. Turning for home, you will see right after you sign up at Naira Bets and take advantage of that $200 deposit match. Use a promo code SPOT200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NairaBets.com. Now, we'll see Ms. Sense's debut win. There she is, and Jose Ortiz in the saddle, Gary. Late July, and he sees, Jose Ortiz sees a big opening on the inside and takes advantage.
Yeah, really takes advantage at a critical time of the race. The thing, I'm just wondering how much more speed, early speed, she's going to show in here today versus that first race, because the speed figure, the time form early speed figure is slow. And you see how this track's playing. I see how this track's
Well,
playing.
the part is there was part of an entry in there, and if you could watch the replay there, the 1 was backing up JK and kind of had done her work to set up for a stablemate.
That replay was confusing. I promise you that the other Rapoli silks is not this horse. That horse was wearing the St. Elias silks. Miss Sense was this time. So don't think that the Rapoli silks mean that the horse is going to be going backwards like the 1 was.
Ms. Sense, yeah, she was going forward. Todd Pletcher hinted she's moving forward 6-5. So the bookends, and JK, you wound up with Magic Cross, and yeah, this will be her 3rd start on dirt, so she does have that experience in her corner, drawn inside the current second choice at 2-1.
Yeah, the one thing in this game that I kind of trust the most from a handicapping standpoint, your eyes can lie to you sometimes, workout reports can trick you sometimes, but the one thing that I trust the most is speed figures. And when you look at the speed figures of the 1 Magic Cross and the 11 Miss Sense, depending on which ones you look at, Magic Cross is actually faster. And so if the price is going to be the way that it is, where I'm getting twice the price on the 1 Magic Cross, that's where I'm going to go. Now, I trust Todd. I already pointed it out. I believe that he is telling the truth, that Ms. Sense will take another step forward. But from a price standpoint, I think there's a lot of value on the 1 Magic Cross.
I think Magic Cross is going to take a big step forward, too. She took a big step up from her first race, breaking her maiden to the Adirondack. It was grade 1. She was 4th. The winner ran off the TV screen that day, so the margin was 10 lengths. That's to the winner, not the rest of the field. And Billy Mott has confidence. She'll stretch out to the mile. I got confidence in Billy Mott.
Selections pictured, Paul? You're going with a 3-1 shot here, Dancing Spirit.
I just like a horse, and we saw it a little bit earlier. Adam Rice obviously is having a tremendous meet. Every horse that he sent out, I think it's like 8 of his last 12 he sent out here, he's won. Now, the horse ran well, first time out going 5 furlongs. To do something for the first time, going long on the turf and to win, I thought that was very, very good to do that for the first time. Now he leaves the horse on the dirt. And when you run well on two different surfaces that are completely different, I just have a feeling that this horse might just like to run on anything. So I'll take my shot at 3-1.
The versatility, leading rider. Red Ortiz in the saddle, Dancing Spirit. Maggie, what else are you noticing from Ms. Sense, who is now even money?
Oh, I should have gone 5-11 because look how good Dancing Spirit looks on the racetrack. We'll get to her in a second. But talking about Miss Sense in here, Ms. Sense, I can't necessarily warm up to her. I can see her winning, but for me, she's just incredibly unassuming, and not that that's a bad thing per se. You just kind of want your favorites to jump out at you a bit. You know, she is just your brown paper wrapping, but in that sense too, when you compare her to number 1 in here, Magic Cross just, there's a lot more to her. She's just a bit more athletic looking. She looks better in her coat. See, she's just a bigger, more impressive individual than Ms. Sense. Great camera work, guys. Really appreciate this thing so I can make comparisons. So in that regard, I went to number 1, Magic Cross. But let's round back to number 5 in here, Dancing Spirit, who by far wins the warm-up contest. You guys, everyone could see it on their screen. This girl can move, and that's why I was just so convinced and enamored with her last time out, because she has this wonderful cadence and suspension and bounce to her stride. But in my experience, at least, horses that move like that love the turf. Now, it's not to say she can't handle the dirt in here, and Red Ortiz Jr. is giving her quite an aggressive warm-up, so he's going to get her out of there and running, and she certainly got sharper once he got on her back leaving the paddock. So I'm not totally against her now, having watched her warm up a bit more, but again, I'd rather just, I feel more safe and secure taking those dirt horses. But again, Lafitte, it might be just whoever gets to the lead here, and that's all she wrote.
Could be Take Me to the Beach, number 9, and we'll get to her in a moment. JK, Dancing Spirit still pictured. Maggie loves what she sees in terms of her energy on the track. Owned and trained Adam Rice. Adam Rice in races off the turf.
It's never happened. I mean, it's not happened in 5 years. So I was trying to look up the stat to see, like, you know, if he keeps them in, how do they do? He's never tried it. So there's no real way to know for sure. But I take Maggie's word for it that the 5 does look good over the racetrack. Let's see how that goes when they, you know, in a full race over the dirt.
Currently 3-1, and there is the stranger danger here. Would Take Me to the Beach, the way the track is playing, the speed she brings to the party, Gary, wiring the field in her debut at Presque Isle Downs on synthetic, and trying to gauge how that's going to translate against these on dirt.
Yeah, I just I don't have any data on dirt to look at. It's not showing anything.
You know, Matthew Kintz, he's very good with his 2-year-olds, Midwest trainer, and this horse broke her maiden at Presque Isle Downs. Take charge any of at a street Kai mare, Gary. At least 2 turns, you know, or going the mile shouldn't be a problem.
No, I don't think it's going to be a problem. And the surface probably won't be a problem. If
either,
it's not, then this horse is very live. She's very live if she takes to the dirt.
8-1, JK.
Yeah, one conversation I've heard often when it comes to synthetic racetracks, where Presque Isle is a synthetic, it's a little bit harder to get a horse fit on synthetic to run on the dirt. So not only is the horse going from 5 stretching out, but that was done on a synthetic racetrack. The horse has been training on a synthetic racetrack, so you got to wonder when they turn for home if this one starts to get maybe a little bit tired.
See if she can make the lead, how far she can take this field. Number 9, Take Me to the Beach. Red Ortiz aboard the favorite. Ms. Sense looking for a 3rd win on the program. I think it was 2020. And the favorite really acting up here.
Ooh.
Was that who was that? No.
That was a tuck and roll there by the
11.
That was.
And the 11 is loose, we just heard.
Ms. Sense, the favorite. And that was Jose Ortiz. We have a glare here. That was Jose Ortiz. Reared and dropped Jose Ortiz in a very similar situation of what we saw just before race number 7, Gary.
Yeah, now he's fine.
Jose.
Oh, it's Jose, excuse me. He's fine.
Now, they're all individuals.
Another good catch.
But I will say, just based on what we saw earlier with the George Weaver runner, to me, that was a quicker catch. Now, they're going to come back. The vet's going to look. But that was a quicker catch than we saw earlier, and the horse didn't run.
Still not a great sign. You know, because sometimes they can run their race before. You know, I mean, not on an even money shot. I don't think you want. If you have the 11 singled right now, I don't think you're feeling.
It's so hard to
confident now.
You can't quantify. It's, but the adrenaline, the nervous energy, the fact that she did run a little, but Gary, just how much energy is being wasted.
It depends on the individual. I mean, it's like I've had them get loose before and come back, and they're actually more sensible than they were before they made the screw up that they made to get loose.
Well, here's the other part. The other horse that got loose had the inside slot. This horse at least gets the load last, which might help if this horse passes the state vet first.
Right.
And like we talked about earlier.
Late scratch. Frank Mirmati just announced late scratch. Ms. Sense will not compete in this PG Johnson, which turns it all upside down. The even money favorite at the time of the announcement.
If you were alive in multi-race wagers, you will get the post-time favorite, which is extremely likely to become the one.
One Magic Cross, yeah. So, you know, obviously Ms. Sense made the most sense, no pun intended, on paper. Now, JK's right, you're leaning on the one. Yeah, and pay attention, they might cancel show wagering in here with only 4 horses.
You would think, Jake, you would think so, right?
Yeah, let's see. Let's look at Naira bets. That's the best way. The best way to answer these questions always is to look at the pools, because if they're going to close them, they're going to close them before they tell anyone they're going to close them.
Just ask social media. They'll never lead you astray, JK. How frustrating, Gary, for Jose Ortiz going back to the jocks room now, and she's still really misbehaving at the gate. How you've been there? How frustrating for a rider? What are your thoughts?
It's frustrating.
Frank just announced that no show wagering.
No show wagering.
Yes.
Yeah,
ahead,
so it's very frustrating. It's frustrating for the jockeys, more frustrating for the owners and trainers. And when that happens, I mean, I would feel at fault. There was no fault there of Jose, but you're like, gee, man, Christmas. Now I got to go back and explain this. What'd she do? Can't you stay on one?
All right.
Todd gets it.
And
Todd gets it. Mike gets it too.
Let's hope these 2-year-old fillies behave themselves. Those left running in this PG Johnson. It is post time. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Take Me to the Beach, the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a rocket start for Violento, who is sent right out of the gate and joined at the rail by Magic Cross. So Magic Cross with more natural speed despite the aggressive handling on Violento. Just behind them, Take Me to the Beach is in third, and Dancing Spirit will be fourth through the opening furlongs. It's Junior Alvarado and Magic Cross. The favorite leads by a neck. Take Me to the Beach now goes to take a crack at her in second. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Just behind them, Violento, 2 off the pace in third, and Dancing Spirit is outside of her. They're heading toward the half-mile pole in the PG Johnson. And Magic Cross doing it easily. Leads the way while in hand by a half length. Take Me to the Beach second. Dancing Spirit aggressively ridden through a half in 47 1/5 seconds. 4 more, Violento not keeping pace with the other 3. It's Magic Cross at the rail. Take Me to the Beach on the outside. Take Me to the Beach on even terms with Magic Cross. They come to the quarter pole together as one, with Dancing Spirit 3 lengths back in third. They're at the top of the stretch. Magic Cross 6 furlongs in 1:12 1. Close quarters with Take Me to the Beach, who's wandering about. It's Magic Cross on the inside. Take Me to the Beach running a good race, but now almost a length behind. And Magic Cross lets it out a notch coming to the 16th pole and pulls away to win it easily. Magic Cross and Junior Alvarado, tons the best in the PG Johnson, almost 4 lengths when the smoke clears. Take Me to the Beach was second. Dancing Spirit checked in third.
Flashing her speed, shrugged off some pressure. Magic Cross for Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado in the 2023 PG Johnson.
Yeah, she didn't get away from there real smooth, or maybe it was too smooth. She didn't show that quick gate speed, but she didn't have quick gate speed. But she got a beautiful trip under Manny Franco, and she was grinding it out. They didn't finish all that fast, but she got the job done.
Yeah, you can see the 4-horse here was getting quarter-horsed by Manny. And Junior Alvarado was having none of it here, JK. He's like, I'm going to get to the front end. I'm 3 to 5. I got the best horse. Come and catch you. I'll tell you what, the 9 ran a bang-up race for being wide most of the way.
It was a wonderful decision by Junior. If you had the 1 or you had the 11 in a multi-race wager, you got to thank Junior for this decision, because if he would have stayed back there, took dirt, and tried to get cute because he was on the best horse, he might have gotten beat in this race.
If you watch those fillies' ears, between the 3 of them, hers were fluttering back and forth down on the inside. The other two are outside. Both their ears were pinned. I'm telling you, they're not doing it as easy as she was doing it down there. It was a very professional race.
Good call by Maggie, because JK and I looked at each other and go, wow, the 5's getting a great trip, and then she found out she was a turf horse right at the top of the lane, so good call by Maggie.
Spinning her wheels. You can see the Presque Isle Invader Take Me to the Beach starts going sideways. She's tired. And Magic Cross, now the 3 starts, all on dirt for Bill Mott. Jim Carp, winning owner. By Good Magic, JK, this is supposed to be the preferred surface.
Oh, absolutely. Good Magic, obviously, ran extremely well in the Kentucky Derby. Won the Juvenile. Also ran well in the Preakness, all on dirt. Yeah, you'd like to think that he had the edge. She had the edge, excuse me. Sire, Good Magic had the edge in this race.
And if you use the 11 and you used 111, now just double your pick 4 or pick 5 ticket.
You know, 1954 here, Magic Cross. Bill Mott, who cross-entered, Gallup ran. She'll face the boys tomorrow on grass. Fingers crossed with anticipation. Magic Cross here. And look, again, in 2020, it was Fire It Will, I believe, who won an off-the-turf with anticipation. The male equivalent of the P.G. Johnson went right back to grass. Racing, I believe, the Pilgrim. Stuck to grass, even though they ran on this off-the-turf race here at Saratoga, and then went on to capture the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf at Keeneland at 30-some-odd to 1. So just because of the surface switch doesn't mean we won't see some of these in those Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, Juvenile Philly Turf
We've
races.
seen a lot of Mr. Mott. He's got his jacket game has stepped up.
I feel like you have gone through my Naira Bets account to find every horse that's cost me money and then remind me about the oh, Fire at Will, 30 to 1. Yeah, I remember, Lafitte. I appreciate it.
There are no coincidences, Jonathan Kinchin. There are no coincidences. Magic Cross. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, onward and upward. Takes down the P.G. Johnson. Results, reaction. When we come back, you're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
You're watching Saratoga Live, where Magic Cross just took down the P.G. Johnson. Winner Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Phasing Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Spendthrift results following the P.G. Johnson and Magic Cross. 3:30, a big effort taken to the beach. Dancing Spirit having to settle for third. Magic Cross, trained by Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer, with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Bill Mott as Magic Cross. Bill gets her second win, now a stakes winner in her third career start. Talk a little bit about entering her. Did you really want to run her on the turf?
I did want to run her on the turf. She's got a bit, you know, we breezed her on the turf. She worked well. And last time she's coming out of a stake, she was fourth to a very good filly. And I thought maybe try her on the grass and see if it moves her up. But we already knew that she was a winner on the dirt. So when the race came off the turf and scratched down to a short field, I mean, I thought we were still in with a good chance.
Now, Bill, you also had Gala Brand entered for today. Obviously, coming off, you had the forethought to put her in against the boys tomorrow. Talk a little bit about her. Obviously, you have Get Spooled in there as well, but Gala Brand, she won in exciting fashion first time out.
Yeah, I think she's a nice filly. I mean, she closed very well. I mean, she was flying through the stretch the last time. You know, we'll see how she gets along, you know, in a two-turn race. That obviously was at 5.5. But hopefully she'll be able to compete well with the boys tomorrow. I think she's a very nice filly.
What do you do with Magic Cross next?
You know, I know it sounds crazy, but I'll probably look for a turf race.
Love that response. Bill, thank you as always for your candidness and honesty, and congratulations here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bill Mott, gonna try that turf race yet again, but Magic Cross, she's now a stakes winner on the dirt, Lafitte.
Crazy like a fox, Bill Mott. Junior Alvarado, the late pick 5. You see what's happened thus far. Junior Alvarado. Gary announced the Mike Venezia Memorial winner in the last couple days. Why so significant, prestigious for a jockey?
Well, it's the East Coast version of the George Wolf Award. It's you're picked by your peers, and it's not only what you've done on the racetrack, but who you are. He's got a great personality. He's a gentleman. He's got a great work ethic, and he can ride, and he's respected by his peers. And when your peers pick you for the Venezia Award, it's pretty special.
So, Ward, that always seems to mean a little bit more, doesn't it, when it is from your colleagues, the peers, the guy that you're riding with on a day-to-day basis?
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's from multiple colonies that vote. It's not just the jockeys that are here, jockeys that race in New York, NYBRA jockeys, and it's a true honor. And if you look through the list of Venezia Award winners over the years, the list is long, and it's huge.
Congratulations, Junior Alvarado, and the winning ride in today's feature, Magic Cross, for this 2-year-old filly. And despite all the experience and wins on dirt, we just may see her on grass before long, as Bill Mott just noted. 10th and final off the turf of the main track. This one is a mile, $40,000 maiden claimer. Wide open. Uncle Marty at the bottom, 7-2 with about 19 minutes to post. Maggie Wolfendale, so much 2-year-old activity closing week, marching towards the spinaway. And of course, on Monday, the hopeful, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds at Saratoga. What 2-year-old are you most excited about seeing this final week?
I think everyone is excited, Lafitte, and seeing Ways and Means, probably the most sensational and jaw-dropping 2-year-old that we've seen at the meet so far, when she just decimated a field of fellow maidens. And I love the fact that Chad Brown said that his only instructions, in which he doesn't often give instructions to jockeys like Flavian Pratt, was do not let her do too much. Do not ask her for any more than you need to. And he literally didn't, as she went on to win by about 7 lengths in the end, if not more. And she's just going to power by this field. Look how much bigger she is than many of her foes. That's when you know that a 2-year-old is good. They're just that much further along than the rest of their peers, and she truly is. I mean, she's just making the rest of the field look like they're top tied to the 16th pole. So she's so exciting. We'll see if Bright Work also shows up as well, as she was impressive in the Adirondack. I think it'll be a nice showdown between these two fillies going forward. There's no doubt about it. Ways and Means is arguably the most exciting 2-year-old of the meet, Lafitte.
Special debut, Ways and Means. This week's 2-year-old horses to watch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Ways and Means, we were on set together. That was one of those goosebump moments that you get the sense you are just seeing the very tip of the iceberg of something special.
Yeah, and you had heard a lot about how talented she was. In fact, I actually ran into her exercise rider prior to that race, and he said that they better take a good look at her in the gate. And look, it's one of those deals. You don't want to say that because if she doesn't run well, then they feel bad, and it's kind of embarrassing for them. But that's exactly what she did on debut. She ran extremely well, and he was right. They better have taken a good look at her in the gate because they didn't see her very long when they got to the wire.
And Flavian gave her kind of bit of an education in between
education.
horses. This wasn't a horse that just went gate to wire, Gary.
No, he took her out for test drives. She was educated, and it was great education, and really didn't move a muscle on her even when she made the lead. What I like about her, she's big, but she's elegant, she's graceful. She moves, she doesn't touch the ground. It's she gives me chills when I watched her win, and I can't wait to see her closing weekend here.
Yeah, to that point, I had said to Richie, I'm getting Echo Zulu vibes watching Ways and Means, and he says, not to get too prisoner of the moment or caught up in what just happened, he says, I'm more impressed by what I just saw because of what you two just discussed, how she did it coming off the pace a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the word was out on the horse, but the way she did it, 4 wide, most of the time we see a lot of these first-time starters just break out of the gate and they're just gone. The way she did it was different, you know what I mean?
Lafitte, we hear about the next fastest horse in the world all the time up here, and it's not all the time that they actually show up and prove it.
That one just might be the spin away, Ways and Means on Sunday. Our coverage continues, closing week from the Spa.
They're off. Power is pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Italian to win it.
And here is domestic spending.
And Pearl with plenty left in the tank.
Program trading. Ocean Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Victoria Road down to the line.
Will be State of Rest. To win the Grade 1 Spinaway. Spinaway in Saratoga, and she wins the percent here at Belmont.
Echo Zulu takes command. They come to the 16th pole. It's a sizzling performance for Echo Zulu. What an effort. Echo Zulu enters in by 8 widening lengths.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
I'm Miguel Gutierrez. And I am an outrider. Well, that pony, he's been with me 10 years. I get it from Mr. Pletcher. It's a ex-race horse. And I make him a pony, and he's been with me ever since. He's quiet when he needs to be quiet and fast when we need to be fast. As an outrider, is safety in capital letters. Safety all the time, like in case we got a loose horse, we have to get the loose horse before he ran into some other horse or some to the rail. If we have a rider down in the morning, like the morning we have to call the ambulance. Sometimes it's not easy to catch a loose horse. I mean, the animals, we have 6 outriders. We split all around the track. So we try to do the best we can to save the horse. We have 3 outriders in the afternoon. One has to be in front of the field, and the other one has to be in the back of the field. We out there to help the jockeys to pull up the horses, or to call the stewards in case one of the jockeys wants to claim foul. That was the moment of my life, you know, because everybody, I believe trainers, owners, grooms, everybody is, you know, waiting for that moment.
Wait is over. American Pharoah is finally the one. American Pharoah has won the Triple Crown.
Usually we bring the horse to the winner's circle, and I take the horse all the way to the 8 pole, to the end of grandstand. That way everybody see the horse. I take the chance to go all the way to the 8 pole, and everybody, and that was crazy. I've been working for New York Racing Association 30 years.
Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner. Justify has done it.
It's awesome. It's very exciting.
Miguel Gutierrez, there he is. Gary, as trite as it sounds, an overused phrase, but yes, the unsung heroes, some of the unsung heroes of this game.
Yes, they are. The gate crew and these outriders. And the outriders have to have a good partner. They've got to be mounted on a horse, just like Miguel said, that is quiet when they need to be quiet and fast when you need fast. And I've been helped out of a lot of bad predicaments, not just in the afternoon, but in the mornings too. There's a lot more traffic in the morning. You see a lot more loose horses, especially when the young horses come in, 2-year-olds and whatnot, that are a little bit green. And they're always there for our safety, the rider's safety, and everything around. Yes, sir.
Miguel Gutierrez. That's been part of today's conversation. A couple of horses getting loose. Another part of the conversation, JK, the late pick 5.
Look, Paul, I don't know what you think. I think these are actually better than I was expecting.
With you.
Especially with the fact that you got to remember that the 1, so everyone who used the 1 and the 11 in the previous race won. They advanced. So I thought that wasn't too bad considering.
No, I'm with you, because I think a lot of people did use 1 and 11 like myself, so I'm alive for $1. But if you have the 15, who's the horse is going to be the favorite and the horse to beat? $125, not that bad.
That'll work on a day like this. Still a competitive race off the turf of the main track. I'm Just pictured back there somewhere in the dark, the 3-1 tepid choice.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
Thanks for tuning in and sticking with us here on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports as we have the last race in the paddock about to hit the track. This maiden 40 off the turf will be contested over a mile on the main track, and we'll check in with the two lone MTOs as number 15, I'm Just. He's taking a drop in class here for Christophe Clement. He looks great overall. Now, I can't help but think that he's just kind of that even-paced plodding type, given the Fleet Alex on the front, on the top, and I think Manny Franco, and Manny Franco doesn't need me to tell him that because he's usually pretty adept at doing things like this, but be aggressive. I think this horse is one that's going to be maintaining his speed, not accelerating it. He looks fantastic, though, coming off a bit of a layoff, incredibly fit here. I think he's very much the horse to beat as we'll move on to number 16, Uncle Marty, whom I was really intrigued to get to see what he looked like here because I've always thought that going long on the dirt would be his cup of tea, as he does drop in class 2. But the problem with Uncle Marty is, and especially for an Uncle Mo, he has never gone on. He looks exactly the same as nearly a year ago when I saw him in this paddock back on September 5th. He hasn't changed. Now, I still think that a mile on the main track at this level is good for him, and he looks well prepared coming back here for Linda Rice. But again, and Uncle Mo's tend to be big horses. They tend to keep growing as their years go by, and he just hasn't. And I kind of just interpret that as a negative, Lafitte.
Uncle Mo, sire Uncle Marty, 7-2 here. Jose Ortiz. Post parade shortly, and by the way, your last opportunity closing weekend with the late pick $5 million bonus. Play the late pick 5 at Naira Bets. Hit the late pick 5 at Naira Bets. If you're the only one, you guessed it, $1 million bonus. For details, go to nairabets.com. Not that there was one possibility like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Someone was alive. It was the 5 horse that day. I can't remember the name of the horse, but yeah, it was alive to the 5.
Last weekend to take advantage of. They're going straight out. And there is social sidekick and Katie Davis aboard.
Last 3 races on turf, not much.
Jose Gomez, perfect outcome, another outsider.
Yeah, Blinkers went on last time. This horse hasn't been racing since almost New Year's Eve of last year.
Yeah, they're revving their engines. Money for nothing off the board in all 4.
Chicks for free? Nah, I don't know about here.
Silent running 11 race maiden.
Yeah, a couple of dirt attempts, nothing to write home about.
There's the 8. Utamero or something like that. Flavian Pratt aboard.
Dropping in class for Linda Rice. Always dangerous for Linda.
Always tell when it's closing week around here. Number 12 here, Miles. And make the rider Tyler Gaffley looking for a 4th winner this afternoon.
Maybe the horse that tries to wire this field or at least be in front. I think the 15 is the horse to beat.
Atlanta's Acuna.
Well,
7-time Travers winning jockey.
And he's going to be your MVP, Ronald Acuna, sitting unbelievable number. If it wasn't for Shohei Ohtani, we'd be talking about Ronald Acuna.
That's the 16 there. Uncle Marty, the 7-2 second choice. Jose Ortiz just hoping to ride in this one.
Horse is getting a low rank, and I'm surprised that horse is 7-2. I thought the 15 way bigger shot, JK.
There he is, Manny Franco aboard. Make the rider Manny Franco. I'm Just the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I like this horse a lot in here. If you look at that last race on July 24th, there's been a couple of horses that have come back and run faster. I think that figure was a little bit light, should have been faster, and I think we'll see it here in about 3 minutes.
10th and final. 3 minutes out off the turf of the main track. New York bred maidens. Mile out of the Wilson Chute. He would be a surprise. Silent running. Circle back to the 16, Gary, and Uncle Marty with Jose Ortiz. It's not only Ortiz, who was aboard the favorite, scratched at the gate before the P.G. Johnson, but trained by Linda Rice. It's closing week. Rice just 2 wins behind Chad Brown atop the trainer standings.
Well, we've seen this track favoring speed all day long, and I don't see any reason for that to change right now. Yeah, but this horse, he doesn't have much early gate speed.
He doesn't have a lot of early gate speed, and there's also another thing that's kind of concern for me as well in terms of his ability to win this race today. Ran on May 5th, was beaten 13 for maiden special weight. Was entered for maiden 40 on June 18th, July 18th, July 26th, July 3rd. Never ran in any of those races. I just don't necessarily trust this one.
Yeah, Maggie didn't love necessarily what she saw in the paddock. Uncle Marty, there's the 15. You're all on I'm Just with Manny Franco, now 9-5.
Well, you see that Maggie's going to go with the 14, so that's probably the horse you want to play. But Yeah, listen, the 15 comes out a good rate. I thought the other alternative might be the 12 in here because the way the track's playing, if Tyler gets aggressive with Miles in here, who has shown speed in the past. But when you look at the numbers, is he the horse to beat? I can understand where Maggie's going with the 14, thinking that, hey, maybe this one's going to go to the front end.
He probably will.
At a price, Maggie, Atlanta's Acuna 7-1.
That's what I'm hoping for, though I gotta say, looks absolutely terrific. From the paddock to the racetrack, there's no doubt about it. is by far the horse to beat. You guys are on the right horse. He's just the favorite, and I thought that, Atlanta's Acuna could get the jump on him as he is projected to be the fastest horse in here, and I don't think Javier Castellano is going to take that away from him. I've tried him in the past. He's 0 for 7, but last time I noted he looked better than ever as far as his weight, not one that carries that much weight, but really good in his coat, as it's still evident here today. So I want to give him another shot. And then I know Miles has shown speed on the turf, but Miles definitely does not strike you as a horse that's fast. He's built more like a warm blood than a fast thoroughbred. Not that he can't win, but I want to talk about you tomorrow here for Linda Rice. Last time, which it was the same exact conditions, except it was a maiden special weight, Udamaro was close, and then he dropped back around the turn. Now, is he a horse that doesn't necessarily love running on his inside left lead? Because then he rallied back into the race a bit more, the race was kind of falling apart. I wonder if Flavian Pratt aboard, if he keeps him a little bit more engaged. He's a good-looking son of Cairo Prince. You're kind of typical, elegant Cairo Prince, but there is a lot of substance to him, which I appreciate with this bloodline. And also one that I think, typical kind of Linda Rice needs to race into fitness. Looks very fit and strong here. I think he's just a little bit intriguing. That could jump up and improve. Laffy?
The 12 miles, the warm blood. I don't want the Clydesdale. You can have the Clydesdale.
Hey, he likes to eat a little bit. Leave him alone.
Beefy.
He's a little muscular.
And he's got Tyler Gaffley looking for a 4th winner this afternoon. Again, Linda Rice win here, one shy of Chad Brown with 5 days left of the meet here at Saratoga. One final time on this Wednesday program. Final Wednesday of the meet. Frank Maramati standing by.
Thanks, Lafitte. Smooth loading process. I'm just going in. Uncle Marty completes the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's Miles with a fast beginning. Perfect Outcome is showing good early speed. They're really scrambling on the front end. Udamaro is up and on the pace too, as they make their way onto the backstretch. So it's Perfect Outcome just in front. Udamaro pressing on the outside second. Those two are heads apart, making their way onto the backstretch. And Atlanta's Acuna now moves up to be on even terms or just a neck behind Perfect Outcome. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. Gap of 4, Udamaro now third. Money for Nothing is moving up. Pink Cap takes the 3rd spot. Social Sidekick is next. Miles has lost several spots. In between horses, Silent Running is trying to make an early bid, coming through along the inside and about 5 lengths off the lead as they make their way toward the far turn. Uncle Marty is on the outside too. Only now a couple of lengths behind the lead, has moved all the way up to take the 4th spot as there's a new leader, and that's Atlanta's Acuna. Uncle Marty moves up on the outside to challenge in second. They're followed by a fully extended Money for Nothing in third. Far back throughout has been Social Sidekick. They're at the top of the stretch. Uncle Marty on the outside, and Atlanta's Acuna are head-to-head. 3 lengths back, Silent Running angles out and is finishing with some interest in third. They're coming to the 16th pole. Uncle Marty on the outside, just in front, and now a neck in front. Atlanta's Acuna is fighting hard, but it is Uncle Marty. And Uncle Marty wins it by about a length. Atlanta's Acuna was second. Third went to Silent Running, and Udamaro wins the battle for 4th.
Didn't get a chance to ride in the PG Johnson, but strikes in the 10th and final does Jose Ortiz. Uncle Marty, and for Linda Rice, 1 victory shy of Chad Brown in the chase for a Saratoga training title.
Yeah, and he was riding this last race like he was riding the Kentucky Derby out there finishing up. And Linda Rice, you owe me a thank you for putting you in the winner's circle.
Yeah, you know, this horse broke sharp, was way sharper. You got to give Linda credit. The drop for 40, and this horse was ready, was sitting, was wide most of the way. And the 12 and the 15, the two Clement horses just did not fire at all in here. Good call by Maggie because Atlanta's Acuna really ran her heart out. But, I mean, his heart out, but the 16 just wore him down, JK.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those situations. I'm looking at the past performances now, and you could give me a DeLorean. I just couldn't. I still don't see where this came from.
A DeLorean?
It's a good Back to the Future joke there somewhere.
It's actually pretty well done. Yeah.
Maggie, gotta go with your gut, your first instinct. This is what happens when you change last second.
This is the lesson, right, Liffy? This is the lesson for all horse players, for all handicappers. Go with your gut instinct. The problem with Uncle Marty is that I've waited a year for him to do this, to be in this condition. The problem is he just looked the same as he did a year ago. Oh, but he wears that Atlanta's Acuna, and it's interesting, all these jocks, you know, going for the lead, knowing that the track is playing the way it is. But Uncle Marty, at least he looks like an Uncle Mo when he runs with that low head carriage. But again, trust your gut instinct, Lafitte.
Lesson learned, and sometimes has to be revisited. Uncle Mo, one of the most impressive debut winners, and Saratoga on the last, I don't know, fill in the blank. And Paulie, it's closing week. How surprised are you that this chase for a training title is this close between Chad Brown and Linda Rice?
Surprised and not surprised. Let's be honest. Linda has done an amazing job, but 40-some-odd turf races have been taken off.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm not taking anything away. She's one behind Chad now. If those other 40 races had run, listen, Linda's a heck of a turf trainer as well. We don't know how that played out. But Chad's lost a lot of bullets along the way.
With that many grass races being washed off, JK, what can we expect to see from both of them the last several days here? They both want it.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine this morning Chad woke up and looked at the weather forecast and was like,
Again?
But
really?
It should be good here moving forward.
Another subplot winding down the summer here at Saratoga. Linda Rice had Uncle Marty ready to roll. Jose Ortiz will wrap it all up when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Winding things down on Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Exciting stretch duel, and in the end, too much. Jose Ortiz and Uncle Marty graduates in his 7th lifetime start, JK.
No, he did. Look, he's outside. He was forward on a racetrack that I think you wanted to be forward on, and Jose made sure he was there.
Really did.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it just shows you that he had really a good trip in here, and the 14 just battled. It was tough. No passing zone all day today, and Atlanta's Acuna almost got his 70th stolen base here at Saratoga.
He's inspired. He's inspired by what Ronnie's doing.
Yeah.
And just a $40,000 maiden claimer, Gary, but these two of the best in the game, slugging it out. Javier Castellano, Jose Ortiz. Jose getting the best of Javier this time.
Yeah, I think you're not going to get your money's worth with these Hall of Famers. Soon to be a Hall of Famer one day, Jose Ortiz riding against the Hall of Famer. But look, they ride the nightcap here at Saratoga or anywhere. You put them on, you're going to get your money's worth.
And you know what? You look at these pick 6s and pick 5s. I mean, 225, I get it. The 16 was tough to get to, but, you know, JK talked about it. You needed to spread in race number 6 and try to shorten up all the way around. And Uncle Marty was a little bit tough to get. Maybe he had to go 3 or 4 deep. Hopefully he got there.
For the late pick 5 here at Saratoga and the trainer standings, the Alan Jerkins training title, Gary. There it is. 30 wins, Chad Brown, 29, Linda Rice. Wow.
It's pretty incredible, really. I mean, all the success she's had down below over the last, 4 or 5 meets, and now to come up here to Saratoga and do the same thing. She came in here with a mission. She claimed all those horses from Kentucky, brought up here. They were ready to rock and roll, and here we are.
He makes a great point because very rarely do you have a person that wins the Belmont meet, is completely hot as can be coming into here, and you're thinking there's going to be a fallback. There has not been any fallback at all, Lafitte.
Seeking a 5th straight, and already the only female trainer to have captured a Saratoga training title back in 2009. We look ahead tomorrow, the feature. It's more 2-year-olds on grass, this time with anticipation. There's the field. Morning line, number 1, Gala Brand, who scratched out of today's PG Johnson. She'll face the boys. Coast second choice. Paul Carson's run. Take a look at this. The debut winner, July 29th. Widest of all, but closing with a rush.
Yeah, this horse had a really nice turn of foot. Now laid way back behind the whole field of the bunch of the field. This race was like in 2 bunches, and this horse had a good trip, was able to sit behind the other horses. You could see the 3 Diamonds horse on the rail had just spit the bit, the 4 in the back. This is a really tough race to gauge because I thought this horse was going to win by plenty. Then he gets very green late here, JK.
The impressive thing about this to me, and can kind of solve that issue that you're having with the white, kind of got a little bit, soggy late. That pace was very slow. So I thought he ran, excuse me, really well.
Yeah. Paul never misses with photos. You don't miss often with weather. We're gonna be all right.
Good the rest of the meet.
We're gonna be all right.
Sunny
Rest of the meet.
Yep.
With anticipation tomorrow, 2-year-olds on grass, all kinds of 2-year-old stakes racing. Closing week, as always, a spin away on Sunday. We wind things down with the Grade 1 hopeful on Monday. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. See you tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, same bat time, same bat channel. Magic Cross off the turf on the main track. PG Johnson in honor of the legendary trainer who won 36 straight races, the race for 36 straight years here at Saratoga. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.